The White Emperor was surprised by the young man's deduction. However, he had gotten used to the young man's confident speech. Although he was somewhat convinced by the young man, he still had his doubts. He asked, whether it's Mount Halcyon or the Lost Island that drifted in the endless ocean. Their sizes can't compare to the Great Void. How could such places be the Great Void? The young man laughed. They're unformed great voids. Unformed. All things in the world follow the law of evolution. The profundity of it is something only the Creator knows. The similar structures are definitely not a coincidence, the young man said as he looked at the sky. Then what about the shackles? The White Emperor asked. Originally, I thought that the shackles only exist on Earth. When someone dies, they'll return to the Earth. The energy and everything they gained when they were alive would be returned to the Earth. This is also in line with the law of conservation. During that long period of time I drifted in the endless ocean, I witnessed the survival of the sea beasts. I witnessed their birth, the process of their aging, illnesses, and deaths. For now at least, there's nothing in this world that can exist forever unless that thing has no life to begin with, the young man said. The White Emperor nodded. Although he did not like to think about these things too much, he liked listening to the young man. As one of the 5 emperors, it was necessary to try to understand the mysteries and complexities of heaven and earth, after all. Finally, the White Emperor sighed and said, You've done enough for the Lost Island. It's just a small matter, the young man said. In fact, you can tell me the name of the person who harmed you, the White Emperor said. I want to do it myself, the young man said. When the time is right, I might consider the Great Void Emperor's proposal. The White Emperor glanced at the young man whose expression remained unchanged. Entering the Great Void is something I have no choice but to do. I hope your Majesty can understand me. Upon hearing this, the White Emperor sighed. No matter what, the young man would still leave the Lost Island. Nonetheless, he still said to the young man, If you're willing, I'll betroth Kaler to you. The young man suddenly raised his hand and placed it on his forehead. He frowned slightly as he said, Your Majesty, I suddenly have a headache. I want to go back and rest. The White Emperor. Forget it. Go. The young man turned around and left. The White Emperor watched the young man leave before he flashed and appeared in the palace on one of the islands. From afar, the palace looked small, but from up close, it was resplendent and majestic. None of the palaces in the 9 domains could compare to it. When the White Emperor appeared, 10 white-clad cultivators bowed. The White Emperor flicked his sleeve and said, No need for formalities. The 10 cultivators straightened their backs upon hearing this. The White Emperor looked majestic as he said, I have a question. Previously, when you went to the Pillar of Apocalypse, do you remember the person who held my jade token? A white-clad cultivator said, I saw him. What does he look like? The White Emperor asked. This? The white-clad cultivator hesitated for a moment before he said, I didn't really pay attention. There were too many of them, and their cultivation bases aren't bad. They're a mix of men and women. Another white-clad cultivator asked, Your Majesty, do you intend to keep him here? The White Emperor sighed. I'm afraid that's impossible. Why? Ming-Xian already came, the White Emperor said as he looked outside. For him to personally make a move, things are definitely more complicated than we'd imagined. Perhaps he doesn't belong here. Everyone sighed helplessly. With such talents, he'll definitely become a supreme being in no time. If we can't use him, I'm afraid we'll. Shut up, the White Emperor said. His voice was powerful and deep as he continued to say, I believe in his character. I misspoke. If he has any requests, try to fulfill them if you can, the White Emperor said. Understood. After saying that, the White Emperor vanished from sight. After 3 months, in Fragrant Valley, Lu Zhou heard a crisp sound. The activation of the birth chart was successful. Lu Zhou felt the surging energy in his body and nodded in satisfaction. He did not leave the ancient building for 3 months and cultivated every day to stabilize his cultivation. His efforts finally paid off. Although the increase in strength could not compare to the forming of the Divine Soul Pearl, The strength of one birth chart could not be underestimated as well. Lu Zhou rose to his feet and flashed outside the ancient building. He muttered to himself, "After being here for so long, it's time to explore the depths of this place." Just as Lu Zhou was about to go look for Chun Fu, Hua Yin, Chun Fu's first disciple, rushed over. He said with a bow, "Senior Lu, my master invites you over." I was just about to look for him. With that, they went to the ancient building on the southern side. When Lu Zhou entered the ancient building, he saw Chun Fu pacing back and forth anxiously. Lu Zhou asked, puzzled, "What's the matter?" "There's a change in Great Han," Chun Fu said. "A change?" Unfamiliar cultivators appeared in both the eastern and western capitals. They defeated the local experts quickly. Even Wei Chang and Subi weren't a match for them, Chun Fu said with a sigh. "I'm afraid those cultivators were sent by the Great Void." Lu Zhou said, "If the Great Void wanted to make a move, why wait until now? Besides, what's the point of conquering the 9 domains? It seems meaningless." Chun Fu said, "Maybe they're trying to force me to appear." "You think too highly of yourself?" Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "With the Great Void Emperor's abilities, he could have killed you at that time. Since he left you in this state, he clearly wants you to suffer before you die." "Then what do these cultivators want?" Chun Fu was puzzled. Lu Zhou replied, "No matter what, the cultivation world will stabilize on its own. If you're really worried, I'll send someone to take a look." At this moment, Hua Yin bowed before chiming in, "Master, I'm willing to return to Great Han to investigate." "All right," Chun Fu nodded. "You mustn't make enemies out of those people." "Don't worry, Master. There are many people around. There won't be a problem," Hua Yin said before he left. Chun Fu's expression finally eased. Lu Zhou said, "If you have time to worry about the world, why don't you use that time to think of a way to heal your injuries and raise your cultivation? If you die, do you think you can still continue to protect Great Han?" Chun Fu was rendered speechless by these words. After thinking about it for a while, he decided it was indeed unnecessary to worry so much. Perhaps he had been in a high position for a long time and had been revered for a long time. He instinctively felt that Great Han could not do without him. In fact, the world would still go on normally and had never needed anyone to look after it. No matter how powerful humans were, they were just a speck of dust in the universe. "I came here today because I want to go to the depths of Fragrant Valley. If you're interested, you can come with me," Lu Zhou said. Perhaps he might be able to find rare flowers and plants that could be used to treat Chun Fu. Chun Fu shook his head and said, "I've already explored that place once. It's meaningless for me to go there. Remember to watch out for the fierce beasts when you're there, even though, as far as I know, they won't cross the center point." Chun Fu pointed at a distant mountain and said, "The north of that mountain is the dividing line of the ancient formation. If you encounter danger, remember to return." "All right, I'll go alone. I don't know how long I'll take," Lu Zhou said. Chun Fu nodded. "Brother Lu, don't worry. As long as I'm alive, I'll have you look after and discipline your disciples. That's if you don't mind, of course." "That's good." Lu Zhou had been waiting for these words. With that, he flew out toward the circular platform in Fragrant Valley. As soon as Lu Zhou arrived, he saw Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong sparring, so he did not disturb them. He could sense that Yu Shangrong was nearing the breakthrough point. At this moment, the Autumn Dew Mountain's disciples were watching and discussing among themselves. "We're all cultivators, but our gap is really huge. Even the weakest among them is a venerable master. How can we compare? After they're done sparring, we should humbly ask for their advice." Good idea. It had become the Autumn Dew Mountain's disciples' daily routine to ask for advice from the disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion. To be precise, the ones they asked for advice from were Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong. Lu Zhou looked around. Apart from his 2 eldest disciples, only Yi Tianxian and Zhao Yu were present. Hence, he silently recited the mantra for the power of sight to check in on them. Duan Mushang and Lu Wu were cultivating, and Ming Shiyin was asleep. The others were also cultivating diligently. Lu Zhou nodded. As a master, he was very satisfied to see this. He suddenly thought of his seventh disciples and could not help but sigh. If his seventh disciple was still around, everything would have gone more smoothly. His intuition told him he should use the power of sight to try and check on his seventh disciple. Alas, what he obtained was still the words "invalid target." Lu Zhou sighed softly again before he turned around and vanished from sight. In the depths of Fragrant Valley, far away from the four mountains, Lu Zhou walked alone among the flowers, plants, and trees. The 10,000-year-old ancient trees towered around him as various rich fragrances wafted into his nose. He could sense various effects of the fragrances. There was one that would make one intoxicated as though one had drunk wine, one that numbed the senses as though one had been electrocuted, one that made one feel as though one was stabbed by needles, and so on. The purple glazed ceramic was very helpful here since it could block these poisonous effects. Similarly, the divine mark robe also made him immune to poisons. Although Lu Zhou had intentionally slowed down, his speed could still be considered fast. In just a moment, he covered several hundred feet. From the moment Lu Zhou arrived in this place, he did not feel any discomfort. He felt just like normal. He walked for an unknown amount of time, completely unaffected, before he finally halted his steps and looked around. He used his power of sight, power of hearing, and power of smell. The various fragrances that permeated the air were still the same. There was no new fragrance. Within a radius of 100 miles, there were no fierce beasts and no sound. After cutting off his heavenly writing powers, he frowned. Did Chun Fu lie to me? In fact, Lu Zhou did not need to pass the birth trial. That was not why he came to this place. He had already become a saint through Meng Zhang's lightning bolts. He only came here to explore the place for his disciples. On second thought, there was no reason for Chun Fu to lie, especially when Chun Fu's life was now hanging by a thread. So what's wrong? Is it the purple glazed ceramic? Lu Zhou brought out the purple glazed ceramic and placed it in the vast sky bag. However, there were still no changes. The divine mark robe? Lu Zhou thought about it for a moment. It did not seem appropriate to take off his clothes in the wilderness, hence, he had no choice but to dismiss the idea. Lu Zhou increased his speed and continued venturing deeper. He traveled for 1,000 miles. The flowers, plants, and trees he saw along the way were strange. However, there was still no change. I don't believe this. Bang! Lu Zhou flew into the sky. Golden Taishu mirror. The sun-like golden Taishu mirror appeared in his hand and shone out. The light swept in all directions, illuminating the sky and the forest. In the horizon, a ripple could be faintly seen in the air when the light shone there. The ancient formation in Fragrant Valley, that must be the boundary. Lu Zhou frowned. Is this supposedly harsh place useless against me? Lu Zhou was still puzzling over this matter when a strange rustling noise suddenly rang in his ears. Then, Lu Zhou saw a shadow streaked across the forest. Stop! Lu Zhou chased after the shadow using his grand technique, following closely behind the shadow. The other party's speed was not any worse than that of a saint. After using the power of teleportation thrice, Lu Zhou appeared about 1,000 feet in front of the shadow. He hovered in the air as saint light shone from his body. He held up the golden Taishu mirror and muttered, I want to see who you are. When the golden Taishu mirror shone on the shadow, Lu Zhou saw that it was a fierce beast. Its body was yellow all over, and it resembled a bee. Its eyes protruded out and shone with a dark light. Lu Zhou? A mutated bee? This was the only description Lu Zhou could come up with. The fierce beast flapped its translucent wings, emitting an extremely high-frequency noise. In just a blink of an eye, it flew into the distant sky like a shooting star. Lu Zhou's ears began to ring, and he chanted the mantra from the heavenly writing to dispel the strange sound wave. Then, he used the power of teleportation to chase after the fierce beast again. Lu Zhou flew for an hour, flying past many ancient trees, before he stopped at the foot of a mountain. The mutated bee stopped and turned around. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Following that, a few mutated bees appeared in a row. There are more than one? Lu Zhou was slightly surprised. Then, he ignited a talisman to contact Kong Wen and Lu Li. Both Kong Wan and Lu Li's projections appeared at the same time. The duo bowed. "Greetings, Pavilion Master." "What's this?" Lu Zhou asked after using a talisman to project the area in front of him. Lu Li looked at the fierce beasts for a while before he frowned and said, "This? I'm afraid we have to ask Brother Kong. Where are you, Pavilion Master? How did you encounter such strange things?" Kong Wan stroked his chin as he studied the fierce beasts. The buzzing noises the mutated bees made when they flapped their wings were really disturbing. Maybe they're the ancient saint slayers, Qin Yuan? To be honest, I've never seen them before, so I can't be sure. "Let me go and ask Saint Chun now," Kong Wan said before leaving. Lu Zhou cut off the projection before he looked at the mutated bees in the air. Then, he calmly said, "Qin Yuan." After a long time, from the depths of the mountain, a voice said in human language, "To think there are still people in this world that recognize us." The mutated bees in the air stopped flapping their wings, and the buzzing noises gradually stopped. The entire place became much quieter in just an instant. It was much brighter in Fragrant Valley compared to the unknown land, even though it was still affected by the imbalance. Although it was not as bright as if the sun was out in full force, one could still see clearly. Naturally, all this did not matter much to Lu Zhou, who had gained night vision from the Nether Wolf King. Light was more of a psychological comfort to him. So it's really Qin Yuan, the ancient saint slayers. Based on what he knew, ancient saint slayers were not weak at all. No, that was an understatement. They were said to have the strength of supreme beings. Lu Zhou really did not expect there to be such powerful fierce beasts hidden in the depths of Fragrant Valley. At this moment, a red and yellow bee-like fierce beast flew over from the back of the mountain. The speed was not fast. It was a head taller than the average human. It was twice the size of the other mutated bees. Its wings were suffused with a golden light, and it looked beautiful. It was none other than the legendary saint slayer, Qin Yuan. Lu Zhou looked at the red and yellow Qin Yuan unblinkingly. The translucent wings of that Qin Yuan began to gradually droop down before forming a light yellow cloak like that of a human. Its head began to distort, and its protruding eyes began to shrink back into its head. At the same time, its body elongated and turned translucent before solidifying again. In the end, it changed into its human form. In human form, the Qin Yuan looked like an old woman with a spirited gaze and an overbearing aura. When she looked at Lu Zhou, it was as though she would pounce over and eat him. Lu Zhou remembered a saying among the cultivators. In the fierce beast's eyes, humans are the most delicious food. The Qin Yuan smiled faintly and said, "There aren't many human cultivators who are able to travel into the depths of Fragrant Valley. Who are you? Why are you here? Where are you going?" Lu Zhou stood with his hands on his back and said, "I'm cultivating in seclusion in Fragrant Valley. Today, I decided to explore its depths." The Qin Yuan sighed lightly before she said, "Human curiosity hasn't changed at all." After a moment, she asked, "Aren't you afraid? I can tell you've interacted with humans before and understand them very well. I have no grudges with the Qin Yuans, so why should I be afraid?" Lu Zhou said tonelessly, "Humans covet fierce beasts' life hearts, and fierce beasts covet the flesh and blood of humans. They've opposed each other. I can easily kill you," the Qin Yuan said. Lu Zhou shook his head. "If you wanted to kill me, you would have already made a move earlier. There's no need to wait until now. Moreover, who's to say I can't kill you?" The Qin Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise upon hearing Lu Zhou's words. Clearly, the human in front of her was smarter than she had imagined. She had yet to make a move because he was able to travel safely in the depths of Fragrant Valley and to the Qin Yuan hive. This meant that his cultivation was not ordinary. Finally, the Qin Yuan said with a smile, "What a smart human. Nothing is absolute in this world. Just because I didn't make a move earlier and now, it doesn't mean I won't make a move later. If you don't answer my questions, you can't leave. Our Qin Yuan hive lives in seclusion in the depths of Fragrant Valley. We don't ask about the outside world, and we don't want any trouble. Now that our whereabouts have been discovered, the best way is to get rid of the person who knows our whereabouts. This Qin Yuan has a point. Lu Zhou calmly replied, I heard that there are strange flowers and plants here that can help cultivators pass their birth trials. That's why I came to have a look. With your ability, do you need to pass your birth trial in such a low-level place? The Qin Yuan was puzzled. Indeed, in her eyes, this place was not very dangerous. Lu Zhou replied, It's for my disciples' birth trials. Upon hearing this, the Qin Yuan nodded. You're a really good master for a human. However, you can't disturb our hive just because of your disciples. I don't have time to waste. You go your own way and I'll go my own way. We won't interfere with each other, Lu Zhou said. I'm afraid that won't do, the Qin Yuan said. If I let you go, and you bring people back here, wouldn't our hive be exposed? Lu Zhou frowned. He looked at the leader of the Qin Yuans. Her gaze was profound, and her aura was extraordinary. Finally, he asked, Why are the Qin Yuans hiding in the depths of Fragrant Valley? The Qin Yuan shook her head. Human, that has nothing to do with you. Did you hide her because of the land split? Lu Zhou asked. You know about the land splitting. You've existed since ancient times? The Qin Yuan was slightly surprised. A hint of joy could be seen in her eyes as well. It's been a long time since I met a human from ancient times. The land split caused the loss of many lives. The corpses of humans and fierce beasts were strewn all over the place, giving birth to rivers of blood. The Qin Yuan felt a sense of camaraderie with someone from her time. No, Lu Zhou shook his head and said, I'm not from ancient times. No, it's been 100,000 years since the land split. The Fragrant Valley is no longer part of the Great Void. The Qin Yuan frowned. Nonsense. Believe it or not, you've spent 100,000 years in Fragrant Valley. It's normal that you don't know about the changes in the outside world. You can send someone outside to have a look if you don't believe me, Lu Zhou said as he turned around with his hands on his back. Stop him. The Qin Yuan waved her hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The dozens of Qin Yuans flew as fast as the wind, blocking Lu Zhou's path. Their wings flapped at a high frequency. Lu Zhou turned around and asked in a deep voice, Do you really plan to make an enemy out of me? The Qin Yuan said, I have no choice. Only the dead can keep a secret. Let alone a saint slayer. I'd kill you even if you're the Great Void Emperor, Lu Zhou said lightly. Aren't you from the Great Void? The Qin Yuan asked. I don't want to waste words with you. Move aside, Lu Zhou said as his voice darkened. Take him down, the Qin Yuan ordered. Following that, the bee-like fierce beast spat out orbs of light. The surrounding flowers and trees were instantly illuminated. At the same time, the flowers began to bloom, emitting an even stronger smell. It was dreamlike and intoxicating like wine. Lu Zhou fell into a daze. However, in just an instant, the divine power surged into his mind. The coolness instantly dispelled the effect, and his consciousness became clear. You're not affected? The Qin Yuan exclaimed in surprise. The mutated bees circled the air, buzzing loudly. Their noises were truly unpleasant to the ears. At this time, Lu Zhou finally realized why the fragrances did not affect him. It was due to the heavenly writing. Witchcraft, Buddhist chants, and illusory techniques all had no effect on him. With the addition of the purple glazed ceramic and the divine mark robe, no wonder it was like walking in a park here for him. Lu Zhou brought out the purple glazed ceramic from the vast sky bag, and everything returned to normal. The Qin Yuan looked surprised when he saw the purple glazed ceramic. She asked in a deep voice, Where did you get the purple glazed ceramic? At this time, Lu Zhou was already slightly angry. He said, Mind your own business. Then, Lu Zhou pushed his hand that seemed to carry the force of a mountain out. A golden palm seal flew toward the Qin Yuan. Boom! The Qin Yuan waved her hand. A ball of energy appeared, destroying the palm seal. Then it shot toward Lu Zhou. When the ball of energy was a few feet in front of Lu Zhou, the divine mark robe rustled before blowing the ball of energy back. A red light flashed in the Qin Yuan's eyes as she asked, Where did you get this robe? Following that, the Qin Yuan waved her hand. Clones of the Qin Yuan appeared in the sky before they rushed toward Lu Zhou. To gain the power of muting so that samadhi will manifest in the body and radiate into the surroundings like light, and yet, being still in samadhi. Lu Zhou's body was suffused with a golden light. Flashes of faint blue electric arcs could be seen within the light. The light burst forth in all directions in just an instant. All the clones that touched the electric arcs were instantly swept away. The Qin Yuan did not continue to attack after she was struck by Lu Zhou's heavenly writing power and repelled by his divine mark robe. "It's indeed the divine dragon's tendon," the Qin Yuan said as her red eyes returned to normal. She waved her hand, and the 10 or so mutated bees that surrounded Lu Zhou flew back and returned to hover behind her. Lu Zhou asked, puzzled, "Do you recognize this robe?" Qin Yuan said, "The dragon tendon was from a 9-winged divine dragon. It was then refined and woven into this robe by a powerful cultivator." "Am I right?" Lu Zhou was inwardly surprised. How could he know the origin of this robe? He only knew the divine mark robe was extraordinary, but he did not know the specific details. However, outwardly, he looked at the Qin Yuan indifferently and said, "You have quite the discerning eye." The Qin Yuan imitated the gesture of humans and cupped her fists at Lu Zhou before she asked, "May I know how I should address you? I'm not familiar with human etiquette, so please forgive me." Lu Zhou replied, "My surname is Lu." "Then, may I ask?" Lu Zhou raised his hand and interjected, "I don't have the time to waste with you. You go your own way and I'll go my own way. However, if you insist on making an enemy out of me, I'll see it through until the end." Lu Zhou did not know why the Qin Yuan's attitude had suddenly eased. Hence, he was rather skeptical and guarded against the possibility of the Qin Yuan's sudden attack. After all, the Qin Yuan was comparable to a human supreme being. In comparison, he was just like an ant. If a conflict really could not be avoided, he would not hesitate to use his trump cards. The Qin Yuan's tone remained friendly, but her attitude was firm. She said, "I have a very important question." When Lu Zhou saw her determined gaze, he asked, "What is it? What's your relationship with the original owner of the robe?" The Qin Yuan asked. Lu Zhou recalled the place where he had found the divine mark robe. He had found it in the sarcophagus in the Great Qin's Emperor Emeritus Mausoleum. To be precise, the divine mark robe was in a brocade box that was placed in the sarcophagus. Regardless, he had no connection with the original owner of the robe. Based on the Qin Yuan's question, it was clear that she was very concerned about this matter. Moreover, based on her tone and attitude, it was obvious she was wary of the original owner of the divine mark robe. After thinking about it for a moment, Lu Zhou said confidently, "The divine mark robe belongs to me. Who dares to covet it?" As expected, the Qin Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. Perhaps it was because she was not human. It looked as though her eyeballs were going to pop out of her eye sockets, making her look a little frightening. At the same time, the 10 mutated bees behind her began to flap their wings in unison. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The ear-piercing sound was disturbing and unpleasant to the ears just like before. Following that, colorful butterflies flew out from the forest one after another, and strange halos appeared in the sky. At the same time, the energy from the ancient formation in Fragrant Valley began to fluctuate. Lu Zhou frowned slightly, sensing the threat from the ancient formation. Suddenly, the colorful butterflies turned black and purple as they fluttered their wings in the air, leaving behind a cloud of mist. In just a blink of an eye, the mist shrouded the area within a radius of 1,000 feet. Day turned into night, and time and space seemed to freeze. As though boosted by the bee-like fierce beasts and the ancient formation, the black and purple butterflies flew in the air toward Lu Zhou like the Grim Reaper. Whoosh! 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 Lu Zhou felt the pressure from the ancient formation and quickly mobilized his divine power. Following that, he manifested his golden Buddha's body. Buzz! 110 feet. 1,100. 10,000 feet. The golden Buddha's body continued to grow. Blue electric arcs flashed faintly and briefly on the golden Buddha's body. It easily dispelled the attacks by the black and purple butterflies. Lu Zhou nodded silently. He did not expect the other party's illusory technique and attacks would be so easily dealt with by the heavenly writing's power. Even so, he did not dare to let his guard down. After all, his opponent was an ancient saint slayer and could not be underestimated. He took advantage of this time and waved his hand. Hourglass of time. Freeze. Blue electric arcs swept out immediately, freezing the other party. The power of teleportation. Lu Zhou arrived in front of the Qin Yuan in just a blink of an eye before he said in a deep voice, "I guess you want to do things the hard way." Lu Zhou raised his hand and unleashed a palm seal. However, just as he was certain that his attack was going to land, a red light shot out from the Qin Yuan's eyes as she spat out a ball of light. Boom! The Qin Yuan's attacks collided with Lu Zhou's palm seal. Lu Zhou did not retreat but advanced. A deadly strike card appeared in his hand. He knew he could not hold back at this time. He flew over, emitting a threatening aura that he gained from the deadly strike card. He said, "As expected of an ancient saint slayer, you managed to block my palm seal." As Lu Zhou flew out, the divine power shrouded his entire body. At the same time, electric arcs flashed around his divine mark robe as his body was suffused with the saint light. Boosted by the divine power, his saint light was incredibly bright. It illuminated the entire sky above the fragrant valley, covering 100 miles. The electric arcs made him look majestic and inviolable. The Qin Yuan frowned, and its eyes were brimming with shock. She looked at the hourglass of time and the blue electric arcs before she turned to look at the other bee-like fierce beasts. Then, she cupped her hands at Lu Zhou and said, "Unholy One." Then, the Qin Yuan flashed back and withdrew her power. At the same time, the power from the ancient formation disappeared as well. Lu Zhou hovered in the air and looked down at the Qin Yuan. He asked with a frown, "What did you call me?" Qin Yuan said with bright eyes, "I'm not mistaken. You're the honorable unholy one." Lu Zhou remained silent as he thought about why such dramatic things always happened to him. Previously, it was the Lu clan back in the Black Lotus domain. At that time, Lu Qianshan had mistaken him for Lu Tiantong, the ancestor of the Lu clan. In fact, up until now, Lu Li was still convinced he was Lu Tiantong. He no longer bothered to explain himself. Now, he was mistaken as the unholy one. Moreover, this was not the first time. It started when he first met Ingo, one of the zombie kings. Then, there were signs from the heavenly writing, the scripture of sermons, the divine mark robe, the hourglass of time, and the appearance of Jiejinan. Many people, including those from the Great Void and Orthodox Path, viewed the unholy one as a powerful enemy. On the contrary, the Qin Yuan in front of Lu Zhou seemed to be in awe. Regardless, he was not in a hurry to deny it. Lu Zhou asked tonelessly, "How are you so sure I'm the unholy one?" The hourglass of time, the divine dragon tendon that the robe was woven from, and even the purple glazed ceramic belonged to the unholy one. The Qin Yuan replied, "That doesn't prove that I'm the unholy one," Lu Zhou said. "After all, items could be passed down, lost, and found." The Qin Yuan said, "Indeed, the items can change owners. However, the only person in the world who can survive the illusory formation from our Qin Yuan hive unscathed is the Lord, the unholy one." "Lord?" Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow. "My lord, you're the most revered human of our Qin Yuan hive," the Qin Yuan said. "Most revered?" Lu Zhou was perplexed. The Qin Yuan smiled. "It's normal that you, my lord, are unaware of our Qin Yuan hive. There are so many saint slayers in the world, after all. Not any saint slayers can catch your eye. My lord, it seems like you've forgotten many things." Lu Zhou nodded. "No wonder," the Qin Yuan said. Then, she looked at the sky before she continued to say, "This is the reason I didn't make a move earlier. Very few people can come here unscathed. Earlier, I ordered them to attack you because I wanted to probe you." Lu Zhou remained expressionless as he thought to himself, "That's considered probing? If I manage to block it, I'm the highly revered unholy one. If I couldn't block, I'd be a pile of bones lying on the ground." The The Qin Yuan continued to say, I didn't expect the unholy one to come to Fragrant Valley. On behalf of the Qin Yuan hive, I pay my respects to the unholy one. The Qin Yuan landed on the ground and kneeled on one knee. With that, the other Qin Yuans landed on the ground as well. Lu Zhou landed on the ground slowly. He did not let his guard down. He still held the deadly strike cards in his hand. Under normal circumstances, he did not like being mistaken for someone else and would have corrected the misunderstanding. However, this time he had no choice. After all, the other party was an ancient saint slayer. If he could use the identity of the unholy one to deal with the other party easily, then it would be great. He could also use this chance to find out more about the Qin Yuan's relationship with the unholy one. Why are you kneeling? Lu Zhou asked. The unholy one has always been one of the humans that the Qin Yuan hive reveres. In ancient times, when I was young, I saw the unholy one fight against the 4 autarchs. The clan only reveres experts, the Qin Yuan said. The 4 autarchs are experts as well. Do you revere them as well? Lu Zhou asked. Of course not, the Qin Yuan said immediately, realizing it had misspoken. At that time, the 4 autarchs attacked you for personal gains and to protect their positions. The Qin Yuan hive despises those kinds of ulterior motives. I don't think your thinking is unorthodox. On the contrary, I believe that it's a blessing to heaven and earth that you tried to create a new path of cultivation. The Qin Yuan's words were consistent with what Lu Zhou had heard about the unholy one. Then he said tonelessly, Rise! The Qin Yuan stood up along with the other Qin Yuans. Since you recognized me, I won't hide it anymore, Lu Zhou said in a dignified tone as he placed his hands on his back. I'm the unholy one. Although the Qin Yuan was an ancient saint slayer, she was still rather emotional upon hearing these words. After standing up, she bowed again. Lu Zhou continued to say with a straight face, There are many things I don't remember. Since so many people mistake me for the unholy one, I just seize the opportunity for now and deny it when I meet the supreme beings in the great void. Although strength is important, intelligence and flexibility are equally as important. To prevent the Qin Yuan from becoming suspicious, Lu Zhou thought it was best to feign memory loss. The Qin Yuan nodded and said, No wonder, but it's not important. It's our honor that the unholy one is here to visit our hive. Over the years, I've comprehended new techniques, and my appearance has also undergone changes. If you meet others, you must never reveal my identity, Lu Zhou said. Of course, the Qin Yuan said before turning to say to the others, Whoever dares to reveal this matter will be killed without mercy. The other Qin Yuans buzzed in acknowledgement. The Qin Yuan nodded in satisfaction, feeling more and more certain that the person in front of her was the unholy one. After all, the unholy one was the public enemy of the Great Void. Hence, it was necessary to conceal his identity. At this moment, Lu Zhou asked, The Qin Yuans are ancient saint slayers. Why are all of you here? The Qin Yuan sighed and said, The Qin Yuan hive was driven away by the other fierce beasts because we publicly supported the unholy one's ideology. At that time, the humans and the fierce beasts fought fiercely, and the unholy one fought fiercely with the Great Void. In the end, the Qin Yuan hive had no choice but to live in seclusion in Fragrant Valley. Support the unholy me? Lu Zhou frowned. The Qin Yuan smiled before she said, The unholy one created a new path of cultivation to break the shackles of heaven and earth with the great Tao. It could have freed humans and fierce beasts alike, bringing peace and immortality to the world. Immortality? Lu Zhou asked before he added, That's in direct conflict with the law of conservation. How can there be unchanging truths in the world? Cultivation itself is constantly breaking the various laws laid down by the heavens, the Qin Yuan said. Lu Zhou nodded. Well said. Thank you, my lord, for your praise, the Qin Yuan said. At this time, Lu Zhou remembered he had matters to attend to, so he asked, Since you agree with my ideology, do you have any objections about me cultivating here? The Qin Yuan said without any hesitation. Of course not. It's our hive's honor. If one day you decide to return to the Great Void, I hope you can help our Qin Yuan hive. All right, Lu Zhou nodded. The Qin Yuan said, My lord, I have a question. Speak. My lord, you fought against 4 people in the past. Later on, rumors about your death began to circulate. Did you master the resurrection technique? The Qin Yuan asked. Indeed, that's the case, Lu Zhou said. At the same time, he thought to himself, one needs 1,000 lies to cover up one lie. You better not ask me to help you resurrect something or someone. The Qin Yuan kneeled on one knee and said, My lord, please help me resurrect my poor daughter. As expected, Lu Zhou calmly said, The resurrection technique is really demanding. Currently, my cultivation is still recovering. The time is not right for me to resurrect others. It doesn't matter. I can afford to wait, the Qin Yuan said. Even a glimmer of hope was better than despair. After all, Lu Zhou remained expressionless as he thought to himself, I dug another big hole for myself. Finally, Lu Zhou changed the topic and asked, Apart from the Qin Yuan hive, are there other fierce beasts here? It's just us here. On the other side of the center point, there are humans. However, we, the Qin Yuan hive, don't interfere in human affairs. The Qin Yuan replied, You've never left over the past 100,000 years. That's right. We've never left Fragrant Valley. The Qin Yuan replied with a nod. Lu Zhou sighed. To think you endured loneliness for so long. It's for the sake of our survival, after all. Furthermore, Fragrant Valley is much better than the outside world. There are mountains, rivers, and the fragrance of flowers. Since the Qin Yuan hive can live on the flowers and their fragrances, this is a good place for us, the Qin Yuan said. Lu Zhou nodded. This place is indeed not bad. My lord, I have another question, the Qin Yuan said with barely contained excitement. After all, it was not easy to meet the unholy one. She was determined to make the best out of this meeting. How could she let go of such a good opportunity? Lu Zhou frowned slightly. However, he could only say, Speak. Back then, when you fought with Great Void Emperor Ming Xian. At the time, who won the battle? The Qin Yuan asked curiously. This was one of the questions many ancient cultivators were curious about. Lu Zhou did not immediately answer the ridiculous question. Instead, he looked at the Qin Yuan with a deep gaze, causing goosebumps to erupt all over her body. With that, the Qin Yuan no longer dared to continue. Her intelligence was on par with that of humans. She seemed to realize her question was disrespectful, so she hastily said, I didn't mean to offend you, my lord. I don't know why I asked such a stupid question when it's obvious that you must have one. Lu Zhou stared at the Qin Yuan unblinkingly. An idea to dispel the somewhat awkward atmosphere appeared in the Qin Yuan's mind, and she immediately asked, My lord, you said you came to Fragrant Valley because of your disciples? Lu Zhou nodded. After chatting for so long, he had forgotten about this matter. The Qin Yuan smiled and said, The Qin Yuan hive is willing to help you, my lord. You can help me? Lu Zhou asked skeptically. Of course, the Qin Yuan said confidently. The effects of the fragrances of the flowers here are created by our Qin Yuan hive. There's nothing we can do on the other side of the center point. If we cross the center point, we'll be greatly affected. We've long known there are humans in Fragrant Valley. However, no humans have reached the deepest part of the valley before. As long as it doesn't affect our hive, we don't care. If you want to train your disciple, Fragrant Valley is the best place. I'll do my best to help you, my lord. Lu Zhou was slightly surprised by the Qin Yuan's words. He did not expect the strange flowers and their equally strange fragrances were the works of the Qin Yuan hive. He thought they really resembled the insects from Earth. He asked, Apart from living off the flowers' fragrances, you also live off their nectar? The Qin Yuan nodded. That's right. I didn't expect the unholy one to also understand our great Qin Yuan hive. Lu Zhou felt slightly embarrassed on the Qin Yuan's behalf when he heard her saying the words, our great Qin Yuan hive. Nonetheless, he said without changing his expression, Then, how do you plan to help me? The Qin Yuan smiled and said, I can cross the center point with you, so I can study and understand your disciples. Then, I can use our Qin Yuan Hive's powers to create a perfect place for your disciples. Whether they're venerable masters, saints, or Dao saints, they can pass their birth trials here. Our Qin Yuan clan will help them pass their birth trials. Lu Zhou did not let his guard down. After all, the other party was an ancient saint slayer, not an ordinary fierce beast. If he let her cross the center point, the evil sky pavilion might suffer a great disaster. After a moment, he asked, "You can cross the center point?" "No, but with the help of humans I can," the Qin Yuan said. "How can I trust you?" Lu Zhou asked as he stood with his hands on his back. "Honorable Lord, please trust our Qin Yuan Hive. If we harbor any ill intentions, we're willing to be punished by you," the Qin Yuan said. How could Lu Zhou not see through the thoughts of the Qin Yuan in front of him? The Qin Yuan's thoughts were rather simple. She wanted him to resurrect her daughter and obtain his support. With that, when the Qin Yuan Hive returned to the Great Void, their status would be restored along with the Unholy One. However, the matter of him pretending to be the Unholy One would be exposed sooner or later. When that time came, would it not be troublesome since he had offended a hive of ancient saint slayers? The enemies of the evil sky pavilion were numerous and powerful. Lu Zhou did not even know how many enemies he had in the Great Void. Naturally, the more friends and allies he had, the better it would be. However, there were too many uncertainties and risks with the Qin Yuan Hive, so they were not suitable to join the evil sky pavilion. Lu Zhou was still deep in his thoughts when he heard a brief retching noise. When he looked up, he saw the Qin Yuan had spat out a life heart from her mouth. Then, she presented it to him with both hands and said, "In order to express my sincerity, please accept this, my lord." "I really don't have this intention." However, was there anyone who did not want the life heart of an ancient saint slayer? Lu Zhou coughed twice. His expression remained the same as he asked, "Is there a need for this?" "My lord, you're worthy of this. After all, the future of the Qin Yuan Hive and the hope of resurrecting my daughter lies with you." Lu Zhou was ready to extend his hand to accept the life heart. But when he heard the Qin Yuan's words, he did not move his hands. He did not think he was a kind person or a savior of the world. However, he had his own principles when doing things. He did not have a way to resurrect the Qin Yuan's daughter, so he could accept the life heart. Finally, he waved his hand and said, "Put it away." However, the Qin Yuan had made up her mind to express her sincerity. She was certain the person in front of her was the great unholy one who shook the world. After all, only the unholy one would be unmoved by her life heart. If she missed this golden opportunity, the Qin Yuan Hive would not have the chance to return to the Great Void and regain their past glories. With all these thoughts, she grew even more determined. She kneeled on one knee and presented the life heart with both hands as she said, "My lord, please accept it." Following that, the other Qin Yuans, who had taken human forms at some point, kneeled and said in unison, "My lord, please accept it." Lu Zhou frowned. "I do need the life heart, but it'll take some time for my cultivation to recover. I don't know how long before I regain my cultivation, so I can't promise you anything." "Rek," the Qin Yuan said excitedly. "I've been waiting for 100,000 years. It won't take long. With your ability, it won't take long for you to return to your peak. I can wait, and our Qin Yuan clan can wait." Lu Zhou thought about it for a moment. "Although I'm not the unholy one, I have his hourglass of time. I've also grasped his cultivation path and possess his scripture of sermons that contains the resurrection scroll." It was true that Lu Zhou could not resurrect anyone now, but it might not be the case in the future. When he was immersed in the scripture of sermons, he could feel the mysterious power that was beyond his imagination. If his cultivation and strength improved in the future, he might be able to learn the resurrection technique. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Zhou said, "Since you're so sincere, I won't stand on ceremony." After taking the life heart, he continued to say, "I'll return it to you after I use it." The Qin Yuan was overjoyed upon hearing these words. "Thank you, my lord." Lu Zhou placed the life heart into his vast sky bag. This did not escape the Qin Yuan's notice. When she saw the small brown bag, her eyes lit up immediately. She said, slightly excited, "My lord, may I ask if this is the vast sky bag? You recognize it?" Lu Zhou asked, slightly surprised. "Of course," the Qin Yuan said. "Back then, you used the bag to protect a part of the land so it would not collapse. That scene was legendary and talked about until now. How can he not be the unholy one? Sacred relics are usually compatible with their owners' souls. Once the owners die, the compatibility would damage the sacred relics as well. The compatibility between the unholy one and his items had long reached perfection. In other words, only the unholy one can use the vast sky bag." The Qin Yuan thought to herself. Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou felt slightly awkward upon hearing the Qin Yuan's words. The first part of her words was still acceptable, but the second part was just nonsense. After all, even talks of the Great Void opposing the Unholy One were taboo. Under normal circumstances, no one dared to talk about the Unholy One. Hence, how could people discuss the so-called legendary scene? "Since you're determined, you can follow me," Lu Zhou said lightly. "Thank you, my lord," the Qin Yuan said. Lu Zhou sighed inwardly. "I really can't bear to lie to you, but I have no choice. This is the first time I'm being thanked for lying. I'm really not a good person. I have to pray more in the future." The Qin Yuan turned around and gave an order to the others. Then, she alone followed Lu Zhou to the center point. When Lu Zhou arrived at the side of the center point, he could see a faint light. He glanced at it briefly before he easily crossed the line. The Qin Yuan stood on the other side of the line with an envious expression on her face. She sighed as she looked at the center point that divided the two places and said with a sigh, "Discrimination has existed since ancient times. Fierce beasts and humans could have lived in harmony, so why must we struggle against each other?" Lu Zhou said, "Don't blame those from ancient times for being heartless. Erecting the center point was just for self-protection. Humans live in the world like how the fierce beasts live in the jungle. Similar to the outside world, the jungle is fraught with danger as well. The law of the jungle isn't a joke, after all." The Qin Yuan acquiesced and said, "I was thinking too much." Lu Zhou said, "If you want to follow me, you can no longer refer to me as the Unholy One." The Qin Yuan thought to herself, "The world is in chaos. Since the Unholy One has yet to recover his cultivation, it's right to conceal his strength and identity." Then, she did not hesitate to say, "All right." Lu Zhou pushed his hand out, and a faint energy surged toward the center point. As expected, the energy opened up, forming an arched entrance. With that, the Qin Yuan crossed over to the other side. After landing, she said, "Thank you, Unholy. How should I address you?" "Pavilion Master Lu." "I understand." Lu Zhou turned around and flew in the direction of the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion with the Qin Yuan in tow. In the afternoon, it was not very bright. On the huge circular platform, the disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion and the disciples of the Autumn Dew Mountain were sparring. The outcome was not surprising at all. Hua Yin shook his head and sighed. "We're no match for them at all." "I admit defeat," Zhou Guang said. The other disciples from the Autumn Dew Mountain admitted defeat as well. They had already sparred with their counterparts from the Evil Sky Pavilion and had yet to win once. This was especially true when faced with Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong. They did not stand much of a chance of winning at all. "Master is back?" Little Yuaner exclaimed as she looked into the distance and saw Lu Zhou flying back with an old woman. "Who's that?" "I don't know," Zhu Honggong said as he shook his head. Then, he scratched his head as he continued to say, "Is it possible that she's someone whom Master is interested in?" Everyone turned to look at Zhu Honggong in unison, as though he had grown another head. Their eyes were filled with questions. Upon seeing this, Zhu Honggong muttered, I was just guessing. Master was old in the past, but now he's getting younger and younger. It's normal for him to think about women. However, this woman is a little old. Master's wife should be younger and prettier if you ask me." "Old eighth." Zhu Honggong turned around and asked, "Yes, eldest senior brother?" "Neil." Yu Zhenghai's voice was dignified when he spoke. Ah, Master's not here, but you're making up stories about Master. Is your skin itching again? Yu Zhenghai said. These words were reasonable, but who knew what was going on in his mind that he actually added? However, I do think your words make sense. Thud. Zhu Honggong did not care about anything and kneeled first. Greetings, Master. In just a blink of an eye, Lu Zhou and the Qin Yuan had already landed in front of everyone. Pavilion Master. After the disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion greeted Lu Zhou, the elders, guardians, the left and right envoys, and the others bowed and greeted Lu Zhou. The disciples of Autumn Dew Mountain cupped their fists together at Lu Zhou one after another. The Qin Yuan nodded and was filled with admiration. No matter what, the Unholy One always had a large number of followers. Master, this is... Zhu Honggong asked with a smile after he raised his head. Before Lu Zhou could reply, don't ask. In any case, she can't be Master's wife, little Yuaner said. She felt that the woman in front of them was too old to be their Master's wife. Lu Zhou frowned. Master's wife. Smack. Zhu Honggong slapped his mouth before he said, I was wrong. Upon seeing this, the Qin Yuan bowed and said, so it's the unholy. The Pavilion Master's disciples. I'm not worthy. Then, the Qin Yuan looked at the young people in front of her. All of them seemed rather talented. Yu Zhenghai. Your orders, Master? Yu Zhenghai asked. Let her get to know your fellow disciples, Lu Zhou said. Understood. With this, they wondered if the old woman was a newcomer in the Evil Sky Pavilion. At this time, Meng Chongdong stepped forward and said, Let me do it. Then, Meng Chongdong cupped his fists together at the Qin Yuan and said, I'm Meng Chongdong, one of the guardians of the Evil Sky Pavilion. May I know your name? The Qin Yuan fell deep into her thoughts. The people in front of her were the subordinates of the Unholy One. This meant that they were all valiant warriors. The scenes of the Unholy One crushing those from the Great Void replayed in her mind as well. After a brief moment, she seriously replied, I'm the ancient Qin Yuan. The ancient Qin Yuan? Meng Chongdong did not react for a moment. Swoosh. On the contrary, Kong Wan, his brothers, and the others retreated 1,000 feet before looking at the Qin Yuan warily. The Qin Yuan can take human form. She's an ancient saint slayer, Kong Wan said. Upon hearing these words, the disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion retreated immediately. Even Zhu Honggong, who was kneeling, shivered before he scrambled to retreat 1,000 feet. All of them looked as though they were facing a great enemy. Master, she's an ancient saint slayer. After you spoke to Brother Kong Wan earlier, he had confirmed this with Saint Chun, Zhu Honggong said. The disciples of the Autumn Dew Mountain were sweating profusely as they looked at the ancient saint slayer nervously. The Qin Yuan looked at the crowd in confusion. She thought that there was a misunderstanding because she did not explain her relationship with the Unholy One. However, before the Qin Yuan could explain herself, move aside. Chun Fu, who was shining with the saint light, flew over. At the same time, a palm seal, which carried the full strength of a saint, descended from the sky. It was imbued with the law of space and arrived in front of the Qin Yuan in just a blink of an eye. The Qin Yuan frowned as she raised her hand and unleashed an orb of light. Boom! The orb of light collided with the palm seal. In just a moment, the palm seal was destroyed by the orb of light. So powerful! The disciples of the Autumn Dew Mountain were stunned. Indeed, the Qin Yuan was worthy of being an ancient saint slayer. The other party only used one move to destroy a great saint's attack. At this moment, Lu Zhou said tonelessly, Stop! Chun Fu landed on the ground and looked at the Qin Yuan as he said to Lu Zhou, Brother Lu, you've been deceived by her. She's a Qin Yuan in human form. As it turns out, it's like this. I really didn't expect the Qin Yuans to be hiding in the depths of Fragrant Valley. The Qin Yuan frowned. Brother Lu, what an ignorant human. He dares to address the Unholy One as Brother Lu. At this moment, the Qin Yuan's impression of Chun Fu plummeted. Chun Fu said again, Quickly move further away. I'll make her reveal her true form. No need, Lu Zhou said as he shook his head. I know she's from the Qin Yuan Hive. 1111. Everyone was stunned. You know she's from the Qin Yuan Hive, but you're still so close to her? Everyone was puzzled. Chen Fu said, humans and fierce beasts have always been incompatible with each other. We have to be wary of her. Upon hearing this, the Qin Yuan said with a smile, I know you. In the past, you're the cultivator who passed the birth trial to become a saint in the depths of Fragrant Valley. I didn't expect that after so many years you're still a saint. Is this the extent of your talent? The Qin Yuan asked. Chen Fu's expression turned slightly awkward. Lu Zhou said, the Qin Yuan Hive has promised me to help my disciples pass the birth trial to become venerable masters and saints. Another shocking statement resounded in the air. Chen Fu mustered up his courage before he pulled Lu Zhou back. Then, he said in a low voice, she's an ancient saint slayer. She won't help you for no reason. Listen to my advice. Don't believe her. I believe her. Don't worry, Lu Zhou said. But, Chen Fu sighed. The Qin Yuan said, it's nothing. You must be wondering why an ancient saint slayer is willing to help the humans for no reason. The answer is very simple. I'm happy and willing to help. Even a 3-year-old won't believe this. Everyone looked at each other, filled with distrust. After all, there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Lu Zhou thought about it for a moment before he said, there's no need for questions. All you need to know is that she'll help you. Lu Zhou could not tell the others he had managed this feat by lying. After all, he still had to maintain his image and dignity. Understood. Everyone bowed. The Qin Yuan nodded in satisfaction before she pointed at Meng Changdong and said, you can start with the introductions now. Meng Changdong was slightly apprehensive as he looked at Yu Zhenghai and said, Mr. First. Yu Zhenghai said tonelessly, it's better for you to handle this. I still have many matters to attend to. Then, without waiting for a reply, Yu Zhenghai flew into the sky. Eldest senior brother, don't leave. Our sparring session isn't over yet, Yu Shangrong said as he flew into the sky as well. Then, Ming Shiyin rose into the sky on Qiong Qi's back after he said, I'll go and have a look to see who wins the sparring session. In the end, Meng Changdong had no choice but to steel his nerves before he walked over to the Qin Yuan and began to introduce the 10 disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion to the Qin Yuan. The Qin Yuan nodded, filled with admiration, when Meng Changdong spoke about Yu Zhenghai, Yu Shangrong, Duan Mushang, Ming Shiyin, Zhao Yu, and Yi Tianxin. When Meng Changdong reached Si Wuya, the 7th disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion, he said tactfully, Mr. 7th is the smartest person in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Alas, the heavens are jealous of talented people. He's passed away. Passed away? The Qin Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Even the unholy, even Pavilion Master Lu can't do anything about it. Meng Changdong shook his head. The Qin Yuan frowned in disappointment. He can't do anything? Pavilion Master Lu searched for the resurrection scroll because of this matter. However, nothing could be done about it, Meng Changdong said with a sigh. The resurrection scroll, the Qin Yuan muttered under her breath. Then she thought to herself, ever since the unholy one disappeared, he must have suffered a lot. After all, he couldn't even save his disciple. No wonder he refused to accept my life heart earlier. As it turns out, he didn't want to break his promise to me. This matter is a taboo. Don't mention it in front of the Pavilion Master in the future, Meng Changdong said. Thank you for the reminder, the Qin Yuan said with a nod. Meng Changdong continued with the introductions. When the Qin Yuan heard about Zhu Honggong, she frowned and said, this person is talented, but his appearance and image aren't quite right. In the Evil Sky Pavilion, you can't judge people by their appearances, Meng Changdong said. You're right. Please continue, the Qin Yuan said. As for the remaining 2 little ancestors, Meng Changdong pointed at little Yuaner and Conk before he launched into a full speech. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou had been observing from the side for a long time. After confirming the Qin Yuan did not harbor killing intent, he brought Chun Fu with him and left. After all, if the Qin Yuan harbored ill intentions, she would have made a move by now. In the ancient building, Chun Fu asked, "Brother Liu, how did you make the Qin Yuan submit?" "She's an ancient saint slayer," Lu Zhou said with a straight face. "I'm very powerful after all. Even an ancient saint slayer has to submit to me." Lu Zhou had to continue using 10,000 lies to cover up one lie. "It's just that." Chun Fu felt slightly uncomfortable. Lu Zhou changed the topic and asked, "How's the situation in Great Han?" Hua Yin went to have a look, and he said the situation isn't optimistic. The Great Void has indeed sent their people. The two venerable masters of Great Han, Wei Chang and Su Bi, are heavily injured. Chun Fu replied with a sigh. "Who is he?" Lu Zhou had previously speculated that the newcomer was not from the Great Void. It did not make sense for the Great Void to suddenly send people to take down Great Han. Chun Fu said, "We don't know his name. We only know he's from the Great Void and has an extremely powerful cultivation. It's likely that he's a Dao saint." "A Dao saint?" Lu Zhou asked. "Li Chun?" "No, it can't be him. Hua Yin knows Li Chun since Li Chun had visited a few times in the past. Moreover, Li Chun had seen the White Emperor's token previously, so he wouldn't dare to act so boldly," Chun Fu said. At this time, Chun Fu felt movements from one of his talismans. He brought the talisman out and ignited it. Hua Yin's projection appeared immediately. "Master, Senior Liu," Hua Yin said with a bow. "The other party's objective is rather obvious. It seemed like it wasn't his goal to kill. It seemed like he's looking for someone." "Who?" Chun Fu asked. "I have a portrait," Hua Yin said before bringing out a scroll. When Lu Zhou and Chun Fu looked over, they saw a portrait of Little Yuaner. Upon seeing the portrait, Chun Fu said in confusion, "Isn't that the little girl?" Hua Yin said, "This is what I heard after secretly asking around. Senior Liu, you've met our Great Han's venerable masters, Wei Chang and Su Bi, who guard the eastern and western capitals respectively. Their strength and cultivation aren't low, so it can be seen that the other party is quite strong. I heard that the other party is using various forces in Great Han to investigate Miss C's whereabouts. I only managed to find out about this after using the connections I have in Great Han." "How dare they have designs on my disciple?" Lu Zhou said, clearly displeased. For a moment, Chun Fu did not know how to react. Their opponent was an expert from the Great Void, after all. Finally, he said, "The Great Void has been searching for talents all over the 9 domains. It's normal that they're looking for the little girl since she's so talented. Did she come in contact with anyone in the Great Void previously?" Lu Zhou thought about it for a moment. Little Yuaner's talent was no secret in the Evil Sky Pavilion, and she has always been the object of everyone's envy. The only time word of her talent might have leaked could only be the time when they were at the Great Abyss Land's Pillar of Destruction. Coincidentally, those at the Great Abyss Land had a mutually beneficial relationship with the Great Void. Lu Zhou thought about how he had killed Hong Jian. It was likely that the Feather Tribe wanted to borrow another person's hand to seek revenge from him. Finally, Lu Zhou said with a scoff, "The Feather Tribe from the Great Abyss Land." Chun Fu said with a solemn expression, "If it's really the Great Abyss Land's Feather Tribe, then it'll be troublesome. The overall strength of the Feather Tribe is quite high. The tribe is recognized by the Great Void, and they protect the Pillar of Destruction at the Great Abyss Land. Moreover, Emperor Yu of the Feather Tribe is not any weaker than a supreme being. Apart from that, there are many powerful fierce beasts guarding the Great Abyss Land." Hua Yin nodded and said, "Master is right. Senior Liu, it's best if you hide in Fragrant Valley. I'll continue keeping an eye on the situation outside." Although Lu Zhou knew Hua Yin was being helpful, he thought Hua Yin's words sounded wrong. It was as though he was a cowardly turtle. Since he was truly not afraid, he said righteously, "Great Han is in danger now. The Feather Tribesmen are fierce beasts, not humans. They had no humanity. Who knows if they'd go on a killing spree in a fit of rage. How can I just sit at the side and do nothing?" Hua Yin was greatly moved by these words. If it were him, he would have hidden in Fragrant Valley and not come out. Finally, he said, "Senior Lu is truly kind. You're truly a role model for all of us." Lu Zhou flicked his sleeve and said nonchalantly, "This matter was originally caused by me. It's only natural that I have to step forward." Ever since the incident with Hong Jian, Lu Zhou had made an effort to remember Elder Mingda. He would be doing himself a disservice if he did not seek revenge from Elder Mingda. As for Hua Yin, since Hua Yin insisted on labeling him as a good guy, there was no harm in accepting it. "Brother Lu, are you going to make a move?" Chen Fu asked. Lu Zhou nodded. "Since that's the case, I'll let Hua Yin, Zhou Guang, and those bunch of good-for-nothing disciples assist you." "Forget it. Bringing them with me will only drag me down. I'll pick them myself," Lu Zhou said before he vanished into thin air. As soon as Lu Zhou reappeared on the circular platform, the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion rushed over before bowing and greeting him. He did not waste time and told them about Great Han's crisis. However, he did not disclose Little Yuaner's matter. Everyone was furious after listening to Lu Zhou. It must be those from the Great Abyss Land. How despicable. Those birdmen tried to gain an advantage and ended up worse off. And now, they're trying to use another person to deal with us. Duanmu Shang scolded. The Qin Yuan, who was with the disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion, frowned in confusion upon hearing these words. The Great Abyss Land dares to target the unholy, the Pavilion Master. By now, it was clear to Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng that the Qin Yuan was a fanatic fan of Lu Zhou. Her every word and action were filled with reverence for Lu Zhou. Based on her words, it was clear that those from Great Abyss Land were mere ants compared to Lu Zhou. She was truly an example of a blindly loyal fan. The people from the Great Void are too much. Do they think we're so easy to bully? Why do they think Master will appear in Great Yen? Ming Shirin said, "If I were them, I would have gone to Great Yen and waited at the Evil Sky Pavilion instead. It's just like what St. Chen's attendant did. It doesn't matter if I have to wait for 20 or 100 years. Only a fool would fall for their grand display." "Old Fourth," Lu Zhou called out. "Yes, Master. Among all my disciples, you're most level-headed. I plan to go to Great Han to investigate. You'll come with me," Lu Zhou said. "Ah!" Ming Shirin was stunned. Everyone tried their best to hold back their laughter. Little Yuaner raised her hand and said excitedly, Master, I'll go with you. You stay in Fragrant Valley and cultivate well," Lu Zhou said. "Their target is you. Even if your master's strength is outstanding, I can't risk sending you to your death." Then, Lu Zhou swept his gaze across the others and asked, "Who else is willing to go with me?" Everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion bowed in unison as they said, "We're willing to follow the Pavilion Master through fire and water." "It's not convenient to bring so many people with me," Lu Zhou said. He only planned to bring a few people like Qin Naihe. Ming Shirin was also a good choice since he was rather stable. There were too many people in the Evil Sky Pavilion, so it was rather hard to choose. As the Pavilion Master of the Evil Sky Pavilion, he had to be fair and could not be biased. At this time, the Qin Yuan said with a smile, "I'm willing to follow Pavilion Master Lu." In fact, the Qin Yuan had wanted to see the changes in the outside world a long time ago. She had resisted the urge again and again over the years. Now that she had the Unholy One by her side, how could she let go of such a good opportunity? If she did not seize this opportunity, she would be letting herself down. "You want to come with me?" Lu Zhou asked, puzzled. The Qin Yuan bowed and said, "Pavilion Master Lu, don't worry. The other side of the center point in Fragrant Valley is a natural place for passing the birth trials. As long as the Qin Yuan hive doesn't make any changes, which they won't, it won't be a problem for them to pass their birth trials there." Lu Zhou nodded. It would naturally be more advantageous if he had an ancient saint slayer following him. The Qin Yuan continued to say, "There's no need for the others to go. I've already gained an understanding of Pavilion Master Lu's disciples. Most of them have already become venerable masters, and a few of them are close to becoming saints. Leaving this place will only delay their cultivation." "Close to becoming saints?" Lu Zhou was slightly surprised. I'm their masters, and I didn't even sense these changes. The Qin Yuan spread her arms and sighed. The only person I can't understand is this little girl. Her upper limit has been opened, and her cultivation doesn't follow the logical flow of things. Moreover, at this time Mingshi interjected, Senior, let's not talk about this. Master knows about this better than you do. It's better to leave as soon as possible. After all, Great Han is still waiting for us to save it. The Qin Yuan nodded. All right. The Qin Yuan truly could not wait to go outside to have a look. Lu Zhou clasped his hands on his back and said, All of you cultivate well in Fragrant Valley. Farewell, Pavilion Master. Farewell, Master. Lu Zhou's movements were as light as a swallow as he flew toward the entrance of Fragrant Valley. Mingshi, Qiongqi, and the Qin Yuan followed after him. In just a blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizons. At this time, Yu Shangrong, whose eyes were trained on the horizons, said, As expected of an ancient saint slayer, she could sense that my cultivation is profound. Yu Zhanghai could not endure it and said, Second senior brother, how do you know she was referring to you? Yu Shangrong smiled before he replied, Well, I'm about to sprout my 14th leaf after all. Everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion was amazed when they heard Yu Shangrong's words. Those who had severed their lotuses were not only amazed, but they felt embarrassed and inferior. The difference was too great after all. Yu Zhanghai said, A slight difference is like 1,000 miles. About to means nothing. Clank. At this moment, Duan Mushang stabbed the overlord's spear into the ground before he raised it again. Upon seeing this, Zhu Honggong clapped his hands and said, Third senior brother is so domineering. He's going to challenge eldest senior brother and second senior brother. Everyone turned to look at Duan Mushang in unison. Duan Mushang pointed at the overlord spears at the 4 elders and said, Elders, please advise me. The 4 elders. After Lu Zhou, Mingshi, and the Qin Yuan walked out of Fragrant Valley, the Qin Yuan was attracted by the dark sky and the fierce beasts flying back and forth. Then, she said with a frown, Imbalance. That's right. The 9 domains and the unknown land have been out of balance for more than 100 years. Not only did it not get better, but it has also worsened. No one knows why, Mingshi said. The Qin Yuan said worriedly, If the sky collapses, the land will collapse as well. Is it impossible for the Qin Yuan hive to avoid this disaster? Lu Zhou looked at the Qin Yuan, feeling speechless. This was an example of someone worrying over nothing. Finally, he said tonelessly, It's a blessing, not a disaster. It's not something to be avoided. Pavilion Master Lu is right, the Qin Yuan said with a nod. Inwardly, she thought to herself, since the Unholy One managed to come back to life after the land split in ancient times, and he also possesses many sacred relics, saving the Qin Yuan hive won't be a problem. With this thought in mind, the Qin Yuan's mood eased. A day later, in Luoyang, the western capital, the usually bustling streets carried an air of desolation. People were in a hurry, and many peddlers were not in business. Cultivators could be seen in the sky occasionally, clearly disregarding the no-flying rule. This is a human city? Qin Yuan asked, somewhat unaccustomed to it. Mingshi nodded. Yes, it is. Lu Zhou raised his head and looked at the sky. When he saw a large number of cultivators flying in the same direction, he said, Follow them and have a look at what's happening. Yes. Lu Zhou took the lead and flew toward the north of the western capital. The trio flew at a high speed, and in just a blink of an eye, they caught up with several cultivators. Mingshi took the lead and asked a cultivator, Where are you going? The cultivator looked at Mingshi strangely before he asked, You don't know? No. After Saint Chen left, the Great Void sent people here to look for a little girl. We want to find that girl quickly so we can send those people away, the cultivator said. So that's what you're doing now? Mingshi asked. The cultivator said impatiently, You're unmarked, right? Don't gloat over others' misfortune. Stay away from us. Mingshi rolled his eyes and said, I understand. You've been marked by the Great Void and have to help them. You can't escape, am I right? Get out of my way, the cultivator said angrily now that Mingshi poured salt on his wound. Mingshi said, undeterred, I'm not leaving. I'm here to save all of you. Who are they and where are they? The cultivator grew even more furious upon hearing Mingshi words. He was already badly bullied by the cultivators from the Great Void. How could he contain his anger now that even a random person came to bully him? The cultivator sneered. Just you alone? No. There's my master and this senior, Mingshi said. The cultivator looked at Lu Zhou and the Qin Yuan skeptically before he said with a sigh, I advise all of you not to blindly get involved. Stay as far away as you can. Even if Saint Chun were here, he still wouldn't be able to do anything. It seems like Great Han won't be able to avoid this calamity. Well, I've tried talking to you. Since you don't believe me, I can only show you, Mingshi said. Swoosh. Mingshi moved at lightning speed. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the cultivator. Then he pushed his hand out, unleashing a palm seal as big as a mountain. The cultivator, caught off guard, had no time to react at all and could only watch as the attack landed on him. Bang! The cultivator plummeted from the sky. Mingshi dove and grabbed the cultivator by his collar before flying back up into the air. Then he asked, Who are those people? Where are they? Don't hit me, don't hit me. I'll tell you everything I know. They claim to be from the Great Void. All of them are very strong. One of them even claimed to be a Tao saint, the cultivator said, sweating profusely as he tried to endure the pain. When Mingshi glanced at Lu Zhou and the Qin Yuan, he discovered Lu Zhou was frowning slightly. Hence, he hurriedly explained, Master, if I don't hit him, he won't be honest. Sometimes, this kind of old-fashioned method is quite useful. Lu Zhou ignored Mingshi and looked at the beaten cultivator as he asked, What evidence do you have to prove there from the Great Void? The cultivator said nervously, They said so themselves. The question was quite useless, so Lu Zhou asked again, Where are you going? Also, the northern city in Luoyang. They're using the northern city as their base. I'm also innocent. Please let me go, the cultivator said. Mingshi said, Master, we'll know once we have a look. All right. Mingshi kicked the cultivator's butt and sent him flying. The cultivator was frightened out of his wits. He waited until Lu Zhou, Mingshi, and the Qin Yuan flew away before he continued flying toward the northern city. North of Luoyang, many cultivators were hovering in the sky. This was the most imposing place in Luoyang. The palace here was the embodiment of the royal family's might. Lu Zhou, the Qin Yuan, and Mingshi appeared near the palace. When they saw the cultivators that filled the sky, they revealed puzzled expressions on their faces. At this time, 2 white-clad cultivators flew out of the palace like shooting stars toward the cultivators in the sky. Bang! Bang! 2 cultivators were instantly injured and spat out blood as they plummeted to the ground. Following that, the 2 white-clad cultivators hovered in the air, one on the left and the other on the right, as they looked at the other cultivators. A bunch of trash. You can't even find one person. Let me tell you, my patience is limited. If you can't find the person, we'll kill 2 people every day. Don't bother trying to escape. You've already been marked. Even if you run to the end of the earth, we'll still be able to find you, one of the white-clad cultivators said. The expressions of the other cultivators turned unsightly upon hearing these words. The Qin Yuan wanted to attack, but Lu Zhou stopped her and said, Let's have a look at who the other party is first. The Qin Yuan nodded. Pavilion Master Luis right. After all, if they were to encounter a supreme being from the Great Void, they would have to turn around and run. They could not afford to act recklessly. The white-clad cultivator continued to say, I'll give you another 3 days. If you still can't find that girl, we'll kill 5 people every day. At this time, a cultivator standing at the back suddenly raised his and said, I have a clue. The white-clad cultivator frowned. If you have a clue, why didn't you say so earlier? This. The white-clad cultivator struck with his palm immediately, unleashing a black palm seal. They were dressed like angels but acted like devils. Bang! The palm seal landed directly on the cultivator. He let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying 100 meters back. When he managed to stabilize his footing, he said, "Someone saw her at the Autumn Dew Mountain. Autumn Dew Mountain belongs to Saint Chun. He and his disciples aren't here. Do you know where they went?" The white-clad cultivator asked. "I don't know. However, the girl is a Golden Lotus expert. She seems to be from the Golden Lotus domain." As soon as his voice fell, another cultivator roared, "Nonsense! How can she be a Golden Lotus expert?" The white-clad cultivator's gaze was piercing as he watched this exchange. Then he raised his hand. A stream of black energy shot out like a dragon. Swoosh! The energy twined around the second cultivator's neck and pulled him out. The white-clad cultivator looked at the second cultivator disdainfully as he asked, "How do you know she's not a Golden Lotus cultivator?" The Twin Lotus domain has never interacted with the other domains. How's it possible for a Golden Lotus cultivator to be here?" The cultivator's face and ears turned red. "What's your name?" My name is Yen Mu." Upon hearing this name, Lu Zhou frowned slightly. The name sounded familiar, but he could not recall where or when he had met that person. Hence, he subtly moved closer to another cultivator and asked in a low voice, "Who's he?" The person turned to look at Lu Zhou, Mingshi Yin, and the Qin Yuan before he replied in a hushed voice, "He's the sect master of the Sunset Sect. He seems to have some connections with Saint Chun." With this, Lu Zhou finally remembered Yen Mu. When he first came to the Twin Lotus domain, it was Yen Mu who had led him to Chun Fu. At this time, the white-clad cultivator stared at Yen Mu intently. Yen Mu looked incredibly ill at ease at this moment. He averted his eyes. The white-clad cultivator finally said, "Why are you looking away? It seems like you know that girl." No, I don't," Yen Mu protested. "Then, how are you so sure she's not from the Golden Lotus domain?" I was just talking nonsense." Bang! A palm seal sent Yen Mu flying back a few hundred years, causing him to spit out blood. The white-clad cultivator said, "The Great Void has always been like this when doing things. I've already given you a chance. Don't be ungrateful." Then, he swept his gaze across everyone before he continued to say, "You'll be rewarded for finding this girl. If you can't find her, you can only die. Don't expect the Great Void to pity ants. No, in the Great Void's eyes, you're not even as good as ants." After a pause, the white-clad cultivator looked at the cultivator who had spoken up earlier and asked, "Are you sure she's from the Golden Lotus domain?" "I'm sure." The cultivator bowed and said, "My lord, I have a friend who's an outer disciple of the Autumn Dew Mountain. He saw the girl wielding a red sash with his own eyes. Moreover, she's an expert with 20 birth charts." The white-clad cultivator's eyes lit up upon hearing these words. "Very good. Ever since Saint Chen left, no one has seen them. I have a suggestion," the cultivator said. "Speak." "My lord, why don't you look for her in the Golden Lotus domain?" the cultivator asked. Mingshi Yin, "This is too much." At this time, Yen Mu struggled and said in a raised voice, "My lord, don't believe him. She's clearly not from the Golden Lotus domain. Don't be deceived by him. You're talking nonsense. My friend saw it with his own eyes." "You're the one who's talking nonsense. How could a Golden Lotus cultivator appear in our Twin Lotus domain?" Yen Mu retorted. "The girl is not just a Golden Lotus cultivator, but she's also the disciple of the Pavilion Master of the Evil Sky Pavilion. She's ranked 9th among the disciples, and she's also the most talented among all his disciples. If I'm not mistaken, she has the Great Void Seed," the cultivator said. The entire place fell silent immediately. Even Yen Mu was stunned. At this time, the cultivators of Great Han finally understood why the Great Void was going to such great lengths to find a little girl. The white-clad cultivator asked, "Are you sure?" "I'm not sure. I hope you'll forgive me. However, this is the only possible explanation," the cultivator said timidly. Yan Mu did not give up. He said, refuting those words. It's because she has an outstanding master. It's not because of the great void seed. Shut up. Palm seal shot toward Yan Mu again. It was very powerful and clearly meant to take Yan Mu's life. Yan Mu's eyes widened as he stared at the incoming palm seal. With his strength, he knew he was no match for the venerable masters in front of him. He seemed frozen at this moment. It's over. Everyone sighed. Some covered their eyes and some shook their heads. However, all of them thought that Yan Mu was too stupid. Why did he refute those words so vehemently? Yan Mu closed his eyes in resignation when the palm seal was about to land. Bang! The sound of energy seals colliding rang in the air. Yan Mu did not open his eyes. He thought to himself, is this what death feels like? It's not very painful. No, I don't feel anything at all. Is it because the other party is too powerful that I died without any pain? When Yan Mu finally opened his eyes, he saw a majestic figure in front of him. His eyes widened as he exclaimed in shock, Senior. Needless to say, the person in front of Yan Mu was Lu Zhou. After blocking the palm seal, Lu Zhou placed his hands on his back. He looked at the two white-clad cultivators and asked indifferently, You're from the Great Void? The two white-clad cultivators were naturally displeased by the sudden interruption. Their expressions darkened immediately. One of them asked, Who are you? Answer my question, Lu Zhou said. Meanwhile, the cultivators from Great Han looked at Lu Zhou, who had suddenly appeared, in shock. All of them thought he was too bold to stand up against the people of the Great Void. They wondered if he had a death wish. Another ignorant person. One of the white-clad cultivators said with a frown before he unleashed two orbs of light at Lu Zhou. When the orbs of light were a foot in front of Lu Zhou, they suddenly disappeared. His divine mark robe only rustled slightly when it repelled the orb of light. The Qin Yuan, who was watching this, nodded slightly. As expected of the Pavilion Master Lu, the reverence that was deeply etched in the Qin Yuan's bones could not be easily removed. She had almost said the wrong words again when she was in awe. At this moment, Mingxirin smiled and asked, You have good taste. Are you interested in joining the Evil Sky Pavilion? Mingxirin was naturally eager for the Qin Yuan to join the Evil Sky Pavilion. The addition of an ancient saint slayer would be a great help to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Since the other party was an ancient saint slayer, it was inevitable that the other party would be slightly arrogant. Hence, he was willing to flatter her a little. He could not allow this ancient saint slayer to run away after all. However, contrary to Mingxir's expectations, the Qin Yuan pointed to herself and asked hesitantly, Me? Am I worthy? Mingxirin said, Of course. That's great. If it's possible, please put in a few good words for me in front of Pavilion Master Lu, the Qin Yuan said excitedly. Mingxirin felt truly speechless. After a while he asked, Aren't you going to put on any airs at all? Put on airs? The Qin Yuan was puzzled. She shook her head and said, In front of Pavilion Master Lu, it'd be a joke to put on airs. Mingxirin. At this time, the white-clad cultivator pointed at Lu Zhou and said, Take him down. Before anyone had time to react, Lu Zhou flew over to the two white-clad cultivators at lightning speed. At the same time, his body was suffused with a faint light. Flawed perfection. Lu Zhou tore through space. One moment he was in front of Yan Mu, and in the next moment he was in front of the white-clad cultivators. Upon seeing this, the cultivators of Great Han cried out in unison, He's a saint! As soon as the saint light shone from Lu Zhou's body, the two flawed perfections had already arrived in front of the two white-clad cultivators. The attacks had arrived so quickly that they could only unfurl their wings to defend themselves. The Qin Yuan frowned immediately. The Feather Tribe. Boom! Boom! The two feather tribesmen were sent flying immediately. Lu Zhou stood in the air with his hands on his back and said, So it's the Feather Tribe. The Great Han's cultivators were confused and shocked by the appearance of the wings. One of the feather tribesmen looked at Lu Zhou, slightly surprised, and asked, Who are you? Why do you interfere in the great void's matters? Why didn't your feather tribe guard the pillar of destruction in the great abyss land properly instead of coming here and masquerading as those from the great void? Lu Zhou asked in a dark tone. The feather tribe stayed in the great abyss land all year round and rarely left. Even if they left to carry out missions with the strength of cultivators in the 9 domains, they would not be forced to reveal their wings. Apart from that, most of the population in the 9 domains were unaware of the existence of the feather tribe. In ancient times, humans and fierce beasts were indistinguishable. There were many cultivators who were a hybrid of humans and fierce beasts. There were the mermaids that were half human and half fish, for example. Then, there were those ancient deities that were half snake and half human, but they were rarely seen and had only appeared in ancient books. Those who saw them were few and far in between. It was not surprising that the great Han's cultivators were dumbfounded when they saw the 2 feather tribesmen. Meanwhile, the 2 feather tribesmen looked at Lu Zhou in shock. After all, very few experts could stand up to them. In all of the 9 domains, perhaps only Chen Fu was capable of such a feat. However, Chen Fu was not here, and the person in front of them was clearly not Chen Fu. Finally, one of the feather tribesmen pointed at Lu Zhou and asked again with a frown, "Who are you?" Lu Zhou looked at the 2 feather tribesmen before he looked at the palace in the northern city and said, "Elder Mingda, are you looking for me?" Lu Zhou's voice swept out like a wave. The palace was silent. There was no response. Suddenly, 10 feather tribesmen flew out of the palace. Including the 2 feather tribesmen, there were now 12 feather tribesmen. At this time, Yen Mu, who had finally regained his senses, exclaimed excitedly, "Senior Lu, you're finally here." Lu Zhou turned to Yen Mu and said, "You're just the sect master of Sunset Sect. And yet, you dare to stand out. Aren't you afraid of death?" Yen Mu said honestly, "Senior, you've done the Sunset Sect a great favor in the past. Hence, I'll help you as much as I can." "Very good," Lu Zhou said before he pushed his hand out, casting the power of healing. Yen Mu was in awe as he watched Lu Zhou's power of healing magically heal all his injuries. Then, when he recalled Lu Zhou's saint light, he grew excited again. Then, he mustered up his courage and said, "Senior, the leader of these birdmen is very terrifying. He's not easy to deal with." Lu Zhou nodded. "That's why I personally came." Yen Mu. Although Yen Mu was amazed that Lu Zhou was now a saint, he still knew a saint could not compare to a Dao saint. Yen Mu was still feeling conflicted when the 12 feather tribesmen flashed and appeared in 12 directions according to the 12 earthly branches. Then, they unfurled their wings as the lights on their bodies connected with each other. Upon seeing this, the Qin Yuan exclaimed, "The 12 zodiacs grand formation. What kind of formation is this?" Mingshi Yin asked curiously. "It's an ancient formation that needs 12 cultivators with the same cultivation bases and the same number of birth charts. The 12 of them would be linked and form a temporary spatial formation. They're invincible in the formation," the Qin Yuan said. Invincible. Mingshi Yin always felt skeptical when he heard exaggerative words such as invincible. The Qin Yuan said, "Of course, it's nothing in front of Pavilion Master Lu." Mingshi Yin looked at the Qin Yuan suspiciously before he moved closer and asked in a hushed voice, "I have a question for you. Let's just keep it between us. Why do you admire my master so much?" The Qin Yuan sized Mingshi Yin up. Then, she looked at Mingshi Yin sympathetically as she thought to herself, "What a pitiful child. He doesn't even know his master's true identity. No wonder he'd ask such a question. However, since the Unholy One has said that we have to keep his identity a secret, I'll naturally have to cooperate." With that thought in mind, the Qin Yuan said tonelessly, "It's like this. I have a mutual understanding with Pavilion Master Lu. Moreover, the moment I saw him, I knew that he's an extraordinary figure. It's difficult for people to find the Qin Yuan hive in Fragrant Valley, but he found us. Moreover, there's only one person who can survive the Qin Yuan hive's attack, and that person is none other than Pavilion Master Lu." Mingshi Yin scratched his head and said, "I feel you'll get along very well with Xianxia. the abbot of the Red Lotus Domain's Thousand Willow Monastery. I'll introduce you to him in the future. Xianxia? Regardless of who he is, I'm certain Pavilion Master Lu's friend must be a top-notch talent, the Qin Yuan said confidently. Ming Shiyin suddenly felt that the skills of Zhu Honggong, his 8th junior brother, had suddenly become lackluster in comparison to the Qin Yuan. In any case, it was a good thing to have an ancient saint slayer who was truly smitten by his master's personality and charm. With this, he did not have to trick her into joining the Evil Sky Pavilion. At the same time, the Qin Yuan continued to look at Ming Shiyin, filled with sympathy. She sighed inwardly. What a pitiful child who's been kept in the dark by the unholy one. At this moment, the 12 Zodiac's grand formation was finally completed. A sealed space appeared in the sky above the northern city. The lights on the feather tribesman's wings were like starlight in the sky. The great Han's cultivators looked at the sky and the 12 feather tribesmen in shock and fear. They were no match for the feather tribesmen to begin with, let alone now that the feather tribesmen were in the formation. At this moment, the feather tribesman in the 12 o'clock position said, "The elder has ordered for those who obstruct our work to be killed." Then he looked at Lu Zhou and said, "Even if you're a saint, you're no different from an ant." Following that, the 12 feather tribesmen tore through the sky and rushed toward Lu Zhou. The other cultivators scattered in all directions, frightened out of their wits that they would be caught in the fight. At the same time, Lu Zhou recited the mantra for the heavenly writing as he unleashed an attack from the law of destruction. Boom! The powers of the laws collided before negating each other. Then, the 12 feather tribesmen flew back to their original positions. Upon seeing this, the Qin Yuan said disdainfully, "This is just a petty trick. Pavilion Master Lu can easily deal with them." Lu Zhou looked around as he brought a deadly strike card. Since the 12 feather tribesmen's birth charts were connected, he only needed to deal with one person. With that, the 12 Zodiac's grand formation would naturally be broken. Ming Shiyin asked, "If it were you, how many moves would you need to break this formation?" The Qin Yuan thought about it for a moment as she looked at the 12 Zodiac's grand formation before she said, "If I'm prepared, one move is enough." "Then, doesn't this mean my master isn't as good as you?" Ming Shiyin really wanted to verbalize his thoughts but thought better of it. Instead, he said, "Then you really have no social skills. If that's the case, how can you let my master personally act?" Upon hearing these words, the Qin Yuan smacked her forehead and said, "You're right. How can I allow Pavilion Master Lu to do such menial chores?" Just as the Qin Yuan was about to make a move, she raised her head and saw Lu Zhou flying to the 12 o'clock position. At the same time, the feather tribesmen at the 12 o'clock position seemed to realize Lu Zhou's intention as well. He joined his palms together, and the powers of the feather tribesmen converged, forming a dazzling ball of light. Then, he pushed his ball of light out as he cried out, "Die, ignorant human!" Lu Zhou crushed the deadly strike card at the same time and said in a deep voice, "Impudent! You're just from the puny feather tribe." The familiar feeling appeared again as the energy from the deadly strike card formed a vortex on Lu Zhou's palm. Following that, a palm seal shot out toward the ball of light. The Buddhist's great seal of fearlessness. This was also the palm seal that appeared when Lu Zhou used the deadly strike card for the first time. No matter how many years had passed, Lu Zhou could not forget that feeling. The feeling of the power that could destroy the world. Whether it was a fly or a venerable master, the deadly strike card has never failed before. In fact, he did not know the limit of this card. The only time he felt uncertain about the card was when he met the Kuan in the Endless Ocean. He could roughly guess how powerful the Kuan was. It was not inferior to Meng Zhang, the Azure Dragon, or the colossal beast that circled the sky above the Great Abyss Land's pillar of destruction. Lu Zhou had thought about it more than once. What was the source of the deadly strike card's power? The law of conservation dictated all energies had a source and a destination, and ultimately, there was a balance. He had once thought there was an almighty being who controlled all these things. As his cultivation rose, this feeling grew stronger and stronger. While Lu Zhou was lost in his thoughts, The dazzling golden great seal of fearlessness had already crushed the ball of light. It was now flying forward again. The feather tribesman in the 12 o'clock position widened his eyes as he exclaimed in shock, "What kind of power is this?" Boom! The feather tribesman was caught off guard as the palm seal landed on him with the force of a mountain. Then, the power from the palm seal surged into his body. Arg! The feather tribesman let out a shrill scream. With one of the links broken, the connection formed by the 12 zodiacs grand formation was naturally broken by the great seal of fearlessness. The feather tribesman was sent flying back, spitting out blood. The sealed space in the sky formed by the 12 zodiacs grand formation vanished into spots of starlight as well. The spots of light rained down from the sky after that. The cultivators of Great Han watched in shock. Even the Qin Yuan, who said she could break the formation with one move, exclaimed in admiration, "As expected of the unholy." Mingshi frowned. "Unholy what?" "No, nothing," the Qin Yuan hurriedly said as she thought to herself, "Why's my mouth so disobedient?" In the beginning, when the Qin Yuan first met Lu Zhou, she had thought he was a human expert. She was 60% convinced he was the unholy one when she saw the few sacred relics he possessed and the power he displayed. Then, she was more than 90% convinced when she saw the hourglass of time and the vast sky bag. However, now, she was 100% certain Lu Zhou was the unholy one. There was no doubt at all. The way he attacked, his style, and his techniques were just as overbearing and domineering as ever. The Qin Yuan felt incredibly moved as she watched the unholy one who was so high and mighty that he made the entire great void tremble. It was not surprising that she had almost revealed his identity. Mingshi said, "Unholy or not, there are many people who called my master a demon or a devil. You're not the first to call my master by such names. However, if you want to join the evil sky pavilion, it's best to say less. Although you're an ancient saint slayer, you still have to treat my master with respect. What do you think?" "You're right," the Qin Yuan said with a nod. At the same time, Lu Zhou, who had just broken the 12 zodiacs grand formation with a move, received a notification. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 500 merit points. Lu Zhou shook his head. Since the feather tribesmen were connected, he was only rewarded once. He could clearly sense the 12 feather tribesmen were seriously injured, but only the feather tribesman at the 12 o'clock position lost his birth chart. At this time, the cultivators looked up at Lu Zhou with eyes brimming with reverence. This was the might of a human. Finally, the 12 feather tribesmen regrouped in the sky and looked at Lu Zhou warily as though they were facing a great enemy. At this time, the Qin Yuan finally said, "Pavilion Master Lu, there's no need to trouble yourself with such trivial matters. Leave this to me." Following that, the Qin Yuan's cloak, which was actually her wings, trembled slightly. When it fluttered, everyone's vision grew blurry. In just a moment, she had already arrived in front of the 12 feather tribesmen. She acted decisively and mercilessly, starting a massacre. Lu Zhou frowned. Is this the speed and strength of an ancient saint slayer? Lu Zhou could not catch the Qin Yuan's speed at all. In order to have a good look, he hurriedly recited the mantra for the power of sight. When his eyes shone with the heavenly writing power, he could finally see the Qin Yuan's actions clearly. The Qin Yuan smiled coldly as she brandished a translucent wing blade in her hand. She flitted among the 12 feather tribesmen, slashing at them elegantly, swiftly, and accurately. There was no exception. The feather tribesmen were slashed at their necks, wrists, thighs. Whoosh! 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 After a very quick battle, the Qin Yuan flew to stand in front of Lu Zhou. The 12 feather tribesmen froze in the sky. A few seconds later, all of them shattered like tofu and fell from the sky. The cultivators from Great Han, Mingshi and Yen Mu, everyone was stunned by the Qin Yuan's power. At this moment, the Qin Yuan bowed at Lu Zhou before she said with a smile, "I'm willing to clear all obstacles for Pavilion Master Lu." Lu Zhou had fought with Meng Zhang before, so he knew how strong ancient saint slayers could be. It was reasonable that the Qin Yuan could kill 12 feather tribesmen with just one move. The cultivators, who had never seen the might of an ancient saint slayer before, were completely shocked by this move. Lu Zhou nodded slightly at the Qin Yuan and said, "All right." The Qin Yuan looked at the dismembered corpses on the ground and said, "How dare you act so presumptuously in front of Pavilion Master Lu?" Lu Zhou looked at the palace in the northern city and said, "Is that all?" There was no reply. Everyone kept gulping. They had yet to return to their senses. Yan Mu was the first to react. He mustered up his courage and flew toward Lu Zhou. Then he bowed and said, "Thank you for your help, Senior Lu." Lu Zhou asked, "Why are you here?" Yan Mu sighed. "I was forced. After these birdmen came to Great Han, they injured the two venerable masters. Then, in the name of Saint Chun, they summoned everyone. That's why I came." "Who knew it'd be these birdmen?" "There are only 12 of them?" Lu Zhou asked. "No, their leader seems to be called Elder Mingda. His method of doing things is really quite brutal," Yan Mu said. "So, it's really Mingda," Lu Zhou said. "Senior Lu? Do you know him?" Lu Zhou did not answer Yan Mu. He recalled his time at the Great Abyss Land and felt slightly disgusted. Finally, he asked, "Where's he now?" Yan Mu shook his head. "I don't know." Upon hearing this, the Qin Yuan said sheepishly, "If I had known earlier, I would have left one alive." Yan Mu pointed at the cultivator who had spoken earlier like a lackey and said, "He definitely knows." The cultivator's eyes widened in fear. He hurriedly pleaded for mercy. "Senior, I don't know anything. Please spare my life." Yan Mu said, extremely annoyed, "Senior Lu, to deal with such a person, you definitely have to torture him to extract a confession. I'm sure you'll be able to get something from him." Mingshi said, "I'm very good at this. I can gouge his eyes out, stick needles under his nails, or stab the needles into his head. This won't be a problem at all." The cultivator felt chills running up his spine. Then he hurriedly turned tail and fled. Alas, he had only flown about 100 yards away when the Qin Yuan appeared in his path. Then, a ball of light shot out, sending him flying back and throwing up blood. Just like that, his internal organs were injured. The Qin Yuan turned around and said sheepishly, "I haven't fought with humans for a long time. Please forgive me for not controlling my strength well, Pavilion Master Lu." "It's okay," Lu Zhou said. Then, he pushed his hand out, unleashing the fiend monk's hand seal to pull the cultivator to him. Then, he asked in a slightly frosty voice, "I'll only ask you one time. Think carefully before you answer me. Where's Mingda now?" There were some things that one could not possess just because one was strong, and that was an imposing manner. The cultivator panicked. Coupled with his injured internal organs, he was filled with fear and despair. Then he stammered. He returned to the Great Abyss Land. At this moment, someone sighed and said, "Indeed, it seems like he's returned to the Great Abyss Land to call for reinforcements. In order to find that girl, he might even need to use an ancient divine beast." Lu Zhou looked at the cultivators and asked, "All of you are willing to work for him?" Another person said with a sigh, "We have no choice, we've all been marked. Now that the 12 feather tribesmen are dead, I'm afraid we won't have a good outcome. No wonder these people don't look happy." Lu Zhou dismissed the fiend monk's hand seal. With that, the cultivator fell to the ground. He had been severely injured by the Qin Yuan. If he did not receive prompt treatment, he would have no hope of surviving. Everyone had grown numb to death. Who knew how many people had died already? Their future seemed bleak. At this time, Mingshi said, "Master, let's leave. Whether they die or not has nothing to do with us." Lu Zhou shook his head. "I'll wait for Mingda here. Now that the 12 feather tribesmen are dead, he'll definitely rush here." Mingshi, the Qin Yuan said with a smile, "I'm willing to accompany Pavilion Master Lu." With that, Lu Zhou descended into the palace, followed by Mingshi and the Qin Yuan. The other cultivators followed suit and landed one after another. They sighed as they looked at the corpses and blood on the ground. In the afternoon, a huge bird-like beast appeared in the distant sky. About a dozen white-clad cultivators stood on its back. The bird-like beast's wings spanned almost 10,000 feet. It was green, and its wings flashed with fluorescent light. Qin Yuan said, Ming Luan. What's a Ming Luan? Ming Shi'in asked. It's one of the fierce beasts that are extremely good at tracking. It's an ancient divine beast, the Qin Yuan said. Well, it's still not as good as you, Ming Shi'in said with a smile. The Qin Yuan was not angry, but she felt speechless by this comparison. After a brief pause, she said, The Ming Luan is very good at tracking, not fighting. It's amazing that this one managed to become a divine beast. Ming Shi'in nodded. It seems like they're really going all out just to find little junior sister. At this time, a thunderous roar rang from the back of the Ming Luan. Who dares to kill my people? Following that, the Ming Luan let out an ear-piercing cry. Although the Qin Yuan said that the Ming Luan was not good at fighting, it was still not something the cultivators of Great Han could contend with. No matter what, it was still an ancient divine beast. Everyone covered their ears as they nervously watched the Ming Luan descend from the sky. When the Ming Luan flapped its wings, it stirred up gusts of strong wind. It did not take long before it arrived above the palace and looked down at everyone. An old man dressed in a white robe stood on the Ming Luan's head and looked at everyone furiously. He had rushed over from the great abyss land when he sensed the death of the 12 feather tribesmen. He wanted to see who was so bold as to kill his people. His anger burned even hotter as he looked at the dismembered corpses on the ground. Chun Fu, come out. In his opinion, only Chun Fu, the great saint, has such abilities. It was impossible for it to be anyone else. At this time, all the cultivators on the ground looked in the direction of the palace in unison. Lu Zhou raised his head slightly and said in a deep voice, Mingda, you're finally here. The old man standing on the Ming Luan's head was none other than Elder Mingda from the Feather Tribe. Elder Mingda, who was in a bad mood, looked at the palace. When he saw Lu Zhou hovering above the palace, his eyes widened as he exclaimed, It's you! A hint of surprise mixed with anger could be heard in Elder Mingda's voice. Lu Zhou said indifferently, You came to Great Han to look for my disciple. How can I not come? Elder Mingda suppressed the anger in his heart and said with a smile, Now that you're here, things will be easier. Hand that little girl over, and the grudge between us will be written off. What if I refuse? Lu Zhou asked expressionlessly. If it weren't for the White Emperor, you wouldn't have been able to enter the Great Abyss Land's Pillar of Destruction, let alone talk to me, Elder Mingda said. As soon as Elder Mingda's voice fell, the Qin Yuan's expression changed slightly. Then, she said in a sharp voice, Since when did the Feather Tribe become so arrogant? Elder Mingda shifted his gaze to the Qin Yuan and asked, Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. I remember that in ancient times, the Feather Clan wasn't even good enough to be the 5 emperors' lapdogs. After so many years, I didn't expect the standards to have fallen so much. Elder Mingda was naturally enraged after being ridiculed in such a manner. He pushed his hand out and said, I'll kill you first. Following that, an ink-color palm seal fell from the sky. When it was just a few feet away from the Qin Yuan, she vanished into thin air. Ha! Elder Mingda looked at the Qin Yuan, slightly surprised. Oh, so you're a Tao saint, the Qin Yuan said with a smile. Elder Mingda could sense the other party was not simple, so he quickly said, I'm acting under the orders of the Great Void and the Great Abyss Land. Do you intend to make an enemy out of the Great Void? At the mention of the Great Void, the Qin Yuan turned to look at Lu Zhou for further instructions. She did not dare to act recklessly. After all, it was too early for them to openly make an enemy out of the Great Void. Lu Zhou asked expressionlessly, You're acting under the orders of the Great Void? Who in the Great Void gave you such an order? Elder Mingda cupped his fists together at the sky before he said truthfully, The leader of the Two-Way Hall's Silver Guards, Tao St. Jiang. Jiang Wenshu. Lu Zhou frowned. Elder Mingda said smugly, Since you know Tao St. Jiang, there's no need for me to say more. At this moment, the Qin Yuan asked angrily, So, Emperor, you agreed to this? What do you think? Elder Mingde was too lazy to respond. The Qin Yuan's voice darkened as she said, "Do you know who's standing in front of you? I don't care. Everyone below the Great Void is an ant." Elder Mingde said nonchalantly. The flames of fury in the Qin Yuan's heart burned even higher. She really wanted to say that the person in front of him was the unholy one who made the entire Great Void. It was unfortunate she could not say these words out loud. Lu Zhou pointed at Ming Yuan as he said to the Qin Yuan, "Qin Yuan, show me what you can do." The Qin Yuan could no longer suppress her anger. She bowed at Lu Zhou and said, "Yes, Pavilion Master." When Elder Mingde heard the words Qin Yuan, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he saw the Qin Yuan shine with a dazzling light that illuminated the sky. Following that, as the Qin Yuan's cloak fluttered in the wind, a buzzing noise reverberated in the air. At the same time, the fragrances of flowers permeated the air. At this time, Elder Mingde exclaimed, "Qin Yuan, the ancient saint slayer?" Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The Ming Yuan was so frightened that it began to flap its wings to fly away. It shook more than 10 feather tribesmen off its back as it fled toward the horizon. As the feather tribesmen fell, they felt an acute sense of danger. At the same time, Elder Mingde shouted, "Defend!" Following that, Elder Mingde joined his palms together. The dozen or so feather tribesmen converged and formed a light shield. Bang! 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 Countless shadows attacked the light shield. Boom! The Qin Yuan quickly shattered the light shield and swept past 5 feather tribesmen. Swoosh! 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 In just a moment, the 5 feather tribesmen's chests had been pierced. When the Qin Yuan came to a stop, she raised her hand that had reverted to its original form to have a look. Blood stained her claws, and a few hearts could be seen clutched within the claws. Then, she flicked her hand, tossing the hearts away casually. It was not human, after all, hence it was not squeamish like humans would be in this situation. Elder Mingde's face and ears flushed red with anger as he said, "So what if you're an ancient saint slayer? It's been 100 years, and many things have changed. You can't kill me." Buzz. Following that, a pillar of light shot up into the sky. Qin Yuan looked at the pillar of light with a frown. "What move is this?" Elder Mingde said, "If I die, the Great Void and Emperor, you will know about it. Do you dare to kill me?" The huge pillar of light shrouded Elder Mingde as he looked down on everyone. At the same time, the remaining feather tribesmen protected him. The Qin Yuan hesitated. Although she was powerful enough to kill Elder Mingde, she did not have the courage to make an enemy out of the Great Void yet. Moreover, the Unholy One's cultivation had yet to recover. If they exposed themselves too early, it would only bring trouble. In the end, she turned to look at Lu Zhou again, asking for his opinion. Lu Zhou pointed at Elder Mingde and said indifferently, "Kill him." The Qin Yuan was stunned by this order. The Unholy One was just like before. Indeed, this was what the Unholy One was like in the past. Elder Mingde said gloomily, "You dare!" The Qin Yuan looked at the pillar of light with a spirited gaze. Then, she said, enunciating each word, "There's nothing I daren't do in front of Pavilion Master Lu." Swoosh! The Qin Yuan flew out like a shooting star, tearing through space. Upon seeing this, the cultivators of Great Han turned pale and frantically retreated. If they were caught up in the fight, it would be fatal. Elder Mingde's eyes widened in shock. He did not expect the Qin Yuan would be so loyal to that old man. Apart from being shocked, he was confused as well. Not only did the White Emperor help him, but now, the ancient Saint Slayer was helping him as well. In the end, Elder Mingde could only shout, "Defend!" Buzz! The remaining 5 feather tribesmen's bodies shone with a golden light as they circled the pillar of light. Bang! 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 The Qin Yuan arrived in front of the pillar of light, attacking the 5 golden feather tribesmen and the pillar of light. Every time she attacked, energy seals that spanned 10,000 feet would ripple out. At the same time, the space would distort briefly. At this time, the palace in the northern city had already been razed to the ground. The battlefield was fixed in place by the pillar of light and did not move. He's not just a Dao saint? The Qin Yuan was puzzled. Elder Ming De defended with all his might. He remained silent as he tried to fend off the ancient saint slayer. At this moment, he raised his hand to the sky, and the pillar of light grew even brighter. Following that, he unfurled his wings, looking like an angel that had descended from the heavens. Although Elder Mingde was a Dao saint, he could only passively defend himself in front of an ancient saint slayer. The cultivators who had never seen the feather tribesman before only guessed that the pillar of light in front of them was dazzling and dizzying to look at. Lu Zhou frowned and asked in a low voice, "You can't take him down?" This question was a great insult to the Qin Yuan that was an ancient saint slayer. Moreover, she was the strongest in the Qin Yuan hive. Although she was not as strong as the Great Void, she was not weak. No matter how times had changed, the power of a saint slayer was not something a Dao saint could contend with. The Qin Yuan said, angry with herself, "Please give me some time." Anyone with ears could hear how furious the Qin Yuan was at this moment. She was radiating killing intent. The Qin Yuan flew up into the sky. Her cloak reverted into translucent wings like that of a cicada. Her body was smaller than those of the feather tribesmen. In fact, it was even smaller than that of an ordinary fierce beast. However, no one doubted the power contained in her small and seemingly frail body. Everyone raised their heads to watch. The Qin Yuan flew among the clouds, emitting a shrill and ear-piercing buzzing noise. Then, everyone saw green circles of light falling down from the sky, encircling the dazzling pillar of light. What kind of move is this? Mingshi Yin was shocked. Yen Mu, who had flown to Mingshi Yin's side at some point, muttered, "If even the seniors don't know, how can a junior like me know anything?" Mingshi Yin turned to look at Yen Mu and said with a smile, "You're a rather good person, and you're so humble as well. Are you interested in joining the Evil Sky Pavilion?" Contrary to Mingshi Yin's expectations, Yen Mu's reaction was the same as the Qin Yuan. He pointed at himself as he asked, "Me? Am I worthy?" Mingshi Yin felt slightly awkward. Is the Evil Sky Pavilion so powerful in other people's eyes? Mingshi Yin did not continue with the topic. Based on the current speed of recruitment, it would not be long before the Evil Sky Pavilion was filled with people. Buzz. Mingshi Yin raised his head to look at the sky. The circles of lights were still tightly binding the pillar of light. Realization dawned on Mingshi Yin at this moment. So they're solidified sound waves that she generated. Yen Mu exclaimed in surprise. Now that you mentioned it, that seems to be the case. The fact that the Qin Yuan could solidify her sound waves was a testament to her strength. Elder Ming De and his tribesmen continued to defend with all their might. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at the Qin Yuan who was flying back and forth in the sky. He roared, "From now on, the Feather Clan and the Qin Yuan hive are irreconcilable enemies." As soon as Elder Ming De's voice fell, bang, the huge pillar of light shattered. Elder Ming De could no longer withstand the Qin Yuan's attacks, and he plummeted to the ground. Then he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. On the other hand, the remaining 5 feather tribesmen were dismembered by the solidified sound waves. With that, blood and severed limbs rained down from the sky. The cultivators of Great Han hurriedly erected their protective energy to keep the rain of flesh and blood at bay. Just as Elder Mingde was about to hit the ground, he looked at the Qin Yuan and decided to crush the jade talisman in his hand. Buzz! The Qin Yuan, who had returned to her human form, appeared in front of Elder Mingde in just a blink of an eye and said, "You can't leave." At this time, Elder Mingde discovered that no matter how much strength he exerted, he could not shatter the jade talisman in his hand. He tried to mobilize his primal chi and discovered that his primal chi and the primal chi in the surroundings seemed to have frozen. With all these discoveries, Elder Mingde's heart began to thump wildly in his chest. He glared at the Qin Yuan and began to say, "You!" The Qin Yuan calmly interjected, "I'm sorry. You offended someone you shouldn't have offended." Elder Mingde was furious. He continued to glare at the Qin Yuan and said, "Just because of the White Emperor, you're going to offend the entire Great Void and the Great Abyss land?" Then, he glanced at the calm Lu Zhou and the panicking cultivators of Great Han before he endured the pain and continued to say hoarsely, "You should have recognized the Ming Luan. With it around, the Qin Yuan hive won't be able to hide. I remember that in ancient times the Qin Yuan were cowards that liked hiding, right? How long do you think you can hide this time?" Elder Mingde could sense a trace of hesitation and fear from the Qin Yuan and felt like he had seen a ray of hope. Hence, he continued to pressure the Qin Yuan. After all, his life was on the line. He said, "The Great Void recruits talents from all over the world. The Feather Tribe guards the Great Abyss Land's pillar of destruction. We're allies of the Great Void. Emperor Yu, the current master of the Great Abyss Land, is best friends with the Great Void Emperor. Aren't you afraid your small Qin Yuan hive will be exterminated? Ming Luan has the best tracking ability. You specialize in floral poisons and illusions. Even if you hide in an abyss, the Ming Luan will still be able to find you." Elder Mingde laughed icily when he sensed the Qin Yuan's hesitation growing stronger. At this moment, Lu Zhou said tonelessly, "What does it have to do with you, Elder Mingde?" What Lu Zhou meant, no matter how strong the Great Void or Emperor you were, it had nothing to do with Elder Mingde. In other words, would those experts care about the life and death of an insignificant elder like Elder Mingde? Realization dawned on Qin Yuan at this moment. Then she said coldly, "I'm afraid you'll never know who you offended in your 10v life." Then the Qin Yuan struck with her palm. Boom! The palm seal penetrated Elder Mingde's chest with the force of lightning, bringing with it a mass of flesh and blood as it shot out into the distance. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were red as he flew back. When he flew about 100 yards back, he felt primal chi flowing out in all directions. Primal chi storm? With this, Elder Mingde knew that his birth charts had been destroyed. At this time, the Qin Yuan appeared in front of Elder Mingde again. She said, "It's been a long time since I've tasted the blood of a Tao saint." This time, the Qin Yuan did not hesitate as she struck with her palm. Bang! When the palm seal landed on Elder Mingde's chest this time, it could not penetrate his chest. The Qin Yuan looked puzzled. Elder Mingde moved his arms, wondering why he was not sent flying. When he looked down, he saw a ball of black light, swallowing the Qin Yuan's palm seal. The Qin Yuan frowned. "Everyone says that a Tao saint's divine soul pearl is indestructible, but I've killed a few of them. Why is it that you're able to live so long?" At this time, Elder Mingde fell. He really wished he could escape. The Qin Yuan was an ancient saint slayer. It did not matter if he was a Tao saint. He was not a match for an ancient saint slayer at all. It was already a miracle that he managed to hold on for so long. However, how could the Qin Yuan give Elder Mingde a chance to escape? Whoosh! The Qin Yuan's hand turned into a sharp blade, reverting to its original form. Upon seeing this, the cultivators of Great Han felt chills running up their spines. In the past, when humans and fierce beasts were indistinguishable, humans would not feel disgusted or horrified by such a scene. However, with the dawn of a new era and the change in human aesthetics, it was only natural that the cultivators of Great Han felt chills running up their spines. Elder Mingde's eyes, filled with despair, widened. He had hoped the scene earlier when he was saved would appear again. Alas, there was no movement. He could only watch helplessly as the Qin Yuan attacked him, looking like death personified. Mingde did not expect to encounter an ancient saint slayer on this mission. He had already used the protective sacred relic that Emperor Yu had bestowed on him, but he still failed to defend against the Qin Yuan's attack. His face was ashen at this moment. Just as he thought he was going to die, a ball of white light suddenly appeared in front of him. Then, he saw a pair of pure white wings that were like city walls blocking the Qin Yuan's attack. The pair of wings was suffused with the saint light, and it was the purest Elder Mingde had ever seen in the Feather Tribe. The pair of wings belonged to a handsome man with distinct facial features. He looked noble and majestic as though he had come from the heavens. The area between his brows glowed dazzlingly. Even his eyes seemed to glow. His body was strong, and he had a captivating gaze. He was bright and clean, untarnished by the world's filth. As soon as Ming-Da saw the wings, he knew he was saved. He could not hide his excitement as he looked at the tall and imposing figure in front of him. When the cultivators from Great Han saw the newcomer, they were stunned by his face. How could a human possess such a face? Even a beautiful woman would be jealous of his appearance. The man hovered in the air, easily neutralizing the Qin Yuan's attacks. The Qin Yuan stared at the man. The man returned the stare silently. After 3 seconds, he finally said tonelessly, "Where did this ancient saint slayer come from? Die." Then, the feather tribesman pushed his hand that seemed to carry the force of a mountain out. A palm seal shot out, tearing through space. It was imbued with a powerful law of space and a binding power. The Qin Yuan frowned. She flapped her wings rapidly, trying to block the attack. Boom! Alas, the palm seal that contained the power of the Tao landed accurately on the Qin Yuan. She folded her wings and flew backward as intense pain assaulted her. She was sent flying more than 3,000 feet back. Lore. No one could describe this battle at all. The two opponents' movements were too fast to catch. Cultivators with more than 2 birth charts could barely see them. As for those with 2 or fewer birth charts, it was even more boring. All they could see were the two opponents when they stopped moving. The Qin Yuan felt very uncomfortable. She stared at the feather tribesman with pure white wings unblinkingly. She knew she had met an expert today. This was the reason she had been unwilling to leave Fragrant Valley for so long. Who knew as soon as she left, she would meet an expert? Moreover, the expert was a supreme being. This was also Lu Zhou's first time meeting a half-human supreme being. Both opponents stared at each other for a long time. Meanwhile, Elder Ming-Da, who finally caught his breath, tidied his appearance before he endured his pain and bowed. "Greetings, Great Divine Lord Ming-Ban." "Great Divine Lord?" The Qin Yuan retreated more than 30 feet upon hearing this. Supreme beings were divided into 3 major classes: Lesser Supreme Beings, Greater Supreme Beings, and Divine Supreme Beings. Each class corresponded to a title: Divine Lord, Divine King, and Divine Emperor. Needless to say, each of the titles corresponded with one's strength. Ming-Ban, the Great Divine Lord, did not look at Ming-Da as he asked, "Why did you summon me?" Ming-Da explained, "This is a Qin Yuan, an ancient saint slayer. She obstructed our work and killed more than 10 of our tribesmen." Upon hearing these words, Ming-Ban's eyes emitted a chilling light as he looked at the Qin Yuan and said disdainfully, "A mere Qin Yuan dares to provoke the Feather Tribe?" The Qin Yuan. The Qin Yuan did not know how to respond. She could only look at Lu Zhou worriedly, hoping that the Unholy One would have a way to solve the problem. However, when she looked at him, she found his reaction somewhat suspicious. He stared at Ming-Ban silently without any movements. It was as though he was scared silly. In fact, the cultivators of Great Han were like that as well. They raised their heads and stared at Ming-Ban silently without moving. No one knew what they were thinking. At this moment, Ming-Da pointed at the Qin Yuan and continued to say, "I hope Great Divine Lord Ming-Ban will seek justice for those who've fallen." Ming-Ban folded his wings, and the light that illuminated the sky disappeared along with them. However, the light that suffused his body grew even brighter after that. It was as though he was suffused with sunlight. Ming-Ban looked at the Qin Yuan indifferently as he raised his right hand and pushed it out. Swoosh! A white light tore through space, forming a sharp blade. In just a blink of an eye, it appeared in front of the Qin Yuan. Her expression changed slightly as she flapped her wings again. She used the law of space, hoping to dodge the attack. Unexpectedly, the white light that had shot past her suddenly circled back from behind. Swoosh! The Qin Yuan turned pale with fright as she began to flap her wings frantically. Then, she suddenly reverted to her true form, a gigantic bee-like fierce beast. Following that, she threw a weapon that resembled a golden needle out as she dodged Ming-Ban's attack. The golden needle tore through space and arrived in front of Ming Ban, causing the space to ripple. However, his face was expressionless as he unhurriedly raised his hand to stop the golden needle. Swoosh! The golden needle came to an abrupt halt in the air. Poison needle? Mingda frowned. Ming Ban's hand seemed invincible as he grabbed the poison needle and clenched his hand. When he released his hold, the shattered poison needle fell from the sky. Then, he flew toward the Qin Yuan expressionlessly. At the same time, time and space suddenly froze. He watched the Qin Yuan flying slowly, trying to escape. The difference between the duo's comprehension of the power of the Tao was like the sky and the ground. In just a moment, Ming Ban had already arrived above the Qin Yuan and hammered his fist down on her. Boom! A sonic boom resounded in the air when the Qin Yuan was struck. She spat out blood as she crashed onto the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded. After all, they could not see clearly at all. Ming Ban looked at the ground indifferently and said, "What a tenacious little bee." Mingda looked at the severely injured Qin Yuan in delight before he said, "Great Divine Lord. This Qin Yuan isn't simple. However, if you make a move, it'll naturally be easy to deal with her. I hope you'll kill her. Don't give her a chance." Ming Ban nodded slightly in response to Mingda's words as he looked at the Qin Yuan who was struggling to get up on the ground. The Qin Yuan regained her human form and fled at a low altitude. Upon seeing this, Ming Ban shook his head and said, "If you can escape this attack, I'll spare your life." Then, Ming Ban raised the sharp blade in his hand before he threw it out. Swoosh! An ear-piercing sound rang in the air as Ming Ban's blade flew toward the Qin Yuan. Upon seeing this, the Qin Yuan's survival instinct made her cry out, "Save me!" Everyone knew who the Qin Yuan was asking for help from. At this time, the cultivator, who was a lackey to the feather tribe, cried out, "Don't let these two escape as well." Mingda turned around and looked at Lu Zhou and Ming Shirin. Upon seeing this, Ming Shirin was taken aback. Then, he said in a low voice, "Master, let's go. I have an idea." "You have an idea?" Lu Zhou was puzzled. "Let's go." Without waiting for Lu Zhou's reply, Ming Shirin swooped down. Following that, vines and trees grew rapidly in the northern city. Lu Zhou looked at Ming Shirin in surprise before he swooped down as well. When the Qin Yuan saw this, she felt her heart tighten. At the critical moment, it seemed like she could only rely on herself. She turned around and unfurled her wings. Bang! The Qin Yuan forcefully stopped the sharp blade that followed closely behind her. Then, the backlash from the energy that contained the power of the Tao surged into her chest, sending her flying again. She could feel her internal organs were damaged from this attack. At this time, Mingda said, "Great Divine Lord, don't let those two escape as well." "Why?" Ming Ban asked with a frown. Mingda was not worried Ming Ban would not be able to catch Lu Zhou or Ming Shirin. Hence, he patiently explained, "First, the girl whom we're looking for, the one who has opened her upper limit and was recognized by the great Abyss Land's pillar of destruction is his disciple. Second, he's the one who murdered Hong Jian." In fact, Mingda did not care about the first reason at all. What he cared about was the second reason. After all, he treated Hong Jian like a younger brother. Ming Ban frowned as he looked at the city that was overgrown with vines and trees and thought about the two figures that had disappeared. Then, he said reproachfully, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Mingda stammered, I, the Saint Slayer is a stronger opponent." Ming Ban turned around and slapped Mingda's face without any warning. Then, Ming Ban closed his eyes as the light on him grew brighter, illuminating a radius of 100 miles. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou and Ming Shirin landed on the ground. Ming Shirin looked at the spreading light in shock. "Master, what kind of technique is this?" No matter how many escape techniques Ming Shirin had, he did not think he would be able to escape the light. Lu Zhou looked at the light before he turned to look at the Qin Yuan, who was completely suppressed. Then, he waved his hand and said, "Come here." Ming Shirin could not resist and was pulled over by his master. Following that, a blue light shrouded both of them and Xianxia, the heavenly writing's power of concealment. Lu Zhou held Mingshi Yin's shoulder and kept Xianxia in place. Following that, instead of running away, he rushed toward the palace in the northern city. Mingshi Yin was frightened out of his wits upon seeing this. "Master, shouldn't we run?" Lu Zhou said in a low voice. "Shut up." Although the power of concealment could perfectly conceal their presence, it could not conceal their voices. Just as expected, as soon as Mingshi Yin's voice fell, a pillar of light fell from the sky. Boom! The pillar of light left a circular deep pit. Lu Zhou and Mingshi Yin turned back to look. Mingshi Yin firmly shut his mouth and grabbed Xianxia with both his hands. Then he prayed inwardly, "Doggy, at this critical moment, you better don't make any noise." Lu Zhou continued to use his divine power to maintain the power of concealment. Occasionally, he would raise his head to look at the light. Every time there was a fluctuation of energy, a pillar of light would fall from the sky. In the sky, a puzzled expression could be seen on Ming Ban's handsome face. "HM? I can't sense him." Ming Ban waved his hand again. Boom! Another pillar of light fell from the sky. It missed again. "Who's he?" Ming Ban asked. "He's one of the White Emperor's men," Mingda replied. "The White Emperor?" Ming Ban leaped up and unfurled his wings. A brilliant light illuminated the sky before it spread out seemingly infinitely. The cultivators in Great Han, regardless if they were in the western capital or the eastern capital, looked up in shock at the strange phenomenon. Ming Ban, the great divine lord, planned to use a stronger technique to locate the enemy. His saint light would amplify his strength and create a temporary runic passage. Upon seeing this, Mingda said excitedly, "As expected of the great divine lord who specializes in runes. It was not easy to create such a huge runic passage in such a short time, after all." Ming Ban ignored Mingda's flattery. He glanced briefly at the Qin Yuan before looking away. His attention was now on finding Lu Zhou, who had disappeared. Mingda was naturally overjoyed. This meant that Hong Jian's death would be avenged. The saint light formed a huge vortex in the sky. From afar, it looked as though a white circular light formation was covering the sky. Exquisite patterns made from light could be seen in the formation as well. It did not take long before feather tribesmen, bathed in the light, emerged from the formation one after another. In the end, more than 1,000 feather tribesmen descended from the runic passage in the sky. Mingda's voice trembled slightly as he exclaimed, "To the feather tribe's 8 saint temples?" The 8 saint temples were formed respectively by 8 Tao saints and had thousands of independent feather tribesmen as members. The leader of these 8 experts was none other than Ming Ban. Mingda thought the runic passage would disappear at this time. Contrary to his expectations, the runic passage expanded, forming an independent space. Soon enough, he saw 8 people flying out of the runic passage. The 8 people bowed at the same time. "Greetings, great divine lord." At the same time, the Qin Yuan continued to fly. She only came to a stop when she saw a faint halo in front of her. What a powerful divine lord! The Qin Yuan, who had changed into her human form, sealed her chaotic 8 extraordinary meridians before she looked for an escape route. She was an ancient saint slayer, after all. Even if she had suffered a beating and was far from being a match for her opponent, she could still escape. It would not be that easy for Ming Ban to kill her. First, she looked around for Lu Zhou and Mingshi Yin. Even with her keen eyes, she could not see the duo. She let out a long sigh and murmured to herself, "Where are you exactly, unholy one? Is a disaster about to befall us?" The Qin Yuan felt somewhat disappointed, but she could understand Lu Zhou. The appearance of a divine lord had messed up their plan. Her initial worries were not unfounded, after all. At this time, it was best for Lu Zhou to hide his strength and bide his time. His cultivation had yet to recover, after all. Hence, she understood why he had to escape. She did not blame him. "I hope the unholy one doesn't forget his promise to the Qin Yuan hive." The Qin Yuan muttered to herself again. Then, she looked around for a moment before she found a weak spot in the light barrier and flew in that direction. She flapped her wings and flew at lightning speed. However, just as she was about to break through the barrier, a pillar of light descended from the sky. The Qin Yuan leaped back in fright and spun around. She twisted her body with all her might to avoid this fatal blow, feeling as though the space around her had been frozen. Boom! A huge pit appeared on the ground where she was standing earlier. Following that, a dignified voice rang from the sky. Give up. It's pointless trying to escape. The Qin Yuan knew if she really did as she was told, she would surely die. Although it was risky, at least there was still a small chance of survival if she tried to escape. Hence, she did not give up and continued flying toward that weak spot. As expected, another pillar of light descended from the sky. It was bigger, thicker, faster, and fiercer than the one before. No! The Qin Yuan was already injured to begin with. If she were to suffer another blow, she might really die. She looked at the pillar of light in despair when suddenly, a golden Buddha's body appeared in front of her, blocking the attack. Let's go! A solemn and familiar voice rang in her ears. When she opened her eyes, she saw Lu Zhou, Mingshi, and Xianxia in the golden Buddha's body. An unholy one? The Qin Yuan felt her heart stir. Although she did not blame Lu Zhou, she was still disappointed. Now that she saw Lu Zhou who had returned for her, she was naturally moved. How could her heartstrings that had been unmoved for 100,000 years remain still in front of the unholy one? What made her even more excited was the fact that the unholy one's golden Buddha's body was able to block the divine Lord's attack. She thought to herself indignantly, if the unholy one recovers his cultivation, these birdmen won't dare to act so atrociously. Mingshi did not have the time to think about why the Qin Yuan had addressed his master as the unholy one at this time. He said urgently, Master, hurry up and leave. As Lu Zhou's golden Buddha's body resisted the attack, he turned around and grabbed the Qin Yuan before he leaped toward the weak spot. At the same time, the experts from the Feather Tribe's 8 saint temples moved out in full force, covering the entire sealed space. Ming Ban said, Take them down. Don't let even one of them escape. Understood. Countless pairs of wings suffused with light unfurled in the sky, lighting up the sky of the western capital. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou, Mingshi, and the Qin Yuan had already arrived in front of the weak spot. Lu Zhou took advantage of the 10 seconds left of the golden Buddha's body and led of Mingshi and the Qin Yuan. Then he brought Unnamed in the form of a sword out. Follow me. Lu Zhou's indifferent voice brought a sense of calmness to the others. It sounded reassuring at this critical moment. Upon seeing Unnamed, the Qin Yuan exclaimed, Void Grade! Lu Zhou held Unnamed in his hand and unleashed an energy sword that was 10 feet long. Faint blue electric arcs flashed on the sword, making it look mysterious. At this precise moment, Ming Ban could clearly sense the energy fluctuations. His eyes shone coldly as he said, You think you can escape? Boom! With just a wave of his hand, clouds rolled in as thunder rumbled in the sky. A vortex appeared before a pillar of light shot out from it, illuminating the entire western capital again. All the cultivators in the western capital could clearly sense the terrifying power contained in the attack. The pillar of light that was stronger than the one struck down at Lu Zhou's golden Buddha's body. The Qin Yuan could acutely sense the approaching danger. At the same time, she felt like time had slowed down. Her wings buzzed and trembled violently, restoring time in a small area. Then she said, All of you leave first. Please remember your promise to me. The Qin Yuan was about to push Lu Zhou and Mingshi out when Lu Zhou said in a low voice, Don't bother. Follow me. Then, Lu Zhou's big hand that was suffused with golden light grabbed the Qin Yuan. The Qin Yuan naturally did not want to die if it was possible. Hence, she did not resist when Lu Zhou grabbed her. Boom! The pillar of light accurately struck Lu Zhou's golden Buddha's body at this moment. The pillar of light did not dissipate for a long time, continuously pressing down on Lu Zhou's golden Buddha's body, but it could not break the golden Buddha's body's defenses. On the contrary, the golden light from the golden Buddha's body shone brighter and brighter. Both Mingshi and the Qin Yuan were shocked by this. At this time, Lu Zhou used Unnamed and pierced the weak spot on the barrier. Go! Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh. After the pillar of light disappeared, the golden Buddha's body disappeared as well. The trio and Xianxia left the barrier at lightning speed, flying north. In the sky, streaks of white light like shooting stars began to chase after them. Lu Zhou raised his head to take a look before he muttered under his breath, "The power of concealment." With that, the heavenly writing power concealed them again. "Follow closely." Lu Zhou and the others landed on the ground. More than 1,000 experts from the 8 saint temples flew in the sky like meteors. They looked down on the land, sensing the energy fluctuations. "Don't move," Lu Zhou said in a low voice. The Qin Yuan, Mingxirin, and Xianxia did not move at all. They silently raised their heads and looked at the sky. They were inwardly shocked when they felt Lu Zhou's divine power. At this moment, Lu Zhou was wondering if he could really escape from this great divine Lord Mingban. Streaks of saint light fell from the sky as the feather tribesmen swept their wings across the sky. When the light shone on the trio on the ground, it was neutralized by the power of concealment. With this, the trio remained undetected. Even Princess Mulberry couldn't sense us at that time, so the feather tribesmen are even more unlikely to be able to do so. Lu Zhou was rather confident about the power of concealment. Lu Zhou opened his hand and looked at the highest grade peak trial card lying there. As he looked at the runes on it, he wondered, "If I use the card, and I'm still no match for that divine lord, won't I die for sure?" Lu Zhou shook his head. He thought the card should not be so bad. First, the Ji Tiandao's peak trial card should be one of the system's strongest cards. He thought it should be able to block Mingban's attacks. After all, when he encountered the Kuan in the Endless Ocean, the system had indicated that it was possible to take down the Kuan, but it would exhaust the system's power. However, the strange thing was Ji Tiandao only had 8 leaves and only sprouted the 9th leaf before he died. Hence, the Ji Tiandao's peak trial card's power did not make sense. Could Ji Tiandao be an incarnation of a more powerful being? Buzz. Lu Zhou was still lost in his thoughts when the sound of energy resonance pulled him back to his senses. At this time, a pair of pure white wings suffused with light slowly flapped and flew over. It was Mingban, the Divine Lord. The runic passage in the sky continued to glow. Mingban did not fly very fast. Even Mingda, a Tao saint, could easily follow after him with a respectful expression on his face. At this time, Mingban suddenly came to a halt. His position was just right. He had stopped right above Lu Zhou, Mingxirin, and the Qin Yuan. A beam of light shot out from each of his eyes as he scanned the area 30,000 feet ahead. Then he frowned slightly. Upon seeing this, Mingda said, "Great Divine Lord, there's no way they could have escaped. Let's continue searching." 8 saint temples, Mingban called out indifferently. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 8 feather tribesmen appeared in front of Mingban immediately before they said in unison, "Your orders, Great Divine Lord? Dig 3 feet into the ground and find them," Mingban said. "Understood." With that, the 8 feather tribesmen turned into streaks of white light as they flew in 8 different directions. After that, Mingban said tonelessly, "If even I can't find them, I'm afraid the 8 saint temples won't be able to find them either." Ming sighed. "We were so close to killing them. I'm a little curious. That person can block attacks from my saint light, so his strength can't be inferior to that ancient saint slayer," Mingban said. "I don't think he's that strong. It's likely that he possesses some defensive sacred relic. After all, I've probed him when he was in the Great Abyss Land's Pillar of Destruction." "He should only be a saint," Mingda said. "Even if he has a defensive sacred relic, how did he bring the Qin Yuan away?" Mingban frowned. This, Mingda was stumped. Too many incomprehensible things had happened. After all, after a moment, he bowed and said, "Since the passage is still here, why don't we bring the Mingluan here?" Mingban glanced at Mingda and said, "Are you trying to teach me how to do things?" "I don't dare." Mingda lowered his head immediately. "I just want to seek revenge. I hope the Great Divine Lord forgives me." Mingban scoffed and looked at the sky. Then he joined his palms together. Following that, the runic passage flashed again before Mingluan. The giant fierce beast, slowly emerged from it. Upon seeing Ming Luan, a worried expression appeared on the Qin Yuan's face as she turned to look at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou's brows were slightly furrowed, but he had no other thoughts at this moment. The Ming Luan let out a shrill cry that resounded through the land as it landed obediently in front of Ming Ban. Ming Ban glanced at the Ming Luan and said, "Find the humans nearby." The Ming Luan cried out before it flapped its wings and circled the sky. At the same time, rings of light appeared on its body. Its feathers, crowns, and eyes were suffused with different kinds of lights. Just as Ming Luan swooped down, a black runic passage suddenly appeared in the sky, looking like a black hole. Then, a huge avatar slowly emerged from the black runic passage. The height of the avatar was unclear, but it looked as though it could hold up the sky. Its color was just like that of ink. Mingda raised his head and cried out involuntarily, "Great Emperor Tu Wei!" The black avatar stood between heaven and earth as a vortex churned around it. The huge black runic passage looked unfathomable and mysterious. It was as though the heavens had opened up a passage so the black avatar could descend onto the mortal world. With the arrival of the black light, Ming Ban's Saint Light lost its brilliance immediately. The other party was one of the hall masters of the 10 halls, Great Emperor Tu Wei. Ming Ban frowned. "Why is he here?" Mingda lowered his head, too afraid to speak. The huge avatar was truly unique. Only a divine emperor like Great Emperor Tu Wei would possess such an imposing and majestic avatar. Soon after, the black runic passage slowly closed up, looking as though the heavens were closing its eyes. Following that, the black avatar disappeared, revealing two figures. One stood in front with his hands on his back, and the other stood at the back with his hand gripping a bow. They were dressed in black robes, mink fur coats, and brocade hats. In just a blink of an eye, the duo drew level with Ming Ban in the air. Ming Ban had no choice but to lower his head slightly in greeting. "Greetings, Great Emperor Tu Wei." Tu Wei nodded slightly and said with a smile, "I heard that there's a little girl who's a rare cultivation genius. Not only did she open her upper limit, but she has also been recognized by the Great Abyss Land's Pillar of Destruction. Is that true?" Ming Ban glanced at Mingda from the corners of his eyes. Mingda lowered his head further and remained silent. Ming Ban finally nodded and said, "It's true." The other person standing behind Tu Wei was Jiang Wenshu, the leader of Tu Wei Hall's Silver Guards. At this time he said, "Your Majesty, I suspect she has the Great Void Seed." Tu Wei and Ming Ban were not surprised by this. As soon as they heard about the girl's talent, this thought had already appeared in their minds. Tu Wei let out a long sigh before he said, "In the past 100,000 years, the Great Void has produced 10 Great Void Seeds every 30,000 years. There were 30 Great Void Seeds in 100,000 years. However, the Great Void Seeds have never had such great effects on the others. She's the only one with such great effects. I really want to meet her." Ming Ban said, "I left the Great Abyss Land to find this girl. Mingda, tell Great Emperor Tu Wei everything you know. Don't hide anything." "Understood," Mingda said before he recounted everything in detail to Tu Wei. After listening to Mingda, Tu Wei nodded slightly. "No wonder I sensed fluctuations from the Saint Light between heaven and earth when I came. As it turns out, you were hunting an ancient saint slayer." Ming Ban said, "I'll find them in the time it takes to burn an incense stick." Tu Wei nodded before he flew to the side and quietly watched. As a divine emperor or a great emperor, it was not suitable for him to do such things. At this moment, the Ming Luan let out another cry. Following that, a green rain that stirred up the wind and the clouds fell on the ground. It did not react when it fell on the trees and the plants, but when it touched the fierce beasts, it rippled and made a zither-like sound. At the same time, Lu Zhou, Ming Shirin, and the Qin Yuan stood still as they watched this scene. This was the time to test the limit of the power of concealment since they were not sure if it could hide from the Ming Luan's ability. No matter what, they could not make any move now. If they were exposed, they had no chance of winning at all. In addition to a divine lord, there was now a divine emperor as well. The green rain fell harmlessly to the ground where the trio was standing. Assess. Lu Zhou lowered his head slightly and looked at the raindrops on the ground before he shifted his gaze to the motionless Qin Yuan, Mingshi, and Xianxia. He could tell the Qin Yuan was trying her hardest to suppress her fluctuating energy. After all, she was seriously injured. It had not been easy for her. It was fortunate that he had the power of concealment. At this moment, it was like they were truly invisible. After circling the sky a few times, the Mingluan finally stopped the green rain. Then, it flew back to Mingban and Mingda's sides before it cried out a few times. Mingban frowned slightly and waved his hand as he lightly reprimanded, "Useless trash." Then, the Mingluan flew away, quickly disappearing from sight. Jiang Wanchu said with a smile, "If the Mingluan can't find them, I'm afraid they've already escaped." Mingban shook his head. "Impossible. They're within the perception of my saint light. As long as they move, I'll be able to catch them. They must be hiding somewhere." Mingda agreed. "That's right. They must be hiding. Although he's just a saint, he was able to block the great divine Lord's saint light. It's obvious he has many tricks up his sleeve." Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At this time, the 8 founders of the 8 saint temples returned from different directions. Then they bowed to Tu Wei. Tu Wei said tonelessly, "There's no need to be so formal." Then, one of the 8 feather tribesmen said to Mingban, "We've already set up the skylocking formation in 8 different directions. If they want to leave this place, they would have to break the formation, and to break the formation, they would have to contend with the 8 saint temples." "Very good," Mingban said before he ordered, "Narrow the space from 8 directions. We must find them." "Yes." Just as the 8 feather tribesmen were about to leave, Tu Wei suddenly said, "There's no need to go to such great lengths." Mingban asked, puzzled, "What ideas do you have, Your Majesty?" Tu Wei flicked his sleeve, and an object that looked like a bell flew out. Upon seeing this, Mingban asked, "The soul-searching bell?" Tu Wei calmly said, "I've been in seclusion for a long time. 30,000 years ago, my injuries finally recovered. I found the soul-searching bell, a sacred relic, somewhere in the northeast. 10,000 years ago, I relied on it to become a divine emperor." Mingban, the divine lord, said, "Over the past 10,000 years, Your Majesty has only used the soul-searching bell 3 times. Each and every time you won without fail. Since then, the status of Tu Wei Hall has been established." Tu Wei was not particularly happy when he listened to Mingban's flattering words. Instead, he continued to say, "With this item, no living thing can escape its perception." Mingban nodded. "Please help us, Your Majesty." Mingda hurriedly echoed Mingban. "Please help us, Your Majesty." Tu Wei flicked his sleeve. The soul-searching rang melodiously as it flew out. Ding, 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 ding. There was nothing special about the sound. In fact, it sounded like ordinary bells that naughty children on the streets would wear. However, its penetrative power was astonishing. Moreover, the sound remained strong and steady as it continued to ring. Since the soul-searching bell was not too far away from Lu Zhou, the Qin Yuan and Mingshi, it did not take long for the ringing sound wave to sweep toward them. When the sound wave came in contact with the power of concealment, a buzzing noise rang out. Following that, Lu Zhou felt his blue avatar stir. It did not mean that the power of concealment could not escape the detection of the soul-searching bell. On the contrary, the heavenly writing power was a natural counter to the sound. Alas, it was when the blue avatar had moved to devour the unique energy of the sound wave that their location was exposed. "Reveal yourself." Boom! After Tu Wei put away the soul-searching bell, he sent a huge wave of energy toward Lu Zhou, Mingshi, Xianxia, and the Qin Yuan. Mingban looked down with an astonished expression on his face. An invisibility technique? Mingban did not expect the other party to be hiding under his nose all along. Moreover, the other party was hiding for such a long time, but he could not sense them at all. At this time, the Qin Yuan turned around and pushed Lu Zhou and Mingshi away as she said, "Go first!" Tu Wei waved his sleeve again. A black wall shot up from the ground, blocking their escape route. Thousands of feather tribesmen from the 8 saint temples surrounded them. Countless pairs of eyes looked down at Lu Zhou and the others. At this time, Mingda said with a scoff, "Didn't I say you won't be able to escape?" Ming Ban said, slightly angry. "To think a lesser saint has such tricks." Tu Wei raised his hand before he calmly asked Lu Zhou, "What's your name?" Lu Zhou sighed inwardly. Seemed like he was out of luck today. There was no such thing as walking by the river without getting one's shoes wet, after all. Finally, he looked up at Tu Wei and asked, "What's your name?" "Ha!" Ming Ban, Ming Da, and Jiang Wenshu frowned at the same time. Then, Ming Da said in a deep voice, "Even if you have the protection of the White Emperor, in the presence of Great Emperor Tu Wei and Great Divine Lord Ming Ban, you have to kneel." Swoosh! Ming Da launched a palm seal without saying another word. Lu Zhou unleashed a palm seal imbued with the divine power to meet Ming Da's attack. Boom! Lu Zhou was only a saint after all. Even with the divine power, at best, he could only struggle to draw even with a Dao saint. Soon after, he felt a huge force pushing him back. After sliding back a few feet, he finally stabilized his footing. The Qin Yuan flashed to Lu Zhou's side and supported him before she asked, "Pavilion Master Lu, are you alright?" "I'm fine," Lu Zhou said, looking like an ordinary person at this moment. "Little Qin Yuan, get lost," Ming Ban said before he shot out a beam of light. The Qin Yuan hastily pushed Lu Zhou away. She hurriedly bring her arms together and flapped her wings. Bang! The Qin Yuan flipped in the air before she landed on the ground again. After being injured by several beams of light earlier, she was already exhausted to begin with. It was impressive that she managed to block this attack. Her energy was chaotic as she looked at the sky. Ming Shi'in was stunned. This was the first time that he felt useless. In front of such peerless experts, he was powerless and could not help at all. Lu Zhou looked at the sky and said tonelessly, "If you have a problem, come at me directly. Just you alone? If you hand over that little girl, I'll grant you a quicker death," Mingda said. Jiang Wenshu looked at Mingda and asked, "He's that little girl's master?" "That's right. I thought he'd be some peerless expert. As it turns out, he's nothing," Jiang Wenshu said indifferently. Lu Zhou looked at Jiang Wenshu. He did not know it was Jiang Wenshu based on appearance alone. However, he felt that Jiang Wenshu's energy was quite familiar. Hence, he asked, "You're Jiang Wenshu? Do you know me?" Jiang Wenshu asked, slightly surprised. "If I can kill you once, I can kill you twice," Lu Zhou said. Jiang Wenshu was amused. However, due to Tu Wei's presence, he did not dare to laugh out loud. Upon seeing Lu Zhou's attitude, Tu Wei said with a smile, "Interesting. To think a lesser saint is so bold when facing the great void. Your courage is commendable." Lu Zhou looked at Tu Wei. An inexplicable familiar feeling appeared in his mind. However, no matter how he racked his brain, he could not figure it out. In the end, he only asked, "Your great Emperor Tu Wei, the Hall Master of Tu Wei Hall?" "Impudent," Ming Ban said, releasing a sound wave at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou flipped back before joining his palms together. At the same time, he retreated about 1,000 yards. Ming Shi'in, the Qin Yuan, and Xianxia followed suit. Tu Wei, Ming Ban, and the others teleported and appeared above them again. "You can't even block my weakest sound wave, but you dare to behave so impudently to His Majesty? If it weren't for that little girl, I would have already turned your bones into dust," Ming Ban said in a deep voice. In Ming Ban's eyes, Lu Zhou was already a dead man. Before killing Lu Zhou, he had to find that little girl. After that, he would be able to avenge Hongjian, his fellow tribesman. Tu Wei sighed. "I don't have a lot of time to waste." "Understood," Ming Ban said before he waved his hand. The masters of the 8 saint temples and the more than 1,000 feather tribesmen surrounded Lu Zhou, Ming Shi'in, and the Qin Yuan. "I'll give you one last chance. Hand over that little girl. Otherwise, even if you die, the Great Void has a way to search your memories," Ming Ban said threateningly. The Qin Yuan's eyes were brimming with worry and despair at this time. Ming Shirin called out in a low voice, "Master." At this time, Lu Zhou calmly placed his hands on his back before he gently tapped his feet on the ground and flew up into the sky. His face was expressionless, and his gaze was piercing. "You're seeking death," Mingda said as he struck with an energy seal. When the energy seal was about to land, Lu Zhou crushed his only supreme card. He did not know how powerful this card was. No matter what the outcome was, he would go all out. Lu Zhou calmly said, "It's still yet to be determined who will win." As soon as Lu Zhou crushed the supreme card, Mingda's energy seal landed on Lu Zhou. The divine mark robe rustled softly, perfectly blocking the energy seal. At this time, the sky-locking formation that the 8 saint temples suddenly buzzed before it formed a black vortex that gathered energy from all directions and sent them toward Lu Zhou at lightning speed. "What's this?" Ming Ban was puzzled. Tu Wei watched, slightly surprised. His interest and curiosity were slightly piqued. Lu Zhou's hair fluttered in the wind as energy merged and swirled around him. The black energy shone before it transformed into blue electric arcs. Following that, his eyes shone with a blue light. Apart from that, his divine mark robe was suffused with a faint blue light as well. It did not take long before blue electric dragons twined around his arms and legs. Buzz! At Lu Zhou's back, a dark blue avatar that towered between heaven and earth appeared. The dazzling astrolabe that hung on its back did not conceal anything. All the birth charts were activated. Tu Wei's curious expression gradually turned solemn and worried. However, when realization dawned on him, his expression turned to one of fear as he exclaimed, "The Unholy One?" At this time, the Qin Yuan looked up at Lu Zhou with eyes shining with reverence and awe as she said, "Welcome back, Honorable Unholy One." Then, the Qin Yuan kneeled on one knee and placed her right hand on her left shoulder. Her heart raced in her chest, but her expression remained pious. "I knew it. I knew the Unholy One would return to his glory." The arrogant expression on Ming Ban's face had disappeared and was replaced by one of shock. At this time, Lu Zhou moved, tearing through space. The others could feel immense pressure pressing down on them immediately. Tu Wei and Ming Ban used the law of space to retreat. Swoosh! Lu Zhou's entire body was suffused with blue light when he appeared in between Mingda and Jiang Wenxu. With his left and right hand that were twined by what looked like blue electric dragons, he grabbed the duo by the scruffs of their necks. "Unholy! Unholy One!" Mingda cried out, horrified. Jiang Wenxu looked at Lu Zhou, who was holding him by the scruff of his neck with widened eyes. At the same time, the memories from his projection returned to him one after another. He recalled old Demon Ji from the Golden Lotus domain. He recalled how he was unable to get up after being struck by 5 palm seals, and he recalled how his body had been pierced by the sword. Finally, realization dawned on him. He asked in a trembling voice, How's this possible?" Lu Zhou did not even look at Jiang Wenxu as he said indifferently, "If I can kill you once, I can kill you twice." For some reason, at this moment, Lu Zhou felt as though the energy in his body was one with heaven and earth and the great Tao. When Mingda struggled to free himself, Lu Zhou tightened his grip. At the same time, blue electric arcs flashed all over his body. "Ah!" Mingda let out a miserable and fearful cry. He felt as though Lu Zhou had held all birth charts and crushed them at the same time. Following that, there was only silence as Mingda plummeted limply to the ground. With just tightening of his grip, Lu Zhou had easily killed a Tao saint. Tu Wei and Ming Ban, the 8 masters of the 8 saint temples and over 1,000 feather tribesmen trembled in fear as though they were facing their worst nightmare. It was a time-consuming and exhausting process to cultivate into Tao saints. Hence, the death of each Tao saint was a huge loss. Although Tao saints were inferior to supreme beings, they had a high chance of becoming supreme beings. Whether it was the Great Void or the Great Abyss Land, all of them valued talents, especially those with high chances of becoming supreme beings. This was also the reason they were trying so hard to find Ci-Yuaner. One could only imagine their feeling as they watched a Tao saint being killed by the Unholy One. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 100,000 merit points. Species reward, 20,000 merit points. Note: target only has a divine soul pearl. Now that it was Jiang Wenshu's turn, his face was ashen as despair flooded his heart. Some things in this world were predestined. The closer he was to death, the clearer his memories became. At this moment, he recalled the legend he had heard before he became a Tao saint. The legend was about the Unholy One, the great divine emperor of the past, who single-handedly fought against many supreme beings. The Unholy One was a taboo in the Great Void. No one dared to speak about him. He was the idol of all powerhouses who opposed the Great Void. He was the Unholy One who made the 10 halls, including the sacred temple, tremble in fear. He was the great divine emperor of the past whom the Great Void had labeled as evil. And now he was back. It was sudden and unexpected. Jiang Wenshu's survival instincts made him struggle. However, his 8 extraordinary meridians and Dantian Sea of Qi were under the Unholy One's control. The difference in strength was wider than that of heaven and earth. In the end, he could only turn to Tu Wei before he struggled to say, Save me. Why, your majesty. Jiang Wenshu still had many things to do. He had yet to enjoy the treatment of a supreme being. He had yet to rule over countless people, and he had yet to avenge the 3,000 silver guards. He wanted to live desperately. Alas, his master, Tu Wei, seemed even more frightened than him. He was not sure that Tu Wei would make a move to save him. As for Ming Ban, his pride and arrogance had long been shattered by the unprecedentedly huge avatar. In front of the Unholy One, he was just like a child who had yet to hit puberty. Lu Zhou's eyes shone with a blue light again. His divine power was at full power. However, he could sense the divine power was different. It was purer and more precise than the divine power. Save me, Jiang Wenshu was like a reptile caught between Lu Zhou's fingers. No matter how he called for help, Tu Wei, Ming Ban, and the 8 saint temples did not dare to move. On the contrary, the Qin Yuan was so moved and excited that she began to cry. Meanwhile, Ming Shi'in was dumbfounded. He did not understand what was going on. He muttered to himself, This is my master. It was only natural that Ming Shi'in felt this way since Lu Zhou's aura had changed completely. When Jiang Wenshu saw that Tu Wei had no intention of moving, he looked at Lu Zhou and said, Great Void Emperor, I have the crack. Lu Zhou tightened his grip around Jiang Wenshu's neck. In the eyes of the others, the Unholy One mercilessly clenched his hand. Following that, crackling noises rang in the air as blue lightning bolts struck Jiang Wenshu. He had no ability to resist at all as they struck him. The meridians in his body were instantly burned by the Unholy One's energy. He could not even mobilize his avatar. In front of the Unholy One, he realized he was not even an ant. He was just a speck of dust. Boom! Lu Zhou hovered between heaven and earth as he held Jiang Wenshu, while Jiang Wenshu was continuously struck by the blue lightning bolts. Jiang Wenshu was burned both inside and outside by the lightning bolts. His hair was like a broom, and his face was charred black. After a few breaths, he finally fell silent. Lu Zhou looked at Jiang Wenshu, who was still breathing, and said indifferently, I'll spare your lowly life. Take a good look at the consequences of provoking me. Lu Zhou tossed Jiang Wenshu out before he pushed his hand out. Boom! Jiang Wenshu was pressed to the ground by a blue palm seal, completely unable to move. It was as though he had been sealed up, and no one could get close to him. He landed on all fours in a huge pit as he looked at the Unholy One in the sky. Looking from the bottom, the Unholy One looked peerlessly majestic and magnificent. At this time, Ming Ban gulped. He really wanted to run away, but he was too afraid to do so. He wondered what Tu Wei was going to do. Lu Zhou looked at Tu Wei and asked, Why didn't you run? What's the use of running when faced with the Unholy One? Tu Wei said. After all, he was one of the few people who were the most familiar with the Unholy One's capabilities for that reason. He knew it would be futile to run. At this moment, Ming Ban seemed to have finally regained his senses. He said in an unnaturally deep voice, As it turns out, it's the Unholy One. Lu Zhou said tonelessly, "I'll give you a chance to commit suicide. If you wait for me, you'd be begging for death in the end." Now that Ming Ban knew the other party was the unholy one, he was no longer as arrogant as before. However, he still said defiantly, "The Great Void can kill you once, so it can kill you twice. 8 Saint Temples. If you don't succeed today, you'll die. Understood?" The thousands of feather tribesmen from the 8 Saint Temples gathered in 8 different directions before they controlled the skylocking formation. Following that, 8 beams of light shot up into the sky. Soon after, countless sharp blades rained down from the sky on the unprecedentedly tall blue avatar. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou stared at Two-Wei unblinkingly. He did not pay attention to the skylocking formation at all. Then he slowly said, "Are all of you worthy of fighting me?" Following that, what seemed like infinite energy surged out of Lu Zhou's body. "Since everyone calls me the Unholy One, then I'll be one." Buzz. The lotus leaves suddenly flew away from the lotus. 1 turned into 2. 2 turned into 4. 3 turned into 6. As their numbers continued to increase, their sizes increased as well the further they flew away from the lotus. They grew 10 times bigger, 100 times bigger, 1,000 times bigger. They did not stop growing. The width and the length of the leaves were immeasurable as they shot out in all directions. As soon as the leaves touched the mountains and trees, they would fall. Over 1,000 feather tribesmen from the 8 Saint Temples were immediately pierced through the chest by this earth-shattering power. Ding! Destroyed a birth chart. Reward: 100 merit points. Note: Unholy One State. Lu Zhou received 992 of this notification. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 100,000 merit points. Species bonus: 20,000 merit points. Note: Target only has a divine soul pearl. Lu Zhou received 8 of this notification. Although the divine soul pearls were powerful, faced with absolute strength, they were useless. At this time, Two-Wei and Ming Ban had already erected a light shield in front of them. Bang! 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 The Qin Yuan was incredibly moved, and her excitement had not abated. Even her tears had not stopped streaming down her face. She said reverently, "As expected of the honorable and majestic Unholy One that the Qin Yuan Hive reveres." Mingshi and Xianxia stared at Lu Zhou in a daze, looking as though their eyes were about to pop out of their eye sockets. Mingshi had tried very hard to suppress his shock and excitement as he looked at the feather tribesmen from the 8 Saint Temples, whose bodies had been pierced by the countless lotus leaves. It was as though their bodies were even more fragile than tofu. Then, Mingshi gulped as he turned to look at his master, whose hair was slightly disheveled and whose eyes glowed blue. He said in a trembling voice, "And no wonder Master has never been afraid of all the opponents he faced. He hid his strength so well." At this moment, the Qin Yuan felt that kneeling on one knee could no longer express her feelings, so she switched to kneeling on both knees before she began to kowtow in Lu Zhou's direction. The Unholy One will definitely return to his peak. The 992 feather tribesmen from the 8 Saint Temples were grievously injured. As for Ming Ban, he had used everything he had, but he barely managed to block this attack. He gulped as he looked at the Unholy One, who was completely unscathed. He recalled when the elders in the feather tribesmen secretly spoke about the time the Unholy One had dominated the world and rampaged through the world. At that time, he had only scoffed at those stories. At this moment, he finally realized how powerful the Unholy One was. He was truly afraid at this moment. Previously, he had been shocked and worried. He thought he was afraid. However, at this moment, he finally knew what true fear felt like. Two-Wei pushed his hand out to block the attack as he said, "Let's go." It was one thing to sacrifice the 8 Saint Temples, but Two-Wei was not willing to be dragged into it. Ming Ban did not know the extent of the Unholy One's strength. Otherwise, Ming Ban would not have sent the 8 Saint Temples out. However, he knew better. The best course of action now was to escape. He longer cared about the Qin Yuan or Mingshi. Moreover, those two were insignificant in his eyes. Nonetheless, he was aware that it would be difficult to escape. However, he had to try. Two-Wei raised his hand, and a black runic passage appeared in the sky. Ming Ban's survival instinct was strong. He flashed frantically, following closely behind Tu Wei. Lu Zhou's eyes glowed a mesmerizing blue as he tossed the hourglass of time out. The hourglass of time was bluer and bigger than before at this time. It had a mysterious aura that seemed as vast as the ocean. It hovered in midair as the space within 10,000 miles was instantly frozen. The rivers stopped flowing, the waterfalls stopped falling, the birds stopped in mid-flight, and the clouds stopped moving. Everyone, including Tu Wei, froze, looking like statues. Lu Zhou scoffed before he flew over. He was the only moving thing within 10,000 miles. His expression remained the same as his blue eyes shone with intense killing intent. In just a moment he appeared above Tu Wei. Then, he lifted his hand and closed the black runic passage. Subsequently, he pressed his hands down, suppressing Tu Wei and Ming Ban. Boom! Naturally, Tu Wei was the first to recover. He flashed and tried to dodge. Lu Zhou ignored Tu Wei and continued to strike. The space rippled and distorted when he made a move. Tu Wei suddenly exclaimed, "The law of countercurrent?" Following that, Tu Wei was forcefully pulled back by the law of countercurrent before the palm seal landed on his chest. A mass of black energy surged out, offsetting the damage from the palm seal. On the contrary, Ming Ban was not so lucky. Even a divine emperor could only defend. How could he, a divine lord, stand a chance? The palm seal struck him like a bolt of lightning, piercing through his body. Boom! Ming Ban plummeted to the ground. Lu Zhou retrieved the hourglass of time, and time began to flow again. Then he looked down on the land. The surviving feather tribesmen from the 8 Saint Temples were frightened out of their wits. Words could not describe the fear they felt at this moment. They had long discarded all thoughts of fighting. They could only muster up what was left of their courage and fled in different directions. "I want all of you dead. You have nowhere to run." Lu Zhou pushed the astrolabe hanging at the back of the blue avatar up into the sky. It seemed to span 10,000 miles. He did not hesitate to squander his inexhaustible power. The earth shook, and the sea churned. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 100 merit points. The notification rang 18,848 times. Flesh, blood, and severed limbs rained down from the sky. Zhang Wenxiu, who was lying on the ground, was drenched in blood and bits of flesh as he stared at the sky with bloodshot eyes. His eyes looked as though they were going to pop out of his eye sockets. As he looked at the peerlessly huge astrolabe and the one-sided massacre, he could not help but shiver violently. This is the unholy one whom the great void barely managed to take down after losing for supreme beings? The unholy one that even great Emperor Tu Wei had to bow to? How was he even defeated 100,000 years ago? Needless to say, after the massacre of the 8 Saint Temples and after witnessing Lu Zhou's strength, Ming Ban only wanted to leave. He did not spare a thought for Tu Wei and leaped into the sky immediately. When Tu Wei saw Lu Zhou was about to make a move, he said, "I was severely injured from the battle with you back then. After that, I had to cultivate in seclusion for many years before I was fortunate enough to become a divine emperor. Alas, I didn't expect that I'm still no match for you." Lu Zhou ignored Tu Wei. He raised his hand before unnamed in the form of a bow appeared in his hand. Then, he tossed the bow into the blue avatar's hand. Subsequently, the blue avatar took a step forward and turned to face the west. Then, it bent 30 degrees before it pulled the bowstring back. At the same time, an energy arrow appeared on the bow. At the tip of the bow, blue electric arcs flashed around it. Swoosh! The energy arrow sailed in the air, leaving tears in the space. The dragon-like blue electric arcs continued to flash as it sailed toward Ming Ban. When Ming Ban turned around, his eyes widened in fear. He quickly unfurled his wings that spanned 30,000 feet before he wrapped them around himself, looking like a silkworm pupa. At the same time, Saint Light began to glow. Alas, the energy arrow cut through the silkworm pupa that glowed with Saint Light like a hot knife through butter. Ming Ban, who was ensconced in his wings, lowered his head in horror as he looked at the energy arrow flashing with blue electric arcs that was embedded in his chest. Fresh blood began to surge out. He tried to stop the blood from flowing, but he discovered the blue energy prevented him from doing so. He could only watch as blood that looked even redder under the saint light stained his chest. Tu Wei surveyed his surroundings before he looked at Lu Zhou again. Then he sighed and shook his head as he said, "So many years have passed, but you're still so bloodthirsty." Lu Zhou said indifferently, "They're just ants." "Ants?" Tu Wei laughed maniacally. Then he said, "In my life, there aren't many people I revere. You can count as one of them." "So what? There are many people who revere me." Swoosh! Lu Zhou flew toward Tu Wei with his blue avatar. Tu Wei brought out his black avatar as well to block in front of him. The two supreme beings' avatars collided. Boom! Energy rippled out for tens of thousands of miles, leaving a deep ravine on the ground. Lu Zhou's expression was the same. On the contrary, Tu Wei was frowning deeply with a grim expression on his face. He could not conceal the nervousness in his eyes. Finally, he said, "It won't be that easy for you to kill me." "Very well. I hope you don't disappoint me," Lu Zhou said. At this moment, a 10,000-foot-long blue energy sword burst forth from Lu Zhou's blue avatar. Bang! 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 The two avatars began to fight fiercely. At this time, Ming Ban alternated between looking at the energy embedded in his chest and the fierce battle in front of him. Then, he looked at the cracks on the ground that were growing bigger and bigger. He thought about his high and mighty self in the past, the great abyss land, and the now annihilated 8 saint temples. Then, he said in a trembling voice, I can't die." Ming Ban cried out as he forcefully pulled the energy arrow out of his chest and brought out his divine soul pearl. A terrifyingly bloody hole could be seen on his chest. After he tossed the energy arrow away, he looked at his hand. The flesh on his hand had been burned away, leaving only bones. Ming Ban endured the pain and flew away as he muttered repeatedly to himself, "Emperor Yu can save me." Ming Ban suddenly thought about Emperor Yu, the strongest person in the Feather Tribe. He had to seize the chance while the Unholy One and Great Emperor Tu Wei were fighting. It might be his only and final chance to escape. He thought he had a high chance of escaping. At this moment, a disdainful voice rang in the air. "Take this." Following that, the sky darkened immediately. Ming Ban looked up suspiciously. "What's going on?" After a moment, Ming Ban regained his senses and continued to fly, no longer caring about the consequences. Since he was a divine lord, it was easy for him to cover 100 miles in just a blink of an eye. However, he soon discovered that something was amiss. No matter how long he flew, the sky was always dark. Following that, Ming Ban heard Tu Wei's voice. "The vast sky bag?" The severely injured Ming Ban's face turned pale, and his body began to tremble. Despair flooded his heart as he muttered, "The Unholy One's vast sky bag?" The vast sky bag could cover both heaven and earth. Any living being that entered the bag would have no chance of escaping. Whether it was the power of the Tao or the laws, they were all useless in the vast sky bag. As expected, Ming Ban felt the space around him rapidly shrinking at this moment. No matter how he tried to use the law of space, he was unable to leave. The space continued to shrink until he felt suffocated. The air and primal chi were thin. He tried striking his surroundings with all his might, but it was futile. He could break out of this place. At the same time, Lu Zhou hovered high in the sky above Ming Ban. His hand was pointed downward as he continued tightening the vast sky bag. After a moment, he pulled the vast sky bag into his hand. Tu Wei, who was standing not far away, looked at the vast sky bag with an even grimmer expression. Muffled cries rang from the vast sky bag as Lu Zhou held it in his hand. He looked at Tu Wei and said indifferently, "How dare a mere divine lord try to escape?" At this moment, Ming Ban's voice rang from the vast sky bag. "Let me go! Let me go!" Lu Zhou looked at the vast sky bag and smacked it. Crack! The sounds of bones breaking rang from the vast sky bag, and Ming Ban suddenly stopped making any sound. The slap had flattened him. Lu Zhou continued to stare unblinkingly at Tu Wei, who wore an unsightly expression on his face. Then, he looked in the direction of the Qin Yuan from the corners of his eyes and asked, "Qin Yuan, are you satisfied?" Upon hearing these words, the Qin Yuan, who was thousands of miles away, kneeled reverently again and kowtowed at the immense avatar in the distant sky. "Thank you, unholy one," Lu Zhou said. "It's not enough." Lu Zhou smacked the vast sky bag again. Boom! The vast sky bag that was round turned flat immediately. With this, Lu Zhou finally put away the vast sky bag. It was only a matter of time before Ming Yan died. Hence, he focused his attention on Tu Wei. At this time, he could sense that the deadly strike card, the impeccable card, and all the other item cards were at their full strength. In other words, the peak power of all the cards was the power of the unholy one at his peak. Tu Wei looked up at the blue avatar as Lu Zhou stared at him unblinkingly. "Come!" A thunderous voice rang in the air as the two avatars fought again. Boom! Buzz! Every time a buzzing noise rang in the air, the two avatars would tear the space apart and change battlefields. From the north of the western capital to the forest in the northern region that was 10,000 miles away to the horizons of the eastern capital. The battlefield even switched to the unknown land in the end. The cultivators in the surroundings keenly felt the collision of the two avatars when they fought. Boom! The cultivators looked at the sky. What's that? Did the sky split open? Boom! A lightning bolt descended from the sky, leaving a long and narrow ravine on the ground. In the unknown land, all the fierce beasts moved in unison. Among them, there was no lack of beast emperors. When the two supreme beings tore through space and appeared above the fierce beasts, all the fierce beasts prostrated themselves on the ground, shivering. The destructive energy in the sky swept out through the whole world. The mountains collapsed, the forest was destroyed, and the land was devastated. Buzz! The two avatars moved again. Dunzang's pillar of destruction. Duanmujian, who was resting on his rocking chair, suddenly opened his eyes as his ears twitched slightly. In just a blink of an eye, he flashed and appeared in the sky, looking into the distance. It did not take long for him to see two avatars fighting between heaven and earth. Duanmujian cursed angrily. "Damn it! The fucking experts from the Great Void are here." Duanmujian flashed and entered the Pillar of Destruction to avoid being affected by the battle between two supreme beings. As time passed, Tu Wei grew more and more exhausted. It was unfortunate that the Unholy One did not look the slightest bit exhausted at all. Finally, he said loudly, "The Great Void is just up here." With Ming Xian around, coupled with the scales of justice, they must already know about your existence. "I might not be able to beat you, but I can certainly stall for time," Lu Zhou said frostily. Hourglass of time. The hourglass of time flashed with a blue light as it flew out in the sky. Just like that, the area within 10,000 miles froze in time again. Lu Zhou flashed and arrived in front of Tu Wei before he reached out to grab Tu Wei. Boom! Soul-searching bell? The soul-searching bell had blocked Lu Zhou's attack. Lu Zhou pulled the hourglass of time back. Countercurrent flow. With that, time flowed backward. Tu Wei felt his primal qi flowing in the opposite direction immediately. How's this possible? No one in the world should have been able to break the immutable law of time. At most, time could be briefly stopped. It could not be reversed. With this, no one was able to live forever. After all, if it was possible to reverse time, would that not mean that one could find a way to live forever? Boom! Lu Zhou reached out with his hand, easily breaching Tu Wei's black protective saint light and grabbing the soul-searching bell. Tu Wei turned pale with fright as he cried out, "Come back!" Ding! 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 The sound of the soul-searching bell reverberated in the sky. In the unknown land, those who heard the soul-searching bell bled to death from their 7 orifices. Duanmujian, who was affected by the soul-searching bell as well, cried out in pain before he rushed toward the back of the barrier of the Pillar of Destruction. Then, he struggled before he barely managed to find a place that was unaffected by the soul-searching bell. Even then, his ears still bled a little. Lu Zhou was not affected by the soul-searching bell at all. He looked at the time he had left before he said in a deep voice, "Today, I'll send you away for good." The blue avatar arrived in front of Tu Wei's avatar before countless energy swords appeared between heaven and earth. Tu Wei felt the pressure growing heavier and heavier. He felt like he was reaching his limit. At this time, Lu Zhou raised his left hand, and his divine soul pearl appeared on his palm. With the divine soul pearl in the center, a huge vortex appeared. The immovable seal. Tu Wei looked at the huge vortex and the monstrous power that was gathering in horror. He used all his might and unleashed countless energy seals to form an oval barrier around him. The small coronet holding his hair had long broken, causing his hair to flutter messily in the air. The huge vortex continued to churn. At the center of the vortex, a huge blue pillar of light suddenly shot out, landing on the oval barrier. One attacked and one defended. Faced with the unholy one, Tu Wei, despite being a divine emperor, could only defend passively. He was greatly stimulated when he saw the incomprehensibly vast power sweeping toward him. Anger burned in his heart. He was unwilling to accept this. He was also reminded of his unwillingness in the past that served to stoke his flames of fury. His anger dispelled his fear of the unholy one, causing him to roar, "I'm really glad you're still alive. Ever since I lost 100,000 years ago, I've often fantasized about fighting you again. Now, I finally got what I want." Tu Wei laughed maniacally as battle intent surged from his body. At the same, it seemed like he had come to accept the possibility that he would likely die. He knew if he wanted to overcome his fear and break his own limit, he could not lose his composure, and acceptance was the first step in regaining his momentum. It had been 100,000 years. It was not easy for Tu Wei to become a divine emperor. However, the defeat 100,000 years ago had left an indelible shadow in his heart, plagued him like a recurring nightmare. He was filled with unwillingness again when he thought about this. Tu Wei looked at the vortex angrily. Boom! When the two forces collided, a ring of light appeared from the collision, rippling out in all directions. It was unknown how far it traveled. When the ring of light expanded out and touched Dunzang's pillar of destruction, bang! A deep crack appeared on the pillar of destruction. More terrifyingly, the crack began to grow rapidly from the top and the bottom. Gravels and rocks fell continuously inside the pillar of destruction, smashing the barrier. Duamudian was shocked by this. No, it can't be. The sky can't collapse now. I haven't lived long enough, and I don't want to be smashed into a pulpy mess. The barrier flickered frenetically. Its strength was clearly weakening. Duamudian hesitated. He wondered if he should run away now. He could leave Dunzang using the runic passage. More and more rocks and gravel tumbled down, smashing the barrier. The barrier grew dimmer and dimmer. At this time, a bolt of lightning struck down, trying to repair the crack on the pillar of destruction. Alas, as soon as the crack was mended, more rings of light appeared. Boom! 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 From the center of the vortex, more and more blue pillars of light appeared. What was different from before was that what seemed like a dark blue dragon was twined around each pillar of light. The Unholy One's gigantic avatar looked down from above, guarding the vortex. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou hovered at the glabella of the blue avatar as he stared at Tu Wei with his blue eyes. He had cast all of his heavenly writing powers. Tu Wei roared furiously. He had long lost his dignified and noble image. The veins on his temples popped, and his eyes looked as though they were going to pop out as well. Black veins could be seen on his sclerae as he released the monstrous power contained in his body. Black energy roiled violently between heaven and earth, creating a picture of destruction. Ding! The soul-searching bell rang. Burn the sky and boil the sea. Tu Wei's oval barrier vanished as his black avatar burned with black flames. The black flames rose high up in the sky, burning the air, the clouds, the mist, and the primal chi in the surroundings. Then, the scorching energy swept out, burning the flowers, trees, and living things within 100 miles. Lu Zhou pressed his hand down. Purple glazed ceramic. With the power of the Unholy One, the purple glazed ceramic's power was boosted as well. In just a blink of an eye, everything was frozen. The freezing power that defied common sense spread toward Dunzang's pillar of light as well. Duanmudian, who was still inside the pillar of destruction, turned to look at the great void seedling. He could only shake his head helplessly and sigh. There was no point in plucking the seedling. He could not endure it anymore. The moment the barrier disappeared, he shot out like a shooting star. It was a world of fire and ice outside the pillar of destruction. When he raised his head, he saw an unforgettable scene. A blue avatar towered between heaven and earth. It was unprecedentedly huge, stirring up the wind and clouds in the sky. There was also the black avatar that was rather impressive. It burned with black flames as it continued to resist the huge vortex in the sky. Duanmudian was in a daze. Although he was a great saint, he had only seen battles between Tao saints at most. He had never seen supreme beings making a move. Supreme beings were high and mighty, out of everyone's reach. Apart from cultivating and enjoying everyone's worship, they did not do much of anything else. After all, there were many experts in the Great Void. Hence, there was no need for supreme beings to personally make a move. Creak. Duanmudian felt an incoming chill. It's over. When experts fight, the layman would inevitably suffer. Duanmudian flew away with all his might. Unfortunately, the speed at which the freezing energy swept out still caught up to him. At the moment between life and death, the blue avatar shot out a beam of blue from its eyes that streaked across the distant horizon before it accurately struck Duanmudian. Boom! Duanmudian's face was ashen. He had no doubts that he would die at this moment. Contrary to his expectations, the blue light seemed to negate the freezing energy, granting him freedom. Needless to say, he was ecstatic. Good fortunes always come after a disaster. I won't die here. Duanmudian did not care about anything else as he flew toward the runic passage. His hand trembled as it activated the runic passage. All he wanted to do was leave this terrifying place now. As soon as Duanmudian left, rumble! Dunzang's pillar of destruction could no longer withstand the intense battle between the Unholy One and Two Wei. With a thunderous explosion, it fell. Boom! 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 Destruction had always been easier than construction. When the pillar of destruction fell, the earth shook, and the great void shook. In the sacred temple, the scales of justice outside the main hall creaked before it tilted in Duanzhang's direction. Inside the main hall, Ming Xian opened his eyes and vanished into thin air. When he reappeared outside, 4 supreme beings had just arrived at the same time. The 4 supreme beings greeted Ming Xian in unison. Greetings. All of them, including Ming Xian, naturally did not know what happened. However, when they saw the violent movements from the scales of justice, they understood the severity of the situation. Moreover, the ground was quaking as well. It seemed like the disturbance came from Dunzang. Soon enough, countless experts flew out in full force. They hovered in the sky and looked down at the scales of justice. These people were from the 10 halls of the Great Void. The 10 halls of the Great Void were Yanfeng, Xianmeng, Rouzhao, Changyu, Zhuyong, Tu Wei, Shangzhong, Chongguang, Xuani, and Zhaoyang. Above Chongguang Hall, Lan Shihe hovered in the sky with a grave expression on her face. After a brief moment, Ouyang Ziyun appeared as well. Lan Shihe bowed slightly and asked, Mr. Ouyang, do you know what happened? What's causing such a huge commotion? The sacred temple has sent news that the scales of justice's movements are very violent. Currently, the reason is still unknown. However, if I'm not mistaken, a pillar of destruction should have collapsed. Lan Shihe exclaimed in shock. A pillar of destruction has collapsed. How's this possible? No matter how bad the imbalance is, it's not possible for it to destroy the pillars. Moreover, the sacred temple has sent people to protect the pillars of destruction. How can it suddenly? Ouyang raised his head and said tonelessly, Not all things have rhyme and reason. Let's just wait and see. Perhaps we'll have an answer soon. With such a huge commotion, The Great Void Emperor won't ignore it. Lan Shihe remained silent as she looked down in a daze. There was a lake in Chongguang Hall. It was usually calm, looking like a mirror. However, at this moment, ripples could be seen on its surface. Don't worry too much. Even if one pillar collapses, we still have another 9 pillars supporting the sky. The sky won't fall so easily, Ouyang Ziyun said. Lan Shihe looked at him with a complicated expression and asked, Mr. Ouyang, why do I feel like you don't care at all? Actually, Ouyang Ziyun wanted to say something, but in the end he thought better of it. It was still too early to say such things. Hence, he only said, forget it. Ji Ming's Pillar of Destruction. The towering ice barrier was still around. It was as though it was waiting for the moment the sky would collapse. On the mulberry tree inside the ice barrier, Princess Mulberry flew up toward the top of the ice barrier like a butterfly. The wind ruffled her yellow robes as she flew. The white cranes circled the air when she flew. When she came to a halt, she looked at the sky silently, in a daze. Then, she shifted her gaze to Ji Ming's Pillar of Destruction that was still intact before she flew back down. Rumble. The rocks and boulders from Dunzang's Pillar of Destruction finally stopped falling. They piled up, forming a mountain that towered into the sky. The black flames were still burning when Tu Wei caught sight of what was left of Dunzang's Pillar of Destruction. He let out a cry and felt his heart stop beating for a moment. The Pillar of Destruction. At the same time, the pillars of light continued to shoot out. Lu Zhou raised his head to look at the great void hidden in the sky. At the same time, the blue avatar raised its hand, parting the black fog. No fierce beasts could be seen at all. With a battle at this level, all the fierce beasts that could escape had long fled. Those that could not were dead or almost dead. Lu Zhou saw the bottom of the great void at this time. It was uneven like a mountain range. It was like a land that hung upside down in the sky. Lu Zhou did not spend too much time on this. Instead, he checked the time he had left before he said, "Let's end this." Unnamed in the form of a sword appeared in Lu Zhou's hand. Then it grew to an unprecedented size. With the vortex in the sky and Lu Zhou's inexhaustible power, it seemed as though it held enough power to shake the world. Lu Zhou tossed Unnamed into the blue avatar's hand. The blue avatar wielded Unnamed with both hands before it slashed at the black avatar at lightning speed. Swoosh! Upon seeing this, Tu Wei's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly put away his avatar. Without saying anything, he turned tail and ran. Freeze! Once again, Tu Wei was forcefully stopped by the hourglass of time. His eyes widened in horror, as a shocking thought appeared in his mind. He's used the hourglass of time and the law of countercurrent so many times now. Why is he still so powerful? How does he do it? He's at the peak of his power. At this time, Unnamed slashed down. At the critical moment, Tu Wei broke free of the hourglass of time's effect. He raised his hand and caught Unnamed. Boom! The world shook again. Countercurrent, Lu Zhou said in a deep voice. Tu Wei cried out, "Don't even think about it." Alas, even if Tu Wei had the appearance, cultivation base, and physique of a divine emperor, he was still unable to resist one of the most powerful laws in the Great Tao, the law of countercurrent. In other words, he stood no chance against the reverse flow of time. Boom! The blue avatar swung Unnamed down, piercing Tu Wei's protective energy before slashing down from the top of Tu Wei's chest. Bang! Tu Wei shook his head frantically. With a fierce expression on his face, he pushed his Unnamed away. Then he tore through space. When he came to a stop, a tunnel appeared beneath his feet. At this time, his black hair had turned completely white in just an instant. From a spirited middle-aged man, he had turned into a frail old man. Freeze! Lu Zhou tossed the hourglass of time out again. Tu Wei fell further into despair when he saw the hourglass of time in the sky. He spat out a word. Why? Lu Zhou landed along with his avatar. Then, using the lotus as a weapon, he charged toward Tu Wei. Following that, he, who was hovering between the eyebrows of his avatar, pushed his hand down. In just an instant, Countless blue dragons twined around the blue avatar before they converged and flew toward the lotus. Die! When the lotus landed, the sky and the earth split. Cracks appeared on the ground within 100 miles before growing to cover 1,000 miles. When the lotus pressed down on Two-Way's head, a loud explosion rang out. The ground seemed to have collapsed. Lu Zhou frowned. Withdraw. After Lu Zhou's avatar disappeared, he looked down in confusion. An abyss? There's an abyss under Dunzang? Is it an abyss or hell? Lu Zhou checked the remaining time again before he swooped down and cast the power of teleportation. It did not take long before he saw the falling Two-Way. At this time, Two-Way's internal organs had been destroyed by the lotus. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The powerful force and countless blue dragons kept hitting his chest, making it impossible for him to fly up. Lu Zhou chased after Two-Way. Two-Way tried his best to launch palm seals upward. Bang! 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 Lu Zhou easily dispelled Two-Way's palm seals. They continued their descent for a long time. In the end, Two-Way stopped launching palm seals. He felt like he was reaching his limit. He finally gave up resisting. He forcefully mobilized the last bit of his energy and struggled against the blue dragons before he hovered in the pitch-black abyss. Then, he looked up and said, "Unholy One, I admit I'm no match for you." Lu Zhou appeared in front of Two-Way. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his blue eyes were mesmerizing. His body was suffused with a blue light, and blue electric arcs flashed around it. He said tonelessly, "Didn't I say that there's no doubt that you'll die?" Two-Way looked at the sky before he looked below again and sighed. "When I fought with you back then, you hardly made a move, but you still heavily injured me. This time, I managed to fight with you for a long time. It can be considered as untying the knot in my heart." Inwardly, Two-Way thought to himself, "So what if I've become a divine emperor?" Lu Zhou only looked at Two-Way silently and expressionlessly. Two-Way suddenly chuckled and said, "Unholy One, why are you so strong? Why? There has always been the strong and the weak in the world," Lu Zhou calmly said. "If only you didn't insist on opposing the Great Void. Perhaps we could have been friends. Alas, we've been enemies for more than 100,000 years. During the past 100,000 years, I've stood at the peak. It's your turn now," Two-Way said with a sigh. "There are many things that are out of our control. You're destined to be my enemy," Lu Zhou said before he added, "With my great Tao alone, I'm supreme." Two-Way was slightly taken aback. Then, he chuckled and said, "That's right. You're the first to create a new path of cultivation, the first person with a blue avatar, and the first person to break the shackles of heaven and earth. The Great Void, the Sacred Temple, the 10 halls, and the world can't tolerate you." Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "If the world can tolerate me, then I'll flatten the world." "Good. Very good. As expected of the unholy one I know." Buzz. A surging power like the ocean appeared in the depths of the abyss. It was indescribable. Two-Way looked down and said, "The underground passage has been opened. You once said that the shackles for humans and fierce beasts are hidden in the 18th level of hell, but I'd never believed it. However, today, I believe it." Lu Zhou looked down at the ocean-like surging power in confusion. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. He checked the time and found he still had 3 minutes left. He had to kill Two-Way first. Clearly, this time he would not be able to look for answers in the abyss. Moreover, the matters in the sky had not been solved yet. There were still many secrets waiting for him to unravel them. "It's getting late. You should go," Lu Zhou said in a dark voice. Two-Way was unresigned, but his diminishing power forced him to give up. He spread his arms and allowed the blue dragons to hit him. Boom! Two-Way could not hold on any longer. The blue dragons penetrated his body. At this moment, the soul-searching bell appeared in his hand. He said, "I've refined my consciousness into the bell. There are memories of the dead in there." Crack! Two-Way crushed the soul-searching bell. Then, a peaceful smile appeared on his face before his eyes turned lifeless. Following that, his body dissolved into spots of stars and gradually disappeared in the pitch-black abyss. Ding! Killed a target. Divine Emperor. Reward: 500,000 merit points. Domain bonus: 100,000 merit points. At this time, the mysterious power below surged higher. Lu Zhou flew up immediately. Soon, Lu Zhou realized something was amiss. He raised his head and looked up. He saw streaks of what looked like lightning bolts flying up along the inner wall of the abyss. Lu Zhou used the power of the Tao. It's too late. Boom! The abyss collapsed unto itself. The power of the Tao and the laws are absorbed by the earth? Lu Zhou exclaimed in surprise. He thought he would be able to leave easily. He did not expect the power of the Tao and the laws would be absorbed by the earth. Is the secret of the shackles really underground? Lu Zhou looked at the time. Time was flying by quickly. His heart sank immediately. If Lu Zhou could not use the power of the Tao or the laws to leave this place, he definitely would not be able to leave using his speed alone. After all, he was not familiar with the power of a supreme being. The abyss was slowly closing up. Due to the collapse of Dunzang's pillar of destruction, huge boulders would fall from the sky from time to time. When the boulders fell into the abyss, they hovered for a moment before they were devoured by the mysterious power in the abyss. Lu Zhou looked at the time. He still had a minute left. Let's try again. Since he could not leave using the power of the Tao, he would try leaving by force. Lu Zhou flew up as blue arcs appeared on his body. He raised his hands up. Boom! Due to his incredibly fast speed, it generated a sonic boom. The darkness in the abyss was even worse than the year-round darkness in the unknown land. At this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck from the sky. Lu Zhou frowned. He had seen this scene before. You want to repair the earth? He had witnessed the mysterious force at the Pillar of Destruction. At that time, it had mended the cracks on the Pillar of Destruction. Could it be that the power comes from the earth as well? Lu Zhou could clearly sense that the mysterious power was similar to the power at the depths of the abyss. He could also feel the power was not targeting him. It was just trying to mend the cracks. Lu Zhou frowned again when he saw the lightning bolts forming an inescapable net at the top of the abyss. Then, he raised his hand and unleashed the Great Vajra hand sign. The hand seal rushed up from the bottom. When it passed through the inescapable net, the mysterious power actually withdrew and avoided it. With that, the hand seal flew high up into the sky like a brightly lit lantern, illuminating the dark sky. Rumble. The earth closed by another 30%. Lu Zhou could feel a sense of urgency in the speed at which the earth was being mended. The inescapable net was like lotus roots that were haphazardly connected as it shone. Lu Zhou could feel the pressure growing stronger. He looked at the time. He clearly did not have enough time. In the final few seconds, he did something crazy. He brought out the confinement seal and poured all of the Unholy One's power into it. Buzz. Blue arcs, which somewhat resembled that of the mysterious power, flashed around the confinement seal immediately. Then, the confinement seal grew rapidly into an unprecedentedly huge size. Boom! Just as the entrance was about to close, the confinement seal lodged itself at the entrance. The mysterious power from the abyss wrapped and squeezed the confinement seal. The sky was dark but flashed with the colors of the galaxy at this moment. The confinement seal was like a mountain stuck in a crack. At this time, the blue light disappeared from Lu Zhou's eyes. The blue electric arcs disappeared from his body as well. The unprecedented power in his Dantian Sea of Qi that coursed through his extraordinary 8 meridians disappeared as well. The darkness in the abyss that was like the mysterious universe instantly devoured Lu Zhou. His heart sank along with his body. After falling for an unknown amount of time until he could no longer see the confinement seal, he finally stopped. His surroundings were lit up with wave-like light that reflected on the walls, making it look as though he was walking under the sea. Lu Zhou looked around suspiciously. The power didn't harm me. He lifted his hands to have a look. All the blue energy had disappeared. He had regained his original cultivation. Lu Zhou sighed. Without that earlier experience, he would not feel so weak now. He thought he was powerful enough, but after experiencing the power of the Supreme Card, he finally realized how weak he was. It's really unfortunate that there's only one of that card. Lu Zhou lowered his hand and looked around. There was nothing. He felt as though he was walking in a lonely galaxy. He used the power of sight, the power of hearing, and the power of smell, but he did not detect any living being. He had gone too far and lost himself. Lu Zhou sighed helplessly and looked at the sky. He only saw weak light that showed him the direction of the sky. If he stayed here for too long, he might really lose his way. Lu Zhou left a mark before he flew in all directions. Strangely, although the place did not seem big, he failed to find the boundary. In the end, he could only return to his original position and hovered in the air. The area above had now been sealed by the mysterious power, and he could not leave. He did know where east, south, west, and north were. Before he figured it out, he did not dare to wander around. Although he did not use up his own energy during his fight with Two-Wei, he felt slightly tired. Thus, he sat cross-legged in the air and closed his eyes to rest. Since he had determined there was no living being in the galaxy-like abyss and the wave-like light had dispelled most of the darkness, he was not afraid. Yes. When he entered his cultivation state, he made a pleasant discovery. Such rice and pure primal qi. I'll try to cultivate first before I try to leave again. Dunzang. A figure hovered in the air and surveyed the scene of destruction. Mountains and rivers were destroyed, and the ground was in ruins. Then, he looked at the collapsed pillar of destruction with a grim expression. When he sensed two familiar auras and energy in the air and looked at the traces of battle, his eyes widened in disbelief. For the first time in a long time, Ming Xian, the Great Void Emperor, was shocked. He muttered to himself expressionlessly, "He's back!" Ming Xian flashed as he circled around Dunzang and inspected the rubble and debris that were once the pillar of destruction. Then he shook his head. At this time, a runic passage that covered the sky appeared in the sky. A dazzling light shot down before powerful cultivators appeared one after another. In comparison, Ming Xian looked much more low-key. Ming Xian did not raise his head. He continued to look at the wreckage of Dunzang's pillar of destruction. A hint of anger could be seen on his face. At this time, a gigantic pair of white feathered wings emerged from the runic passage. The pair of wings belonged to a humanoid feather tribesman that was roughly 1,000 feet tall. There was a crown on his head, and his body was suffused with a bright light. His eyes were flashing frostily at this time. Ming Xian still did not look at the feather tribesman or the other experts that had appeared. The tall featherman surveyed the surroundings before he asked, "Emperor Ming Xian, how have you been?" The tall feather tribesman's voice was rather sharp, but it had a powerful penetrative power. Ming Xian said, "Emperor Yu, you're late." Emperor Yu, who had looked at the surroundings vaguely, had an idea of what had happened. He nodded slightly before he asked, "He's back." Ming Xian did not answer the question. Instead, he placed his hand on his back and nodded. Emperor Yu sighed. No wonder Ming Ban's aura disappeared. Well, it's not an injustice to die in his hands. Meanwhile, the other feather tribesmen looked at each other in dismay upon hearing these words. They naturally did not interrupt when two big shots were talking. However, they were all curious about the he that was mentioned. Which expert could elicit such a high evaluation from Emperor Yu? Not only is Ming Ban, a divine lord, dead, but an elder, Mingda, is dead as well. Our feather tribe hasn't been peaceful lately, Emperor Yu said with a hint of displeasure. Ming Xian finally raised his head and glanced at Emperor Yu from the corners of his eyes before he said tonelessly, "Just guard the great abyss land's pillar of destruction well. I'm no match for him," Emperor Yu bluntly said. "Two-Wei has already died," Ming Shi said. Emperor Yu was slightly shocked. He naturally heard about Two-Wei. He knew Two-Wei was one of the masters of the 10 halls. Two-Wei was one of the strongest experts in the Great Void. He had thought it was tragic that the Feather Tribe had lost a divine lord and a Tao saint, but he did not expect the Great Void to lose a divine emperor. The sky in the unknown land did not seem affected by the battle. It was still dark as usual. Perhaps he died again, Mingxi said, slightly uncertain. Emperor Yu laughed. His laughter was not loud. Then he said teasingly, "This is the first time I've seen you so uncertain. You're usually very confident." Ming Xian pointed at the abyss in the distance and said, "Follow me to take a look." Emperor Yu's eyes lit up when he saw the abyss. He nodded with a smile. Very well. Under the lead of Emperor Yu, the experts from the Feather Tribe followed Ming Xian to the top of the abyss. With faint light from Ming Xian and Emperor Yu, the night sky above the abyss seemed to glow with the light of auroras. After the battle, there were no living beings around. Ming Xian carefully studied the abyss. It was dark but was lit with faint spots of light, looking like the Milky Way. "What do you think, Emperor Yu?" Ming Xian asked as he looked at the abyss. Emperor Yu observed for a moment before he said, "So it was hollow underground?" Ming Xian nodded. "Yes. The bottom of every pillar of destruction is empty. It's like a huge well that contains the power of the earth. The great void seeds grow by absorbing the nutrients from the well." Emperor Yu asked, "There's such a thing? So the bottom of the pillar at the great abyss land is empty as well?" Emperor Yu was slightly flustered. If this was true, then the great abyss land carried the heaviest burden. The Dunzang's pillars of destruction had already collapsed, and the other pillars of destruction still had trouble from time to time. If the sky were to collapse, the first to fall into hell would be the Feather Tribe at the Great Abyss Land. Ming Xian nodded. "Emperor Yu, I feel like I've been tricked." Emperor Yu looked at the calm Ming Xian and said, "If that's the case, you'll have to compensate the Feather Tribe well. In order to protect the Great Abyss Land's pillar of destruction, the entire lives of the tribe are at stake." Ming Xian said expressionlessly, "The Feather Tribe has already gained enough. The Great Abyss Land was the only place in the unknown land that had sunlight. The Feather Tribe also had the privilege to enjoy the nourishment from the Great Void energy. Their living environment was superior, and their cultivation resources were abundant. If there were no benefits, who would stay at the Great Abyss Land?" Emperor Yu only smiled at Ming Xian's stinginess. Ming Xian pointed at something that looked like a brick in the abyss and asked, "What do you think that is?" Emperor Yu only glanced at it briefly before he said, "A small object. There's a special energy in it that's mixed with the power of the earth. However, it's just an ordinary object." Ming Xian said, "That's his aura." Emperor Yu was stunned. He looked at the object again suspiciously. Then he smiled and said, "Even if he's alive, he's not as strong as he used to be. After all, how can an expert use such an ordinary item?" As soon as he finished speaking, a slightly alarmed expression appeared on his face as he said, "Wait, are you saying that he might be down there?" Ming Xian nodded. Emperor Yu frowned and waved his hand. 2 experts from the Feather Tribe flew down. Everything was normal when they were about 2,000 yards away. However, as soon as they passed that distance, they were sent flying by the ocean-like mysterious force. Bang! Bang! The duo could not go any closer and had no choice but to return to Emperor Yu. "Your Majesty, the power from the abyss is strange. We can only go as close as about 2,000 yards from it." Emperor Yu said, "Continue looking." Understood. The experts from the Feather Tribe went as close as they could, trying to look for the unholy one. Unfortunately, they only saw the galaxy-like abyss. The entrance was not big to begin with. In the end, they found no traces of the unholy one. Emperor Yu sighed. "Maybe you're right. Perhaps he died again." Ming Xian said, "During the battle back then, the Great Void lost 4 supreme beings before we killed him. Now that he's returned again, it's clear that he's very strong. I'll only feel at ease if I see his corpse." "You're really hard to please. You're the one who said he might have died again, and now you're implying he's still alive." Ming Shi remained silent. He had learned from his mistakes, after all. Finally, he decided to go down and search personally. He flashed and descended for about 1,000 yards. His eyes shone with light and his eyesight was raised to the maximum. He only saw spots of light, but he did not see anything else. He continued to descend again. He was able to draw much closer compared to the experts from the Feather Tribe. Now that Ming Xian was closer, he finally had a good look at the confinement seal. After studying it for a moment, he confirmed it was indeed an ordinary item. Ming Xian descended again. When he felt the surging power from the abyss, he frowned as he came to a stop. Laws! Then Ming Xian began to descend slowly. Every time he descended, he could feel the neutralizing energy growing stronger. Swoosh. Countless rocks fell down into the abyss. At this moment, a strong surge of power of the laws surged up. When Ming Xian felt the power of the laws, his instincts told him that he could not go further. He immediately manifested his avatar. It was a myriad supreme avatar. Buzz! Ming Shi's avatar soared into the sky and reached the great void, breaking through the fog and looking down on all living things. The experts of the Feather Tribe looked up in awe. The myriad supreme avatar glowed with streams of light that seemed like 10,000 rivers returning to the sea. Then, the streams of light converged at the lotus. The astrolabe hanging at the back was also suffused with the special light. It looked extremely imposing. At this level, there was no longer any need to measure power using height. Those who had myriad supreme avatars had all comprehended supreme power of laws. Ming Xian relied on the avatar's power and returned to the sky. Then the avatar vanished. Ming Xian looked down and said, "There's a limit to human cultivation after all." "Emperor," you asked, "since you didn't see him, what are you going to do?" Ming Xian stood with his hands on his back and said, "Just look after the great abyss land. You don't have to worry about anything else." "You don't appreciate my kindness at all." "Very well. I won't bother with you, Emperor," you said. Just as he was about to leave, he thought of something and said, "That's not right. Divine Lord Ming Ban is missing, and Elder Ming Da is dead. How can I not bother with this matter? Do you still think Ming Ban is alive?" Ming Xian scoffed. Emperor Yu was rendered speechless. Indeed, one was a divine lord and the other was just a Tao saint. How could they be a match for the unholy one? They did not even have the qualifications to fight. Finally, he sighed. "I've heard all of you spoke about him. I really want to spar with him." Ming Xian glanced at Emperor Yu. After a long time, he said, "You overestimate yourself." "No, you underestimate me," Emperor Yu retorted. Ming Shi remained silent. Emperor Yu said tonelessly, "Return to the great abyss land." Then he split the sky open with his hand. A huge circle of light appeared in just an instant. One by one, the experts from the Feather Tribe flew into the runic passage and vanished from sight. Ming Xian did not stay any longer and flew back to the wreckage of Dunzang's Pillar of Destruction. He looked at the wreckage and thought about Duanmu Jian before he said, "Buried under the Pillar of Destruction. This is indeed where you belong." Buzz! Ming Xian vanished into thin air. After a while, Ming Xian returned to the sacred temple. He looked ahead expressionlessly and said, "Order to 10 halls to increase their patrols at the Pillars of Destruction. The 12 Tao Saints will take turns patrolling the pillars as well." "Understood," someone replied. After a brief moment, a figure appeared in the air and bowed. "When Ruqing pays respects to your majesty." Ming Xian only said, "He's back." When Ruqing's translucent figure solidified immediately as a shocked expression appeared on his face. "The 4 of you investigate this in secret," Ming Xian said. "Understood," when Ruqing said. "We've also formulated a detailed and reliable plan for the Great Void. We'll ensure that nothing happens to the other pillars of destruction." At the same time, in the northern city of the western capital in the Twin Lotus domain, Mingshi Yin, Xianxia, and the Qin Yuan had been waiting for a long time for Lu Zhou's return. Mingshi Yin urged, "Stop kneeling. I'm afraid my master won't return so soon." The Qin Yuan said confidently, "The Unholy One will definitely return." "Forget it. Unholy One? What Unholy One?" Mingshi Yin asked. The Qin Yuan did not bother to explain. She only said, "I'll wait for the Unholy One here." Mingshi, Master, where did you find such a fanatical fan? You're heavily injured. It's best to heal your injuries first. If you kneel and die as a result, you won't be able to see my master again, Mingshi said. The Qin Yuan was stunned. She really did not want to die. Mingshi continued to say, that Emperor Tu-Wei isn't simple either. I'm afraid Master won't be coming back so soon. In my opinion, it's best to return to Fragrant Valley first. The Qin Yuan said, but, Mingshi interjected, there are no buts. Why can't you be more rational? Mingshi said, looking as though he was disappointed. The Qin Yuan sighed, perhaps you're right. If we stay here, we'll only be a burden. That's right. Mingshi nodded. Then he turned around to survey his surroundings before he pointed at Zhang Wenxu, who was on all fours and caged by Lu Zhou's palm seal, and said, before we leave, kill him. The Qin Yuan said, his cultivation has been crippled. Killing him is easy, but the palm seal left. He pointed at Zhang Wenxu, who was standing on all fours in the area. Qin Yuan said, his cultivation has been crippled. Killing him is easy, but the palm seal left behind by the unholy one isn't easy to deal with. I'm afraid I can't break it. Mingshi pointed at the Qin Yuan and said, let me warn you first. When we return to Fragrant Valley, don't call my master the unholy one. This matter must be kept a secret. Today it was just two-way. There were so many experts in the Great Void. If they found out about his master identities and the Great Void seeds, then they would be in trouble. The Qin Yuan said, I understand. Mingshi walked toward the palm seal left by Lu Zhou and looked at Zhang Wenxu, whose face was flushed red from the attack earlier, before he said, you're really interesting. Back in the Golden Lotus domain, you did as you pleased. Alas, your life is tough. No matter where you are, you always end up defeated by my master. Now that Zhang Wenxu's cultivation was crippled, he had lost all hope. At this moment, his mouth was parched, and his face was filled with despair. The feeling was worse than death. He said resentfully, if the Great Void can kill him once, they can kill him again. Heh, how dare you speak about my master? Let me beat you up. Mingshi rushed over. The Qin Yuan called out, no, that palm seal is dangerous. However, Mingshi easily rushed into the palm seal and was safe and sound. Then he kicked Zhang Wenxu's chest. Zhang Wenxu spat out a mouthful of blood. The Qin Yuan, huh? Mingshi stepped on Zhang Wenxu and twisted his foot. Zhang Wenxu looked at Mingshi in surprise. You can actually pass through the Unholy One's spatial restriction? Nonsense. Mingshi stomped his foot again. Zhang Wenxu spat out another mouthful of blood. Then he said, give me a quick death. Mingshi ignored him. Zhang Wenxu chuckled and said, no matter how many times I lose, even if I can choose again, I'll still do the same. However, he won't be able to do it. Bang! Mingshi stomped his foot for the third time. Zhang Wenxu could no longer hold back and cried out in pain. Mingshi said, I don't know where you got your confidence from. My master easily suppresses Emperor Tu-Wei. Who else in the Great Void is a match for my master? Ignorant, Zhang Wenxu said mockingly. You're the one who's truly ignorant, Mingshi said as he grabbed Zhang Wenxu by the collar and said, Master said to spare your life, so you can see the consequences of humiliating the evil sky pavilion. Then Mingshi lifted Zhang Wenxu and left the area sealed by the palm seal. As soon as he left, the palm seal mysteriously disappeared. He sensed the movement and turned around to have a look. Then he muttered inwardly, Master, I hope nothing happens to you. Following that, Mingshi carried Zhang Wenxu and rode on Xianxia, flying toward Fragrant Valley. Although the Qin Yuan was injured, flying was not a problem. She followed closely behind as they rushed toward Fragrant Valley. Mingshi said again, remember not to say anything about the Unholy One. You're really good at making up stories. How can my master be the Unholy One? Are you calling him a devil? The Qin Yuan looked at Mingshi with a complex expression. Then, She pretended to smack her forehead and said, "Yes, yes, yes, I made it up. How can Pavilion Master Lu be the unholy one?" Inwardly, the Qin Yuan thought to herself, "He's the unholy one. I don't care if you believe it or not." In the abyss, Lu Zhou entered his cultivation state. He sensed the changes in his surroundings. He could feel that the cultivation speed here was more exaggerated and naturally more comfortable than the unknown land. He brought out his lotus and looked at his birth palace. Then, he prepared to activate his 26th birth chart. He brought out the Qin Yuan's life heart from the vast sky bag. Lu Zhou felt a little embarrassed when he saw the Qin Yuan's life heart. He had forgotten to return it to her earlier. No wonder the Qin Yuan was beaten up by the Mingban, the Divine Lord, earlier. After all, despite the different classes, they were both supreme beings. The gap should not have been that wide. Following that, Lu Zhou looked at the system panel. Name Lu Zhou. Race human. Merit points 4,509,680. Remaining lifespan 42,809,739 days. 117,287 years. Items: Golden Taishu Mirror. Mounts: Wizard, Bian, Jiliang, Qiongqi, Dangkong, Dijiang, Ingzhao Lu Wu, Fire Phoenix. Weapons: Unnamed, Purple Glazed Ceramic, Infinite Grade. Pillar of Impermanence, Infinite Grade. 4.5 million? Lu Zhou was slightly surprised. He did not expect to gain so many merit points. With so many merit points, he had to think about how to use them. He did not want to use them on the lucky draws anymore. Based on his previous experience, he might not even get anything. It was better to buy items. However, there did not seem to be anything good in the system mall. Lu Zhou thought about the upgrade card. He really did not know when to use it. 100 years were too long, after all. Lu Zhou shook his head and put away the upgrade card. He thought to himself, "I should find a place and a chance to use it after leaving the abyss." Then, he placed the Qin Yuan's heart in his birth palace to activate his 26th birth chart. After Lu Zhou placed the Qin Yuan's life heart in the birth palace, the process was unusually smooth. Spots of starlight appeared on the lotus seat. The power in the abyss was absorbed and helped with the activation of the birth chart. I didn't expect to benefit from this misfortune. The mysterious energy here could actually help with cultivation. Lu Zhou suddenly thought about something. After humans died, they all returned to Earth. When they were alive, they absorbed the nutrients from the earth to grow and become stronger. Cultivators absorbed the vitality energy from nature, defying the heavens and changing their fates. After dying, everything should return to the earth. This was also in line with the law of conservation. To think there's such a treasure under the pillar of destruction. Lu Zhou could feel the energy in the abyss slowly flowing into his birth palace. Although the speed was not fast, it was better than nothing. After the Qin Yuan's heart marked out the area in the birth palace, Lu Zhou took it out. The Qin Yuan had suffered a terrible defeat when faced with Ming Ban. To a great extent, it was because she lacked the life heart. Alas, he could not return it to the Qin Yuan right now. With this, the second stage of the birth chart activation began. In the following period of time, while Lu Zhou was in the abyss, apart from cultivating, he would also try his luck with the lucky draws and look for ways to leave the abyss. Every time his cultivation improved, he would fly upward. Alas, he would fail and end up falling again. When Mingxirin brought Jiang Wenshu back to Fragrant Valley, everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion thought it was strange when they only saw Mingxirin. Then, when they saw the beaten-up Jiang Wenshu and the injured Qin Yuan, they finally realized something was wrong. Chen Fu was also concerned. He asked with a frown, "Your master didn't come back?" "My master might be a little late," Mingxirin said. Everyone nodded. "Who's he?" Little Yuaner pointed at Jiang Wenshu, who was lying on the ground. "Jiang Wenshu, the Grand Tutor of the Golden Lotus Domain," Mingxirin replied. "Him? Isn't he dead?" Little Yuaner asked curiously. "Then," she said, rubbing salt on Jiang Wenshu's wounds, I remember that he was beaten up by Master and died a horrible death. Jiang Wenshu's cultivation had already been destroyed. He was so angry that he felt his livers hurt. He had no strength to refute at all. That was his projection. His projection? Chun Fu explained. It's an ability. One can use a sacred relic and manifest a projection with its own consciousness. The higher one's cultivation is, the stronger control one will have over the projection. Cultivators who have comprehended the great Tao will have this ability. Mingshi nodded. When I become a Tao saint, I'll manifest one too. It's not a bad idea to be a local tyrant somewhere. Zhu Honggong chuckled and said, Fourth senior brother's thoughts are the same as mine. Scram. You're just a bum, Mingshi said. At this time, Chun Fu asked, What happened? Why is the Qin Yuan injured? We ran into some trouble on the way, Mingshi said. Yu Zhenghai scoffed and said, Old Fourth, spit out. We're all on the same side here. Don't try to hide anything. Mingshi hastily said, I'm not hiding anything. If you don't believe me, you can ask the Qin Yuan. The Qin Yuan could tell what they were thinking, so she said, We did run into some trouble, but I took care of it and got injured. Jiang Wenshu endured his pain and said with a chuckle, Fighting with the Divine Emperor. He won't have it easy either. Everyone was shocked. Mingshi turned around and stomped on Jiang Wenshu's chest again. Boom! Jiang Wenshu fainted. I forgot about him. I must look for an opportunity to kill him. Mingshi thought to himself. Mingshi glared at Jiang Wenshu before he said, You'll know when Master returns. There were many people and it was chaotic. It was not that Mingshi wanted to hide this from his fellow disciples. There were the disciples of the Autumn Dew Mountain as well, after all. It was better that fewer people know about the Unholy One. Moreover, once his master returned, everything would be fine. Chun Fu said, Since everything's okay, let's continue cultivating. Everyone bowed and left. Mingshi tied Jiang Wenshu up in an abandoned room before sealing Jiang Wenshu's 8 extraordinary meridians. Then he let Xianxia guard Jiang Wenshu. With that, he left to cultivate in peace. Initially, Mingshi thought his master would return soon. However, after waiting for 5 days, he began to feel that something was amiss. Mingshi could only tell the others that their master was chasing after the enemy. It was the truth, after all. It was just that he did not expect it to take so long. After another 10 days or so had passed, the other disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion surrounded Mingshi while the others stood at the side. Old Fourth, tell us the truth. What happened? Seeing that things had come to this point, Mingshi told them about what had happened, excluding the matter about the Unholy One. When Chun Fu heard this, he shook his head and said, Brother Lu is only a saint. How could he fight against a divine emperor for so long? Everyone looked at the Qin Yuan. Even an ancient saint slayer was injured. What about their master who was only a saint? Thud. Zhu Honggong fell to his knees and wailed at the top of his lungs. Master, why did you leave so soon? I've yet to have a chance to be filial to you. Heavens, you must be blind. Everyone frowned as they looked at Zhu Honggong. After all, considering Mingshi and the Qin Yuan hemming and hawing when they recounted what happened, perhaps Zhu Honggong was not wrong. Finally, Mingshi kicked Zhu Honggong and said, Idiot! What are you wailing for? Master's not dead. Zhu Honggong wiped his tears away and stopped crying. Is that so? Then why hasn't he returned yet? You deliberately hid this matter for so many days. Isn't it just because you don't want us to be sad? Mingshi cursed before he said, Let's see how Master teaches you a lesson when he returns. Zhu Honggong no longer dared to say those words. He hurriedly stood up as he wiped his eyes and said, That's right, that's right, that's right. Master is invincible. How could something happen to him? Then, you said Master fought against thousands of enemies alone, and even a divine emperor ran from him. You made this up, right? It's quite brilliant. At this time, the Qin Yuan said, The Pavilion Master's cultivation is unfathomable. It's nothing for him to fight a divine emperor. Everyone wore expressions of disbelief on their faces. Did they look like fools? Mingshi said, "Has Master lost to anyone in the past? Which powerful enemy has he not defeated?" Little Yuaner nodded and said, "Fourth senior brother has a point." "All right," Yu Zhenghai said. Everyone quieted down. Yu Zhenghai swept his gaze across everyone and said, "Since Master isn't here, as the eldest senior brother, I naturally have to shoulder the responsibility. We'll wait a little longer. If Master doesn't return, we'll go out and look for him." The four elders nodded. "For now, this is the only way." The Qin Yun looked at the disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion and could not help but sigh inwardly. If the Unholy One's disciples were so loyal back then, they would not have ended up in such a miserable state. Now that they had risen again, they definitely could not make the same mistake. She really wanted to tell them that their master is the Unholy One. "I'll do my best to help you get through any life-threatening situation," the Qin Yuan said. Another 10 days passed. Lu Zhou still had yet to return. Yu Zhenghai did as he said and left Fragrant Valley to look for his master. Just as Yu Zhenghai was about to leave, Yu Shangrong stopped Yu Zhenghai and said, "Eldest senior brother, I'll go with you. It's dangerous outside. You should stay," Yu Zhenghai said. Yu Shangrong said with a faint smile, "Back then, I crossed tens of thousands of miles of forest from a little mountain with a mortal body. You can imagine how dangerous it was. I don't think there's anything more dangerous than that." Yu Shangrong's past had always been regarded as a legend by the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion. "Since it's rather safe in Fragrant Valley, I feel at ease to go with you," Yu Shangrong said again. Eldest senior brother, are you afraid you won't have a chance to show off if I go with you?" Yu Zhenghai's expression froze briefly before he said, "Let's go then." With that, the duo left Fragrant Valley while the other stayed to cultivate. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong flew side by side out of Fragrant Valley to the western capital, Luoyang. The western capital did not seem affected by the great battle. Everything seemed normal. According to Old Fourth, Master and the expert fought in the northern city of the western capital. "Where could Master have gone?" Yu Zhenghai asked. "We'll know after asking around," Yu Shangrong said. Yu Shangrong headed to the relay station where the cultivators from the western capital gathered, and Yu Zhenghai had no choice but to follow. At the relay station, someone sighed and said, "Since the Golden Lotus cultivators came, we haven't had a peaceful day since. What can we do when the gods have descended? Although they caused a huge amount of damage during their battle, at least they didn't make things difficult for us mortals." The cultivators who had witnessed the battle thought it was apt to refer to themselves as mortals. After all, those experts were like gods compared to them. "I heard those two gods fought all the way from Great Han to Dunzang in the unknown land. I heard they destroyed the Pillar of Destruction there. I'm not sure how true is that. Usually, no one dares to approach the Dunzang's Pillar of Destruction. There's a strange great saint guarding it." "What's a great saint compared to the gods?" Yu Shangrong was used to this scenario. He took a seat at one of the tables and asked, "Brother, is what you said earlier true?" The person glanced at Yu Shangrong and said, "That's right." "What do the two avatars look like?" Yu Shangrong asked. "Brother, you don't know? So many people witnessed it that day," the person said excitedly. "One of the avatars is blue. Don't look so surprised. We've never seen one like it before either. Moreover, it's Myriad Supreme Avatar. None of us have seen a Myriad Supreme Avatar before. We've only read about them in books. The other avatar is black. The owner should be a Black Lotus cultivator. Anyway, they are both supreme beings. It's impossible to determine the height of the avatars. They're simply too tall that we can't see them." Yu Shangrong frowned slightly. Yu Zhenghai, who had taken a seat next to Yu Shangrong, asked, "Are you sure they went to Dunzang?" "Well, I don't know if they specifically went to Dunzang. That's just what I heard. However, there's no doubt they went to the unknown land. After all, only the unknown land can accommodate a battle of such a scale. If you want to verify it, you can go to the unknown land to have a look. A battle of such immense scale will definitely leave devastating traces behind." Just the palace in the northern city has been flattened beyond recognition. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong exchanged a look. Then, the person said again, "However, I advise you not to look for trouble for no reason. There's a weird great saint guarding Dunzang's pillar of destruction." A weird great saint? Yu Zhenghai was puzzled. That weirdo likes persuading people to leave. If they don't, they'll be dragged into his courtyard and forced to listen to his principles of life for half a day. Then, if they still refuse to leave, they'll be killed and buried next to his courtyard. Don't you think such a person is weird? Yu Zhenghai finally said, "In any case, he's not my ancestor, so you can say whatever you want." What? The other person frowned in confusion. Yu Shangrong rose to his feet at this moment and cupped his fists together at the other person as he said, "Farewell." With that, the duo left the relay station and rushed to the runic passage. Yu Zhenghai asked, "Are we really going to the unknown land?" "There's no other way." "All right." Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong flew for 2 hours. Since they did know the runic passage in Great Han, they returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion first before using the runic passage there to travel to Dunzang's Pillar of Destruction. When the duo was in the runic passage, they could clearly feel the turbulence in the passage. Clearly, the runic passage was damaged. Fortunately, they arrived safely at Dunzang. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were both shocked. Apart from the runic passage that they came in and a small area near them, the entire place was devastated. Yu Zhenghai said with a frown, "It seems like the battle was abnormally fierce." Yu Shangrong nodded and said, "If Miss Zhao did not strengthen the protection for this runic passage, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to come here." Yu Zhenghai lowered his head and looked at the runic passage and said, "We have to find a chance for her to repair this." Following that, the duo flew into the air. Yu Shangrong hovered in the sky and looked in the direction of Dunzang's Pillar of Destruction in shock. Eldest senior brother. Yu Zhenghai was also shocked by the scene before him. The Pillar of Destruction really collapsed? They had all been recognized by the Pillars of Destruction, so they were most familiar with the Pillars of Destruction among those in the 9 domains. They knew how powerful and tenacious the Pillars of Destruction were. Supreme beings are much more terrifying than I imagined, Yu Zhenghai murmured to himself. Yu Shangrong said, perplexed, "I'm really curious. If Master is a supreme being, why would he hide in Fragrant Valley? Maybe he wants to be like Jiang Wenshu," Yu Zhenghai said. The duo flew around the ruins that used to be Dunzang twice before they were completely convinced this was indeed caused by a battle between supreme beings. At this time, Yu Zhenghai suddenly said, "It's over. Doesn't this mean Great Saint Duanmu?" Yu Zhenghai did not finish his words, but his meaning was clear. Yu Shangrong said, "Now that Dunzang's Pillar of Destruction has collapsed, I'm afraid didn't escape the calamity." Yu Zhenghai sighed. It wasn't easy for third junior brother to find his relative. Now, he lost his only relative. Yu Shangrong said, "Don't mention this to third junior brother for the time being, lest he's saddened." Yu Zhenghai nodded. The duo did not find any traces of their master in Dunzang, so they looked in the direction of the abyss. There's a hole there. It should have been caused by the battle. They had both been to Dunzang's Pillar of Destruction. They remembered the lush trees and vegetation, but there was no hole as big as this. Clearly, it was only formed recently. Soon after, Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong appeared at the top of the abyss. They looked down with solemn expressions on their faces. Spots of light could be seen inside the abyss, looking like a galaxy. This was caused by the battle? Yu Zhenghai was perplexed. It should be. Yu Zhenghai said, "If Old Fourth is telling the truth, then Master is really good at acting. Confidence comes from strength. Master might have been a supreme being from a long time ago," Yu Shangrong said. "The most important thing now is to look for Master," Yu Zhenghai said. Yu Shangrong looked around before sighing softly. The unknown land is so big. It'd be like searching for a needle in a haystack. There's no reason for Master not to return. Perhaps he was injured, and to maintain his image, he decided to recover first before returning. Yu Zhenghai speculated, "I'll go down and take a look. Let's go together." The duo flew down. When they were more than 500 yards away, they were stunned when they saw the confinement seal stuck between the cracks of the abyss. The duo flew over immediately. Master's confinement seal, Xianxia exclaimed in surprise. With Master's attitude, he won't easily throw away his items. This thing is at least at the... The two of them rushed down the abyss. When they descended about 500 meters, they saw the cage seal sandwiched in the abyss and could not help but be stunned. The two of them flew over. They landed on the confinement seal. Master's confinement seal? Xianxia said in surprise. With Master's temper, he would not easily throw away his own item. This item is at least at the fusion grade. Even if he has no use for it, he would have given it to the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion. The implication of these words was very clear. Xianxia frowned and asked, "Are you saying that Master has passed away?" Xiangrong remained silent. It was just a speculation. However, even if their master did not pass away, their master's situation did not seem very optimistic. Finally, Xianxia said solemnly, "If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse." Following that, Xianxia reached out to take the confinement seal away. Boom! The confinement seal did not move at all. Xianxia frowned and said, "Strange." Unresigned, Xianxia struck with his palm again. Great dark heavenly palm. Xianxia struck a few times consecutively. As soon as the palm seals landed on the confinement seal, they would be absorbed by the mysterious power from the abyss. Xiangrong, who had been observing, said, "It's the power of the earth." Xianxia observed his surroundings and sensed the mysterious power below. Then he asked, "Do you think Master could have fallen in there? Do you even need to ask?" After all, their master's item was found stuck in the crack of the abyss, and there was the mysterious power of earth. This was a very likely possibility. Moreover, even if their master was injured, if nothing happened, their master would have returned to the Fragrant Valley. "Why don't you call out for him?" Xianxia suggested. "Eldest senior brother, you should do it," Xiangrong said. Xianxia replied, "I'm the eldest disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion and the sect master of the Nether sect. With my status, it's not appropriate for me to shout," Xianxia said. "It's the same for me," Xiangrong said. The duo hesitated for a long time before they finally said, "Let's do it together." In any case, at this time, there was no need to care about their image or reputation. Subsequently, the duo mobilized their primal chi before they shouted downward into the abyss at the top of their lungs. "Master!" The sound waves traveled downward into the abyss normally until it was about 1,000 yards down. Then, darkness and spots of light that were like the galaxy silently devoured the sound waves. It was as though they had been swallowed by the sea. The duo exchanged a look. "Let's go down and have a look." Xianxia leaped down and Xiangrong followed suit. After falling for about 3,000 feet, their surroundings changed. It was as though they were floating in space. Following that, they met with a powerful rebound force. Strange. The duo marveled at the strength of the force. No matter how hard they tried, they could not continue to descend. Finally, Xiangrong said, "Eldest senior brother, stop trying." Xianxia stopped. Xiangrong said, "If Master and the expert from the Great Void fought and fell into the abyss, that expert wouldn't have a good ending. Moreover, with the Great Void's way of doing things, they'll definitely send people to patrol the area." "So, you're saying there's a possibility Master has been taken away by the Great Void?" Xianxia asked. "It's the only possibility. Another possibility is that even the people from the Great Void can't descend into the abyss." Xiangrong said, "You have a point." The duo lingered in the abyss for a moment but still could not find their master. They could not help but feel disappointed. Finally, Xianxia said, "Let's look elsewhere." "All right." The duo flew up into the sky. They hovered under the dense fog and looked at the ruins of Dunzang again, sighing at these troubled times. Buzz. Just when the duo was about to leave, a figure flashed over from the distant horizon at an incredibly fast speed. It was as though the person was tearing through space. Each time he or she flashed, he or she would cover a huge distance. Someone's here. Let's leave now, Yu Zhenghai said. The duo hurriedly flew away. Alas, the duo did not fly too far when the figure flashed and appeared in front of them. My two young friends, why are you in such a hurry? The voice was gentle and carried a hint of a smile. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong raised their heads to take a look. The person in front of them wore a cape and a hood. His face was full of wrinkles and he had a beard. He also had a pair of spirited eyes and a friendly smile on his face. Senior, why did you stop us? Yu Zhenghai asked. I happened to pass by this place, and I have a question or two, the person said. What is it? I heard that Emperor Tu-Wei and the Unholy One broke the pillar of destruction here and created that abyss. Is that true? The old man asked with a smile. Yu Zhenghai said, We only know they were two supreme beings, but we don't know if they were Emperor Tu-Wei and the Unholy One. They should be Emperor Tu-Wei and the Unholy One, the old man said confidently before asking, Do you know the whereabouts of the Unholy One? The Unholy One? The duo exchanged a look. Then, Yu Zhenghai shook his head and said, No, the old man could sense the cultivation bases of the two people before him were not simple. There was no reason for them to have not heard about the Unholy One. Nonetheless, he patiently explained, The Unholy One was an expert that roamed the world 100,000 years ago. He was a rare and peerless cultivation genius. Back then, during the battle with the Great Void, he alone killed 4 supreme beings before he finally fell. Now that he has risen again, he met Emperor Tu-Wei. My two friends, you don't know about this. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong shook their heads. We don't know. They thought to themselves, Did Master really participate in that battle? Was it not someone else? The old man sighed. Forget it. You can go. Farewell. Then the duo left in a flash, leaving strangely clear afterimages in the air. The old man flashed and appeared in front of the duo again. Then he said, Please wait. Yu Zhenghai frowned as he said, Senior, we've already said we don't know the whereabouts of the Unholy One. Don't be nervous, my young friends, the old man said with a smile. I see that your cultivation bases aren't simple, and I'd like to ask for your advice. Advice? The old man no longer said anything and pushed his hand that was like a mountain out. A beam of green light shot out toward Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong immediately. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong separated at the same time and avoided the beam of green light, successfully avoiding it. Then the old man smiled. This time he launched 2 beams of green light toward the duo. Yu Zhenghai pulled his saber out. Yu Shangrong drew his sword. Bang! Bang! The duo flew backward. The old man did not strike ruthlessly. He was just purely testing them. His cultivation was clearly higher than theirs. Suddenly, his body split into 2, flying to the left and right. The 2 figures appeared in front of Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong respectively. Then, he kept unleashing palm seal after palm seal. Bang! 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 Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong were no match for the old man at all. Great dark heavenly memorial. Primal restoration. Energy sabers and energy swords filled the sky and formed a circle. Following that, the old man's 2 figures merged into one again before he laughed heartily. Withdraw! Buzz! All the energy sabers and energy swords in the sky were dispelled with just a flick of the old man's sleeve. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong were inwardly shocked. They exchanged a look before they fled separately without saying another word. This was most likely the most decisive decision the duo had ever made to escape from the most powerful opponent they had ever encountered. The old man laughed. Come back. The space froze. Power of the Tao? Space distorted, pulling the duo back. A strange energy coursed through the duo's 8 extraordinary meridians at the same time. The old man looked at the duo as though he had seen a treasure. His eyes were filled with joy as he said, Both of your cultivations are rather unique. It's rare to have such profound cultivation at such a young age. Senior, what do you want? The old man did not attack nor did he answer the question. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong were rather confused. The old man said with a smile, For tens of thousands of years, No one has been able to catch my eyes. You're both rather special. I'll give you a chance to acknowledge me as your master. Acknowledge you as our master? Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong exchanged a look. Since they could not determine if the other party was a friend or foe, they could not be too hostile. Finally, Yu Zhenghai said, I'm sorry, but we already have a master. Then, betray your master and join me. Upon seeing the despair on the duo's faces, the old man stood with his hands on his back, looking imposing, before he said in a dignified tone, My name is Ling Weiyang. As the old man announced his name, he removed his hood, clearly revealing his face. He raised his head slightly and straightened his back. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong already had a taste of the other party's strength and knew the other party was not an ordinary person. However, they were both confused. Who was Ling Weiyang? Yu Zhenghai said honestly, I've never heard of that name. Ling Weiyang. Ling Weiyang studied the two young men again. Finally, he asked, Didn't your elders tell you about the cultivation world? Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong shook their heads at the same time. Ling Weiyang's eyelids twitched. Then he said, In the cultivation world, people know me as the Azure Emperor. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong shook their heads again and said in unison, Never heard of it. Ling Weiyang. Senior, no matter what, we already have a master and a sect we belong to. As the saying goes, a master for a day, a father for life. If we betray our master and sect to accept you as our master, don't you think we'd betray you in the future as well? You might as well let us go and find another talent, Yu Zhenghai said with a smile. Ling Weiyang shook his head. That won't do. How can I let go of those I've taken a liking to? However, your words do make sense. Character is important and something to be considered as well. Since you won't betray your master, I'll kill him first. Then, you won't have to feel guilty about accepting me as your master. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong. When Ling Weiyang saw the strange expressions on the duo's faces, he thought they were afraid. Hence, he asked with a smile, Who's your master? Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong did not answer immediately. Ling Weiyang's cultivation base was clearly profound. Since he was known as the Azure Emperor, he was definitely a supreme being. They knew they could not easily make an enemy out of him. With this thought in mind, Yu Zhenghai said, My master is just a nobody. There's no need to mention him. That won't do. Summon him here, Ling Weiyang said. My master's cultivation is inferior to senior's. If senior kills my master, we'll only hold a grudge against you. Why bother? Yu Zhenghai said. You have a point, Ling Weiyang said before he added. Then, I'll talk some sense into him. Summon him here. My master isn't in the unknown land, Yu Zhenghai said. That's not a problem. I'll follow you to see him, Ling Weiyang said. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong felt that things were not looking good. The other party was not easy to deal with and was also a pain to deal with. Yu Zhenghai sighed before he finally said, To tell you the truth, my master has been missing for many days. Both of us are looking for him. Ling Weiyang frowned slightly. When Yu Zhenghai saw the change in Ling Weiyang's expression, his heart relaxed. He said, If you have the time, senior, why don't you come with us to look for our master? In Yu Zhenghai's opinion, an expert like Ling Weiyang definitely would not have time for this. As expected, Ling Weiyang, the Azure Emperor, hesitated and fell deep into his thoughts. After a moment, he said with a regretful expression, I'm afraid I don't have so much time. I also need to look for someone. Senior, who are you looking for? Maybe we can help you, Yu Zhenghai asked. Ling Weiyang looked at his surroundings. The person he was looking for was no secret anyway, so he said, The Unholy One. This was the person he mentioned earlier, right? What a scary title. The duo shook their heads and said, We've never heard of him. Ling Weiyang had the urge to slap both of them as his eyelids twitched violently. However, on second thought, the era of the Unholy One had long passed. Although the Unholy One was famous, as time passed, not many people knew about him anymore. Moreover, the Great Void had made the Unholy One a taboo, so no one dared to mention it. It was not surprising that the younger generation did not know about the Unholy One. Finally, Ling Weiyang calmed down and nodded slightly. At this time, Yu Zhenghai looked at Yu Shangrong meaningfully before he said, "Since Senior doesn't have the time, then we'll take our leave now." If they did not leave now, who knew when they would be able to leave? In a way, they were very fortunate. If they had encountered someone from the Great Void or the Great Abyss Land, things would be bad. "Hold on," Ling Weiyang said sternly. With this, Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong stopped moving. "You can leave, but I'll have to leave a mark on you," Ling Weiyang said. "A mark? When I have the time, I'll come and look for you. When your master meets me, not only will he not refuse, but he'll even be eager to agree," Ling Weiyang said confidently. With that, Ling Weiyang launched 2 orbs of green light that looked like droplets of water toward Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong at lightning speed. They landed on the duo and disappeared. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong mobilized their primal qi and sensed their bodies but could not sense anything different. They naturally felt uneasy. They tried to use their primal qi again to force whatever it was out, but there was nothing. Ling Weiyang said with a smile, "Don't waste your energy. If you can undo it, I'd only be embarrassing myself." Ling Weiyang continued to say, "I'll look for you after I find the Unholy One. At that time, I'll speak to your master. Tell him to prepare to receive me. Remember, my name is Ling Weiyang." Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong were about to speak when Ling Weiyang vanished into the distant horizon. The duo looked at each in dismay. "This is bad," Yu Zhenghai said with a frown. "We've already been marked. If we return to Fragrant Valley, won't we expose everyone's location?" Yu Shangrong nodded expressionlessly. "That old man isn't simple. Since he dares to look for that whatever Unholy One, his cultivation can't be worse off. With our strength, we won't be able to undo the mark." "Then what should we do now?" Yu Zhenghai asked. "We can't return to Fragrant Valley for sure. We'll use talismans to keep in touch with the others. We'll decide what to do once we find Master," Yu Shangrong said. "This is the best choice." Yu Zhenghai nodded. The duo looked at the dense fog in the sky before they looked at the abyss again. Yu Zhenghai suddenly asked, "Why did that old man want to accept us as disciples?" Yu Shangrong said, "During the few exchanges earlier, I can feel a strange energy flowing in my 8 extraordinary meridians. If I'm not mistaken, he must have sensed the existence of our great void seeds." Yu Zhenghai frowned and sighed. "It seems like we're both unlucky today." "Not really. At least he didn't have any intention to kill us. At the very least, for now, he's not an enemy. If we had met people from the Great Void, I'm afraid they would have taken us away forcefully," Yu Shangrong said. "Oh!" Yu Zhenghai turned around and sized Yu Shangrong up before he said, "Second junior brother? When did you learn from old 7th? Your analysis is very logical." Yu Shangrong smiled indifferently. "I'm not stupid. I'm just too lazy to use my brain. Let's cut the crap. We have to leave this place as soon as possible. If someone from the Great Void comes, it'd be difficult for us to leave," Yu Zhenghai said before flying away. Yu Shangrong followed suit. The duo flew and landed on a mountain peak about 100 miles away from the runic passage. Then they used the talisman and told the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion about what they had seen, heard, and encountered in Dunzang. Needless to say, everyone was greatly shocked. The disciples of the Autumn Dew Mountain, and even Chun Fu, were shocked. Chun Fu was worried, so he sent some of his disciples to the western capital to investigate the situation. As for Lu Zheng, Chun Fu's disciple, he fainted when he heard about this. Great Han was ultimately his land, after all. Now that the turmoil in the cultivation world had affected the mortal world, it would definitely be a devastating blow. In the sky 100 miles east of Ji Ming's Pillar of Destruction, Ling Weiyang appeared. He looked at Ji Ming's Pillar of Destruction and the ice barrier that towered up into the sky. He could not help but shake his head as he said, "Scarlet Emperor, you're the most ruthless father I know." As soon as Ling Weiyang's voice fell, a tall and sturdy middle-aged man dressed in red robes appeared. His figure was graceful and elegant. His face was ruddy, and his eyes were piercing. He stood with his hands on his back as he said, It's not your place to comment on my family affairs. Ling Weiyang glanced at the red-clad middle-aged man and asked, "Why are you so irritable?" The Scarlet Emperor did not reply. Instead, he asked, "Have you found him?" Ling Weiyang, the Green Emperor, sighed before he said, "I didn't find anything at Dunzang." The Scarlet Emperor said, "I've received confirmation that Emperor Tu Wei has perished." Ling Weiyang said, "During that battle that year, everyone thought he was dead. At that time, he said he would return. I didn't expect that he would really do it." The Scarlet Emperor stood next to Ling Weiyang as he looked at the ice barrier created by Princess Mulberry that towered sharply into the sky and said, "Perhaps he really found a way to break the shackles of heaven and earth. It's just that no one believed him." Ling Weiyang, the Azure Emperor, shook his head. "It's not that no one believed him. They were just unwilling to believe it." The Scarlet Emperor glanced at Ling Weiyang and asked, "Are you speaking up for him?" "I only speak the truth." The Scarlet Emperor did not harp on the matter. Instead, he said, "Emperor Tu Wei was a new divine emperor. His strength was unfathomable, and he also had the sacred relic, the soul-searching bell. The fact that he was able to kill Tu Wei shows that his cultivation didn't fall behind after all these years." Ling Weiyang said, "That being said, he's nowhere to be found. The battle with Tu Wei wasn't easy. I suspect he's hiding somewhere to recuperate." The Scarlet Emperor asked, "How difficult is it to find him?" Then the duo sighed. "Sure." Ling Weiyang did not continue on the topic. Instead, he pointed in the direction of Princess Mulberry and asked, "Are you sure you don't want to ask her? I believe that the Unholy One has gone to all the pillars of destruction." The Scarlet Emperor hesitated. Ling Weiyang said, "Stop hesitating." Then, Ling Weiyang flew toward the icicle-like barrier. The Scarlet Emperor sighed heavily before he followed suit. In just a blink of an eye, the duo arrived near the lake. Ling Weiyang asked with a smile, "Little girl, why don't you come out?" As soon as Ling Weiyang's voice fell, Princess Mulberry appeared at the top of the icicle barrier. When she saw Ling Weiyang, the Azure Emperor, a hint of excitement could be seen in her eyes. However, when she saw the Scarlet Emperor standing next to Ling Weiyang, she became angry and disappeared immediately, acting as though she did not see or hear anything. Ling Weiyang and the Scarlet Emperor exchanged a look. Finally, Ling Weiyang said, "Forget it. You should leave." The Scarlet Emperor, "Don't just stand here. Otherwise, she won't appear," Ling Weiyang said, waving the Scarlet Emperor away. "Unfilial daughter," the Scarlet Emperor said with a scoff as he looked at the icicle barrier before flashing away. Ling Weiyang could not be bothered with father and daughter conflict. After the Scarlet Emperor left, he said, "Little girl, you can come out now." Princess Mulberry flashed and appeared in front of Ling Weiyang. She smiled and asked, "Grandpa Weiyang, why are you here?" Upon hearing the way Princess Mulberry addressed him, Ling Weiyang smiled until his eyes were curved. Then he said, "I'm here to see you." "Then you have to come more often," Princess Mulberry said happily. "Or you can stay with me. I'm alone here so it's boring. It's been a long time since anyone came." Ling Weiyang said, "There's something important I want to ask you. In recent years, is there anyone special who came to Ji Ming's Pillar of Destruction?" Princess Mulberry shook her head first before she nodded. Ling Weiyang was overjoyed. He asked, "Who was it? Where's he now?" "That person was very brave. He wasn't afraid of me at all. He brought a large group of people with him and fought with the Void Chest tribesmen for a long time. It took a lot of effort for him to kill the High Priest of the Void Chest tribe," Princess Mulberry said. Ling Weiyang thought to himself, "That can't be the Unholy One. After all, it would only take the Unholy One finger to deal with the entire Void Chest tribe." Princess Mulberry continued to say with a smile, "That person was very interesting. I asked him to beg me and I would help him, but he refused to beg me. He was even more stubborn than you." Ling Weiyang laughed and chided half-heartedly, "Impudent." Then, he continued to ask, "What's so special about him?" "Him? His disciple was recognized by the Pillar of Destruction, Princess Mulberry said. She looked around before she came to Ling Weiyang's side and said tentatively, Grandpa Weiyang, I suspect his disciple has the Great Void Seed. Ling Weiyang's expression darkened. Really? It's just a guess, Princess Mulberry said with a giggle. Although it was just a guess, it was a piece of information that Ling Weiyang valued very much. At the same time, Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong appeared in his mind. He had taken a liking to them because his instincts told him the duo possessed the Great Void Seeds. He wondered if those two were related to the people Princess Mulberry spoke about. In the abyss. Clack. Lu Zhou opened his eyes when heard a crypt's noise. His 26th birth chart had been activated. The process was much smoother than he had imagined. The power of the earth actually has such a miraculous effect, Lu Zhou said, delighted. However, he soon faced a problem. Where should he pass his birth trial? Now that he had 26 birth charts, after activating another 4 birth charts, he would have to pass another birth trial. If he could not get out, how could he pass the birth trial? After a moment, Lu Zhou tried flying out of the abyss. In the end, he was still stopped by the power of the earth and could not leave. He returned to his original position before he looked up. In fact, it was not bad to cultivate here. The only thing he was worried about was his disciple. He had not returned for such a long time. He could not help but wonder how they were. Lu Zhou used the power of sight to observe his disciples. His disciples were cultivating obediently in Fragrant Valley. However, he sighed when he discovered his 2 eldest disciples were not there. However, since their cultivation was not low, he felt more at ease. After cutting off the power of sight, Lu Zhou brought his blue avatar out. Then, he brought a life heart out from the vast sky bag and activated the next birth chart. Do I need to pass the birth trial after activating the 6th birth chart for the blue avatar? Lu Zhou wondered out loud. Previously, when he embedded the life heart into the birth palace of the blue avatar, it was not as painful compared to the golden avatar. It was slightly similar to Little Yuaner's situation. The blue avatar could be considered a free avatar since its color could change. Its current color was gold with blue electric arcs flashing around it. Its limbs could also be detached and used independently. This time, there was no pain as well when the life heart was embedded into the blue avatar's birth palace. In this regard, it was better than Little Yuaner. It was too heaven-defying. As expected. Fortunately, Lu Zhou had enough lifespan. In the end, the lifespan the blue avatar used to activate the birth chart could almost be offset by his golden avatar. He would have to accumulate reversal cards in the future to make up for this. With enough merit points, he was not worried. Looking at the smooth activation of his blue avatar's birth chart, he sighed. I'm afraid I won't be able to leave for a while. Lu Zhou brought his upgrade card out again. There was no better time or place to use it than now. 100 years. Let's do it. Use. Ding. System upgrading. Ding. All item cards are temporarily on cooldown. With that, Lu Zhou entered a meditative state. His senses shut down immediately. It was as though he had entered another world that was similar to the abyss, but also different. He soared in the galaxy as though he was looking for something. In the endless darkness dotted with spots of light, there was nothing for a long time until he eventually saw the familiar golden merit stone. Time waited for no one. In just a blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. Over the past 30 years, the Qin Yuan did her best to help the disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion pass their birth trials. During this time, only Conk did not pass her birth trial. First, she did not need to pass her birth trial in such a harsh environment. Second, she was still a distance away from her 4th birth trial. During this time, they also kept in contact with Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong. No one knew how they passed their birth trials. In the morning, with Hua Yin's support, Chun Fu walked toward the circular platform. His hair was now completely white, and his condition was clearly declining. He trembled as he walked. I can only waste my cultivation to buy more time, Chun Fu said. As long as Brother Lu doesn't return, I won't give up. Hua Yin asked, Master, why are you doing this? Chun Fu was about to die. But the Qin Yuan had used the Divine Soul Pearl to absorb his cultivation and transferred a part of the damage Ming Xian caused him to herself. She was a saint slayer, so she could rely on her ability to recover. However, that was not the case for Chen Fu, hence, his cultivation was lost. When Chen Fu arrived at the circular platform, everyone greeted him. Chen Fu looked at the concerned Qin Yuan and asked, "Are you still worried?" The Qin Yuan nodded and said, "It has been 30 years. Even if we hide with Great Void's ability, they'll find us soon. The scales of justice isn't an ordinary item." "You're saying we have to move?" Chen Fu asked. "Something like that." "Brother Lu has yet to return," Chen Fu said. "We don't have to worry about Pavilion Master Lu. The most important thing now is to take care of ourselves." "Then, what do you think we should do?" "The cultivation of the disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion is improving incredibly fast. Over the next period of time, we'll have a few more saints. This will elicit a reaction from the scales of justice. At that time, we have to separate the disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion and let them wander the 9 domains so that they won't be discovered," the Qin Yuan said. Chen Fu nodded. It was indeed a good idea. At this moment, little Yuaner flew over from afar. She hovered in the sky and looked at the Qin Yuan as she said, "I'm ready." The Qin Yuan said, "All right, follow me." The Qin Yuan reverted into its bee-like form and flew toward the center point. Before she left, she said, "The rest of you, wait here. 9th junior sister, you can do it." I didn't expect the first person to pass the saint's birth trial to be Miss Ninth. Everyone sighed emotionally. During the journey, the Qin Yuan told little Yuaner about the dangers in the depths of Fragrant Valley and the way to pass the birth trials. "After you enter, you'll be besieged by all kinds of illusions. You only need to remember one thing. They're all fake. The state of mind is the most important thing to becoming a saint. The time you take to pass the birth trial usually represents your talent in comprehending the great Tao in the future," the Qin Yuan explained. "All right, I understand," little Yuaner said as she nodded repeatedly. "If you feel uncomfortable, try to think about something else to distract yourself." "Is it okay to think about food?" "Yes." "What about drinking?" "That's fine as well." "All right, I understand." After crossing the center point, the duo landed at the entrance to the depths of Fragrant Valley. The Qin Yuan pointed at the entrance and said, "You can go in from there." "Okay." Swoosh. Before the Qin Yuan could speak again, little Yuaner rushed into the depths of Fragrant Valley. "The Qin Yuan?" She raised her hand and said in a daze, I still have something important to say. I'm not done yet." While the Qin Yuan was still in a daze, little Yuaner had already disappeared from sight. The Qin Yuan quickly leaped into the air to catch up. She was an ancient saint slayer, after all. Her speed was not something little Yuaner could compare to. As such, it did not take long before she saw little Yuaner 1/3 into the depths of Fragrant Valley. She nodded and said to herself, "As expected of the disciple, the unholy one is most proud of." The Qin Yuan knew about little Yuaner monstrous talent. It was not surprising to her that little Yuaner easily reached 1/3 of the depths of Fragrant Valley. Little Yuaner hummed a little tune happily as she walked. The Qin Yuan was puzzled. No illusions? Little Yuaner suddenly came to a halt and looked around suspiciously. She did not see anything strange. The surroundings were quiet and looked very safe. Then, she muttered to herself over and over again, "These are fake. Green-haired monster. Yellow-haired monster. Black-haired monster." The Qin Yuan nodded. As expected, she's besieged by the illusions. Little Yuaner conjured up those scary monsters in her mind, but she felt that they were useless. She continued humming a little tune as she skipped forward. The Qin Yuan. In less than 15 minutes, little Yuaner was already halfway into the depths of Fragrant Valley. Little Yuaner stopped and remembered what the Qin Yuan said. So she muttered to herself again, "Everything is fake. Yellow-haired monster. Green-haired monster. Black-haired monster." The Qin Yuan was speechless. Most people's illusions were of their inner demons, But why was the little girl in front of her seeing all kinds of colorful and furry monsters? She continued to observe little Yuaner. Little Yuaner's speed was getting faster and faster. The Qin Yuan? Little Yuaner felt she was too slow, so she began to run. When she reached the final quarter of the area, she suddenly stopped and flipped in the air. Then, golden seals erupted from her body, as she used the 7 stars cloud treading steps to dodge everywhere. Realization finally dawned on the Qin Yuan. The real illusions only came now? What a heaven-defying talent! Little Yuaner danced back and forth in the sky. Her expression would change from time to time. The Qin Yuan muttered under her breath. If she can defeat her inner demons within 2 hours, it'll be amazing. Just as the Qin Yuan's voice fell, the formation in the surroundings lit up. The surrounding energy converged and lifted little Yuaner up. Little Yuaner did not resist and slowly rose into the air. A satisfied smile could be seen on her face. The nirvana sash wrapped around her waist loosely, forming an oval shape as it hung down her back. The energy continued to gather as the wind and clouds stirred. Soon enough, the energy surged into little Yuaner's Dantian's sea of qi. The nirvana sash fluttered in the air as little Yuaner began to glow. Upon seeing this, the Qin Yuan exclaimed, "Saint Light!" Everything happened so fast that even the Qin Yuan, an ancient saint slayer, could not even react. She looked at little Yuaner that glowing with Saint Light in confusion as she muttered, This is it? In front of the sacred temple. Creak. The scales of justice emitted a noise that was different from usual. A figure appeared, looking down at the scales of justice. Over the past 30 years, the scales of justice did not make such a distinct movement even with the imbalance. When Ruqing, Hua Zhanghong, Guanjiu, Zue Chan, 4 figures appeared almost at the same time. Your orders, Your Majesty? Pass down the order. A great void seed has appeared. Find it quickly. Yes. After the 4 figures disappeared at the same time, Ming Xian reached out, and the scales of justice, which was more than 100 feet in size, squeaked before it shrank and shot into his hand, suffused with a faint mysterious light. After he clenched his hand, it vanished. At this time, a person walked over and bowed. Your Majesty, the new commander of Two-Way Hall is here. Let him in, Ming Xian said calmly with a faint smile on his face. Soon after, a man wearing a red mask and a fine robe walked into the hall. He bowed politely as he greeted, Greetings, Your Majesty. Ming Xian nodded and asked, You've just joined the Great Void not too long ago. Have you gotten used to it here? The man replied with a smile, Yes, I've gotten used to it. Ming Xian nodded in satisfaction before he said, Since you joined the Great Void, you hardly participated in the Great Void's affairs. However, now that you're the hall commander of Two-Way Hall, you should be more active. The man nodded and bowed. Yes, Your Majesty. After he straightened his back, he said, I'm still too young after all. Compared to the seniors in the Great Void, I'm truly inexperienced. Since I just joined not too long ago, I prefer to observe and learn first. The smile on Ming Xian's face grew wider upon hearing these words. Then he said, So many years have passed, but I still don't know your name. The finely dressed man replied, I'm the 7th son in my family, so my name is Qi Sheng. Ming Xian nodded. Qi Sheng. People from the secular world like naming their offspring after their ancestors. However, your name is rather unique. It's a good name. When I was young, my family was poor. Only the rich would be meticulously named. I was just given the name Shang and was called Qi Sheng because I was the 7th child. In the olden days, knowledge and culture were exclusive to the wealthy and the noble, after all. It was already good enough that the common folks could read a few words. Most of them were illiterate. Hence, the naming of their child was carelessly done as well. Xiao. Ming Xian rose to his feet and walked down the steps with his hands on his back, looking like an ordinary old man. To those who were none the wiser, they would not be able to imagine that the seemingly ordinary old man was the supreme representative of the Great Void Emperor Ming Xian. Ming Xian walked up to Qi Sheng and asked, Do you know why I made you the new hall commander of Two-Way Hall? Qi shook his head. No, Ming Xian said. I've been silently observing you over the past 30 years. You're very talented and capable. Your talent in cultivation is even more outstanding. If I'm not mistaken, you should have the Great Void Seed. Ming Xian stared at Qi Sheng intently after he finished speaking, trying to look a hint of surprise or nervousness on Qi Sheng's face. However, Qi Sheng was calm. It was as though everything was within his expectations. He said with a smile, Nothing can be hidden from your majesty. Indeed, I possess the Great Void Seed. Ming Xian said, It's as hard as ascending to the heavens to obtain a Great Void Seed. Many people are willing to sacrifice their lives just to obtain it. How did you obtain it? You'll find it hard to believe. I believe you, Ming Xian said. Back then, when I wanted to start cultivating, I went around looking for a master. By chance, I met a crazy old man who gave me the Great Void Seed. In the beginning, I had no idea the Great Void Seed was so rare and something that people went crazy over. I didn't pay much attention to it. After consuming it, my stomach hurt for 3 days and 3 nights. I had diarrhea as well. In the end, I was bedridden for half a month. Ming Xian smiled before he let out a long sigh. Then, you really have to thank that old man. Everything is fated. We were probably fated. I haven't seen that old man since then, Qi Sheng said, effectively blocking any more questions. Fate, Ming Xian said. Not only do you have the Great Void Seed, but you're also a future supreme being of the Great Void. No wonder the White Emperor is so fond of you. Qi Sheng said, His Majesty, the White Emperor, saved my life, so I am naturally grateful to him. He also recommended that I join the Great Void. In a way, he's like a father to me. Ming Shi praised. Being grateful is a rare quality. The White Emperor said you're quite talented, so I want to test you. I don't think I'm talented. I'm just a little clever, Qi Sheng replied modestly. Ming Xian paced back and forth with his hands on his back. 500 years ago, the Pillars of Destruction gave birth to 10 Great Void Seeds. The 10 seeds were lost as soon as they reached maturity. The 9 domains launched countless expeditions to the Pillars of Destruction. In order to protect the safety and stability of the pillars, the Guardians of the Great Void went on a killing spree. Alas, the 10 seeds were still not found. He paused and turned to look at Qi Sheng before he continued to say, You have 1 seed, so the other 9 are still missing. I have a feeling that the seeds are all about to appear. In your opinion, what should we do? Upon hearing this, Qi Sheng nodded and thought about it for a while before he said, There are only 3 choices. Speak. First, we kill those who possess the seeds so they won't cause trouble. Second, capture them and take their seeds away. Third, make them submit to the Great Void. Qi Sheng said. In your opinion, what should we do? Ming Xian asked. Make them submit, Qi Sheng replied. Tell me your reason. The first option is too vicious. Your Majesty is kind, so it might not be viable to choose that option. Although the second option is not bad, after 500 years, the seeds should have already fused with their owners. Even if we manage to take the seeds back, the effects might not be as good. All things considered, the third option is the best, Qi Sheng said. Ming Xian asked, What if they refuse? The most difficult thing to control in this world is the human heart. Ming Xian had naturally thought about these 3 options before. If he had to choose, he thought the first option was not bad. Qi Sheng said with a smile, How do we know if we don't try? If they really refuse, it's not too late to consider the other option. Ming Xian remained silent. He turned around and looked outside the hall. His expression was calm. Qi Sheng bowed slightly and remained quiet. After a while, Ming Xian suddenly asked, Have you been to Zhuo's Pillar of Destruction? Qi Sheng remained calm as he said, Yes. Were you recognized by Zhuo's Pillar of Destruction? Yes. The White Emperor truly treats you very well, Ming Xian said. I'll never forget his kindness, Qi Sheng replied. All right, you can leave now, Ming Xian said. Yes, Qi Sheng said before he respectfully left the hall. Although the conversation was random and filled with twists and turns, Qi Sheng seemed to have responded very honestly and naturally. After Qi Sheng walked out, 2 silver guards bowed at Qi Sheng and said, "Commander, do you want to return now?" Qi Sheng looked at the sky and said, "I want to visit Chongguang Hall." The silver guard said, "Commander, Chongguang Hall has long changed its name to Shihe Hall." "Then, let's go to Shihe Hall." The silver guard said, "The master of Shihe Hall is also the Holy Maiden. Among everyone, she has the highest chance of becoming a supreme being. However, she's very aloof and not easy to get close to. Do you really want to visit the Holy Maiden? Lead the way." Understood. The great void was as vast and boundless as the unknown land. The 10 halls were located in 10 different locations that coincided with the 10 pillars of destruction. There were many runic passages that linked the 10 halls to facilitate easy movement. The silver guard led Qi Sheng to one of the runic passages. Suddenly, Qi Sheng called out, "Wait!" The silver guard looked at Qi Sheng in confusion. "What are your orders, Commander?" "I have a few questions that I need you to answer honestly," Qi Sheng said. "I'm just an ordinary silver guard. I came to the Great Void from the Black Lotus domain 30 years ago. I don't know any more than you do," the silver guard said with a troubled expression. Qi Sheng asked, "Was it really the Unholy One who killed Emperor Tu Wei?" The silver guard was shocked. He looked to the left and the right. When he confirmed no one was around, he said, "Everyone says it was indeed the Unholy One who killed Emperor Tu Wei. However, this is the Great Void. The Unholy One is taboo here." "Do you know the name of the Unholy One?" Qi Sheng asked. The silver guard shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Qi Sheng asked again, "Dao Saint Jiang has yet to return?" Previously, he went out with Emperor Tu Wei when Emperor Tu Wei met with a disaster. Hence, we still don't know if Dao Saint Jiang is dead or alive, the silver guard replied. Qi Sheng sighed helplessly. "Dao Saint Jiang is so pitiful." "Pardon. It's nothing. Let's go." The silver guard no longer said anything. As the new hall commander of Tu Wei Hall, he thought it was normal that Qi Sheng asked these questions to understand the basic situation of Tu Wei Hall. Shihe Hall. When the blue-clad female attendant saw Qi Sheng and the silver-armored guard flew over from afar. "Qi Sheng of Tu Wei Hall requests to see Holy Maiden Shihe," Qi Sheng said. The blue-clad female attendant bowed at Qi Sheng and said, "I'll inform the Holy Maiden. Please wait." It did not take long before the blue-clad female attendant returned and said, "Please come in." Qi Sheng and the silver guard walked into Shihe Hall. Shihe Hall was majestic and tall. It was so tall that the top could not be seen. The hall was surrounded by mountains, and the sky above it was clear and bright. The primal Qi here was rich as well. It was like paradise. The interior of Shihe Hall was simple but elegant. It was mostly white, but it did not look sterile and cold. Instead, it looked rather warm. Qi Sheng saw the elegant and dignified Lan Shihe standing calmly, waiting for him. He said, "Tu Wei Hall's Qi Sheng greets the Holy Maiden." Lan Shihe said expressionlessly, "I heard that Tu Wei Hall has a new commander of the Silver Guards. It's you." "Yes," Qi Sheng replied. With an air of superiority, Lan Shihe asked, "Why are you here?" Qi Sheng replied, "Since I'm the new hall commander of Tu Wei Hall, it's my duty to understand the 10 halls and get to know everyone." Lan Shihe studied the man in front of her for a moment before she said, "Didn't you join the Great Void about 30 years ago? After such a long time, you finally remembered to understand the 10 halls and get to know everyone. In the past, I didn't have the qualifications nor the ability to do such a thing," Qi Sheng said. Lan Shihe scoffed. "So you think you're qualified and capable now? I'm afraid you've overestimated yourself." Qi Sheng could clearly sense Lan Shihe's hostility toward him. However, he was not angry. Instead, he said with a smile, "Why do you say that? You've been in Tu Wei Hall for 30 years, so you should know what happened to Emperor Tu Wei and Dao Saint Jiang, right?" Lan Shihe did not have a good impression of Tu Wei Hall and was repulsed by it. This naturally extended to Qi Sheng even if he had just joined Tu Wei Hall not long ago. "Of course I know," Qisheng said with a smile. Aren't you afraid of making the same mistakes as them? Qisheng said, I'm not afraid of making mistakes. However, I'm afraid of the fear of making mistakes preventing me from moving forward. Lan Shiha laughed. Then, she asked, do you know your responsibility? Responsibility. Every hall commander is a future hall master. They also have the highest chances of becoming supreme beings in the future. Once you become a supreme being, you'll have countless responsibilities, such as maintaining the balance of the world and guarding the pillars of destruction? Qisheng asked. Something like that, Lan Shiha replied. A hint of uncertainty could be heard in her voice when she spoke. After so many years, she truly did not know what her purpose was either. Seeing that Qisheng did not speak, Lan Shiha asked again, don't you agree? Dunzang's pillar of destruction has already collapsed. The remaining 9 pillars will collapse sooner or later. When that time comes, what are our responsibilities? Qisheng asked. His words were rather shocking. Lan Shiha frowned slightly. This topic was taboo in the Great Void. She did not expect the newcomer in front of her to be so bold. If it were in the past, she would have ordered him to leave. However, after the collapse of Dunzang's pillar of destruction, she had grown curious about this matter. It's only a matter of time before the others collapse? Lan Shiha asked, feigning a confused expression. Qisheng said, in fact, you already have an answer in your heart, right? Why are you still lying to yourself? The pillars of destruction are crumbling from age. They're relying on the restorative power of the earth to remain standing. Even if they're going to collapse sooner or later, we still have to do our parts until then, Lan Shiha said. The Holy Maiden is right, Qisheng said. After a pause, he asked, have you been to the unknown land? Of course, Lan Shiha replied. I've been there as well. His Majesty, the White Emperor, once took me to the 10 pillars of destruction, Qisheng said. That's nothing to show off, Lan Shiha said with a frown. She felt that the young man in front of her was quite superficial. Moreover, not only had she been to the unknown land, but she had gone there often. Qisheng smiled indifferently and asked, don't you think the unknown land is too dark? Too dark. The environment in the unknown land had always been harsh and dark. Qisheng stood straight as he said calmly and confidently, it has been night there for 100,000 years. I think the morning sun should rise in that place. Lan Shiha's eyes widened slightly upon hearing these words. After a moment of silence, she said in a lowered voice, it's always been dark there. It's not easy to dispel the darkness. If that's the case, you can light up the dark yourself. Qisheng was very clear about what he was saying, but he did not know what the other party's thoughts were. Language was an art. The same words, when said to different people, could hold different meanings. As for the blue-clad female attendant standing at the side, she could not understand the conversation at all. She looked at Qisheng with a puzzled expression. The light red mask on his face was carved with the patterns of flames. Qisheng bowed slightly to Lan Shiha and said, that's all. Take care. Then, Qisheng turned around and left gracefully. LL. After Qisheng left, the blue-clad female attendant muttered, is he crazy? What was he talking about? Don't be rude, Lan Shiha said. You didn't even tell him to leave, but he just left. He's too arrogant, the blue-clad female attendant said, dissatisfied. With his current status, his status isn't that much lower than mine, Lan Shiha said. It's already good enough that he came here to express his goodwill and kept his attitude respectful. Master, I thought you hated everyone from Two-Way Hall? The blue-clad female attendant asked in confusion. Lan Shiha did not respond to the question. At this moment, realization dawned on her. She asked, what did he say at the end? Take care. Not long after, the sacred temple released news to the 10 halls about the reappearance of a great void seed. Then, it ordered the 10 halls to send people to capture the target. It gave the 10 halls an approximate location, the Twin Green Lotus domain. Although it was only one of the 9 domains, it was not small. Hence, a large number of people are needed to search for the Great Void Seed. At the same time, to ensure the balance of the 10 halls, all 10 halls would send their people out. The Great Void called this the capture operation. Half a month later, in Fragrant Valley, the Qin Yuan, who was in human form, felt like she was going to have a mental breakdown. She looked at the disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion and said, "You can pass the birth trials yourselves. Don't ask me anymore." "No. Didn't you say it's very difficult? I'm afraid this environment won't do. Something must be wrong," Mingshi said. The Qin Yuan felt like vomiting blood. She endured and said, "All of you have the saint light. There's nothing wrong." Mingshi nodded. "You have a point. It's easier than I thought. That's because you were recognized by the Pillar of Destruction," Chen Fu, who had just walked over from afar, said. When everyone saw the white-haired and frail Chen Fu, they bowed to greet him. Chen Fu said, "Congratulations. It's all thanks to Saint Chen's guidance," Mingshi said with a smile. "If your cultivation rises anymore, I won't have the ability to guide you anymore. At the very least, I didn't let your master down," Chen Fu said. Then, he turned around to glance at his disciples, causing them to blush in embarrassment. Hua Yin, as Chen Fu's eldest disciple, rarely complained. However, this time he could not help but mutter, "Master, you can't compare us to them. Our situation and talents are different." Chen Fu looked at the disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion and asked, "It's been 30 years. Who hasn't passed the saint's trial?" "Only little junior sister." Everyone looked at Conk. Conk said apologetically, "I'm really sorry for dragging everyone down." Zhou Guang, one of Chen Fu's disciples, muttered, "This is too unreasonable." One had to know that for the longest time, Chen Fu was the only saint in Great Han. However, now there was a group of saints from the Evil Sky Pavilion. Saints were as common as dogs in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Chen Fu said, 30 years. It's worth it?" After a moment he said, "It's time to leave Fragrant Valley." "Leave Fragrant Valley?" Everyone was puzzled and surprised. Little Yuaner mumbled, "If we leave, I'm afraid Master won't be able to find us when he returns. Not only do you have to leave, but you can stay together. You have to split evenly between the 9 domains to maintain the balance. It's impossible for so many saints to gather and to not be discovered." The Qin Yuan chimed in, "Saint Chen is right. You have to leave. The scales of justice, the sacred relic in the Great Void, can sense energy and locate you. The faster you leave, the better it'll be." Then, she flew up and said, "There's no time to lose. I'll send everyone off." "It's so urgent?" Zhu Honggong scratched his head. "To be honest, this place is quite nice." Mingshi glared at him and said, "Cut the crap. Let's go now." Chen Fu said, "Everyone from the Autumn Dew Mountain will stay here." "Understood." With that, everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion followed the Qin Yuan and flew up. At this moment, Mingshi said, "Wait for me. I almost forgot someone." Mingshi flew into the ancient building and soon returned with Jiang Wenshu. Without his cultivation, Jiang Wenshu had aged like an ordinary person. If it were not for his good foundation, he would have long died of old age in this place. Finally, everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion was in the air. They did not leave immediately. Instead, they bowed at Chen Fu in unison. "Take care." Chen Fu said, "Convey my message to your master. I'm afraid I won't be able to wait for him. Tell him to visit my grave to have a chat with me." "Yes." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everyone flew away quickly. When they were at the entrance of Fragrant Valley, it was still as calm as before. At this time, the frail Jiang Wenshu said hoarsely, "You can't escape. Just accept your fate. The scales of justice will definitely find you." "Shut your stinky mouth," Mingshi said. Jiang Wenshu cackled like a madman before he said, "You underestimated the Great Void. Didn't I say it before? If they can kill him once, they can kill him again." Bang! Mingshi punched Jiang Wenshu, causing Jiang Wenshu to pass out. Zhu Honggong asked, "Fourth senior brother, why do you always knock him out?" And why is he always so afraid when someone mentions the Unholy One? He's just a coward. How pitiful. Jiang Wenshu struggled to say, If it weren't for the Unholy One, all of you would have long died. Bah! You're about to die, but you're still spouting nonsense. Do you think you're still powerful? Little Yuaner said. You! Why aren't you dead yet? Little Yuaner asked, perplexed. You're already so old. Your teeth have almost all fallen out. Your face is filled with wrinkles, Little Yuaner said as she touched her smooth cheeks. I haven't changed at all in 30 years. I really don't want to be like you. You're so ugly. Jiang Wenshu grunted in pain. He felt his heart ache in anger, and he almost spat out blood. At this moment, a huge halo appeared in the distant horizon. It spanned 10,000 feet, and many runes could be seen on it. Zhao Hongfu, who recognized it at a glance, said, It's the Great Void's runic passage. Let's go. Everyone nodded and hurriedly left Fragrant Valley. Lu Wu, Cheng Huang shrink, Ming Shirin said. Lu Wu and Qing Huang's cultivations had improved quite a bit over the years. With the nourishment of the Great Void seeds from Lu Zhou's disciples, they were infinitely close to becoming divine beasts. The two of them quickly shrank. After all, a large target would be easily discovered. After that, the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion quickly returned to Autumn Dew Mountain. After resting for a while, they rushed to another runic passage. When they stood in front of the runic passage, they began to discuss among themselves. Let's return to the Evil Sky Pavilion first. At that time, we'll decide where each of us should go. What do you think? Ming Shirin asked. Good idea. We've not been there for a long time, Little Yuaner said. As soon as Little Yuaner's voice fell, a burst of light appeared. Who's there? Arrow. The people of the Evil Sky Pavilion looked around warily. They realized the light had come from the side of the runic passage. Let's go and have a look. When they came to the light source, they looked at it in confusion. What's this? Zhao Hongfu looked at it for a moment before she brought out the magistrate brush and drew a few strokes. When the light dissipated, a sentence appeared. You can't escape. Everyone gathered and looked at the words with strange expressions on their faces. Meng Changdong, the guardian of the Evil Sky Pavilion, looked at the words for a moment before he asked suspiciously, Does the Great Void know we'd use the runic passage here? That can't be it, Ming Shirin said. If it were the Great Void, there's no need for them to be so mysterious. They would have directly sent people here to capture us. Perhaps they left similar messages in many places to intimidate us? Meng Changdong said. Yan Jinlua said, Guardian Meng has a point. No matter what, we should return to the Evil Sky Pavilion first. Everyone nodded before they hurried into the runic passage. 15 minutes later, the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion appeared in the runic passage outside of the northern pavilion. Due to the imbalance, Golden Court Mountain was no longer as lush as it used to be. It looked a little desolate. Since it had been uninhabited for a long time, the pavilions were overgrown with weeds. As soon as they stepped out of the runic passage, another burst of light appeared. Zhao Hongfu brought the magistrate brush again and drew a few strokes on the glowing runes. Similar to before, another sentence appeared. You can't escape. Heh! What a dirty trick. Which bastard is trying to intimidate us? Show yourself, Ming Shirin said loudly. As expected, there was no response. This means that someone has been here. We must be careful. Everyone nodded. The left and right envoys, the guardians, and the others flew toward the northeastern, southwestern, and northern pavilions and circled them before they returned. There's no one. I didn't find anyone. It was empty in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Whether this is a trick from the Great Void or not, the most important thing now is to separate as soon as possible, Yan Jinlua said. Zhu Honggong asked, Do we really have to separate? Zhu Honggong's expression froze before he burst into tears. He wailed, I can't bear to part with all of you. Get lost. Go away. Don't stick so close to me. Your face is covered with snot. Disgusting. Zhu Honggong stopped crying and asked, "Aren't you sad at all? No one cares at all. No one loves me." Finally, Zhu Honggong said, "Why don't I go to the Yellow Lotus domain?" The overall strength of the Yellow Lotus domain was quite low. Even if they followed the Golden Lotus domain's method of severing the lotus, the cultivation would still take a long time. With this, any one of them who went there would naturally have an easy time there. "You just want to be a local tyrant there. I'll go to the Yellow domain instead," Mingxirin said. "Is there anyone who doesn't want to go to a good place?" Eldest senior brother and second senior brother would definitely be willing to stay in the Twin Lotus domains. The Twin Lotus domains had the highest number of experts among the 9 domains, so it would not be boring for the duo to stay there. Yi Tianxin said, "I'll return to the White Tower Council." The White Tower Council was located in the White Lotus domain and could be considered Yi Tianxin's territory. "I'm afraid that won't do. The White Tower Council belongs to the Great Void's Lan Shiha. Going there is like entering the tiger's den." For a moment, everyone was in a dilemma. They did not know how to select who goes where. There were good and bad places. Everyone naturally wanted to go to the good places, and no one wanted to go to the bad places. Since Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong, the 2 eldest disciples, were not around, no one could control the situation. According to the rules of the Evil Sky Pavilion, if the pavilion master's not around, then the left and right envoys can make the decisions as well. With this, everyone turned to look at Yan Zhenlua and Lu Li. The duo might look young and not as old as the 4 elders, but their experience was superior to the 4 elders. Yan Zhenlua smiled and said, "Draw lots. Draw lots." This was the fairest way, and no one would be able to complain about unfairness. "I agree," Duan Mushang said. "What about the others?" Yan Zhenlua asked. Before Lu Zhou's disciples could respond, Qi Naihe suddenly raised his head and looked at the western horizon before he said, "Let's not talk about it now. Someone's approaching." "No way. You can sense them?" Over the years, Qi Naihe's cultivation had improved greatly as well. Although he was not as fast as Lu Zhou's disciples, his improvement was still significant. He flew up in the sky. After a moment, he said, "It's someone from the Qin clan." As expected, a figure flew over and appeared above the Evil Sky Pavilion. "Venerable Master Qin?" Qi Naihe was slightly surprised. When he recovered, he bowed slightly. The people from the Evil Sky Pavilion looked up. It was indeed Qin Renyue. Qin Renyue looked at everyone with a hint of anxiety on his face as he said, "Yu Shangrong asked me to come over and receive everyone. Second senior brother? He should be training in the unknown land and won't be back for a while. I already heard about the Evil Sky Pavilion's situation. Since Brother Lu is my friend, I can't just do nothing," Qin Renyue said before tossing a piece of paper out. The paper fell in front of everyone, and they saw a sentence on it. "You can't escape." "So you're the one behind this?" Zhu Honggong said as he pointed at Qin Renyue. "You've misunderstood. I received this note about a month ago. It was pasted on the runic passage leading to the Evil Sky Pavilion," Qin Renyue said. Zhu Honggong cursed. "Which bastard is behind this? If you have the guts, show yourself." "Stop cursing. Hurry up and leave," Qin Renyue said. "It's still problematic if all of us go to the Green Lotus domain. We'll be discovered by the Great Void. We have to split up," Qin Naihe said. "Split up?" Qin Renyue was confused. Qin Naihe said truthfully, "The Evil Sky Pavilion is no longer the same as before. Almost all of the Pavilion Master's disciples are saints now." Qin Renyue? Qin Renyue's eyes widened in shock as an incredulous expression appeared on his face. However, when he calmed down, he thought it was only natural. After all of them had the Great Void Seeds. Let alone saints, they would all become supreme beings in the future. Seeing that they were wasting time, Mingxirin said, "Let me decide. Third senior brother, you go to the Purple Lotus domain." Great Saint Duamu was highly respected in the Purple Lotus domain's Great Shang. After all, "I'll go with Venerable Master Qin and stay in the Green Lotus domain. Fifth junior sister will stay in Great Yen, and 6th junior sister will go to the White Lotus domain. Although the White Tower Council was used by the Great Void to maintain the balance, that's all in the past. As for 7th junior brother, Mingshi paused briefly at this point before he continued to say, 8th junior brother, you'll go to the Yellow Lotus domain. 9th junior sister, please go to the Black Lotus domain, and little junior sister will go to the Red Lotus domain. I'll tell eldest senior brother and second senior brother to go to the Twin Lotus domain. Everyone nodded. Qin Runyue said, the rest will stay in the Evil Sky Pavilion. In fact, the Great Void did not care about the others at all. They only cared about the Great Void Seeds. The Great Void was unaware that all the 10 Great Void Seeds were in the Evil Sky Pavilion, after all. Follow the plan and set off separately, Mingshi said. Duanmu Sheng looked at little Yuaner and asked, 9th junior sister, are you afraid? Little Yuaner replied with a smile, I'm not afraid. You're all grown up. Since Master, your senior brothers, and your senior sisters aren't by your side, you have to take care of yourself, Duanmu Sheng said. The 4 elders looked at little Yuaner as well. They watched her grow up little by little. From an innocent little girl to an adult, they watched her. After so many years, things had changed. All of them treated her like their child. Girl, why don't we go with you? Pan Litian asked. Duanmu Sheng nodded. That's a good idea. Little Yuaner was definitely strong enough to survive on her own. But with her ways of doing things, she still needed the help of the elders. Hence, she said, all right. Now that everyone was about to part, they were besieged by a sense of loneliness and nervousness. After all, they had been together for so long. At this moment, Luli said, since we have nothing to do in the Evil Sky Pavilion, why don't we split up as well, following the Pavilion Master's disciples? Good idea. The others readily agreed and quickly decided which disciple to follow. After 15 minutes, the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion saluted each other. Take care. Take care. With that, they entered different runic passages that would lead them to their respective destinations. Mingshi naturally did not forget to tell Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong about how they had split up. Since Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong bore the marks of the Azure Emperor, they had been in the unknown land, hoping to find their master to remove the marks. After receiving Mingshi Yin's message, the duo did not waste time and rushed to the Twin Lotus domains. Strangely, over the past 30 years, the Azure Emperor did not come to look for the duo at all. The sacred temple in the Great Void. Ming Xian stood in the hall and looked outside. When Ruqing flashed and appeared in the hall. Then, he said, Your Majesty, the 10 halls of the Great Void have sent people to the designated locations in the Twin Lotus domains. They've searched the area within 10,000 miles but did not find those with the Great Void seeds. Ming Xian seemed to have expected this. I've already expected them to make a move first. That's why I told you to leave as quickly as possible. I didn't expect them to move even quicker. When Ruqing said, If that's the case, please use the scales of justice to find them again, Your Majesty. Ming Xian flicked his sleeve, bringing out the scales of justice. The scales of justice hovered in front of Ming Xian, suffused with a faint light. It only tilted slightly and did not point in any specific direction. When Ruqing frowned upon seeing this, how cunning of them! At this time, another figure appeared in the hall. It was a seductive woman, like an enchanting flower, dressed in red. She said, Greetings, Your Majesty. Hua Zhenghong, what is it? Ming Xian asked, gesturing for Hua Zhenghong to speak. 9 great void seeds are still lost. After so many years, those who possessed the seeds should have become venerable masters at the very least. If the world was still balanced, Your Majesty's scales of justice would definitely be able to find them. However, since the imbalance is affecting the scales of justice, it's a little difficult to sense the changes between heaven and earth. When Ruqing said mockingly, You speak so much, but your words are nonsense. These are things we already know. Hua Zhenghong was not angry. She continued to say, The 10 halls of the Great Void are even more anxious than us about this. Ming Xian flipped his hand, and a round compass appeared. The needle on the compass spun wildly. This is called the compass of conservation. I used a part of the scales of justice to refine this. Give it to the 10 halls. Hua Zhenghong had been waiting for this item. She smiled. She knew Ming Xian had made 2 preparations. Meanwhile, when Ruqing looked at the compass of conservation silently. After receiving the compass of conservation, Hua Zhenghong hurriedly left. Although the compass of conservation could not compare to the scales of justice since it did not have any destructive power, it could sense the shifts in balance in the 9 domains. In order to find the great void seeds, Ming Xian had forged the compass 100 years ago. 5 days later, in a dilapidated temple in the Black Lotus domain. Elders, why aren't we staying in the city? Why are we hiding in the wilderness? Little Yuaner asked, dissatisfied with the 4 elders' arrangements. Pan Lydian replied, Little girl, it'd be harder for us to escape if we stay in the city. Escape? Little Yuaner was speechless. Times have changed. We have to be a little cowardly, Pan Lydian explained. Every 2 days, we'll have to switch locations to avoid being found by the Great Void. Little Yuaner mumbled, crestfallen. You mean to say that before Master returns, we have to live in exile? Pan Lydian smiled awkwardly before he said, It's true that we have to move around. However, I wouldn't say we're living in exile. It's more like a strategic shift. Little Yuaner had no choice but to accept this reality. She sat on the steps and rested her chin on her hands. She looked down the mountain and muttered to herself, When will Master return? Zhuiyushu, who was standing nearby, held the coiling dragon staff and said with a smile, Girl, instead of thinking about troublesome things, why don't you accompany me to cultivate? No, it's boring. How are you going to improve if you don't cultivate? I've always been like this, Little Yuaner replied. I've been dealt a heavy blow, but I asked for it myself. Zhuiyushu thought to herself before she found a place nearby to cultivate. In the afternoon, a huge flying chariot appeared in the northern sky of the temple. The flying chariot spanned thousands of feet, and it flew toward the temple like a fierce beast. The 4 elders rushed out of the temple. When they found Little Yuaner, they said urgently, Let's go! The 4 elders took up 4 positions and flew to the south. Little Yuaner looked back at the flying chariot in the sky and said, Maybe they didn't come for me? It's good to be overcautious. All right. The 5 of them flew over the mountains and landed in a jungle, avoiding the flying chariot. As soon as Little Yuaner landed, she said helplessly, Without Master, we can only run away. When night fell in the Black Lotus domain, a gust of cool wind blew over. Perhaps it was due to the imbalance there were hardly any stars in the sky. Even then, it was still a beautiful sight. Little Yuaner, who was looking at the sky, suddenly asked, Elder Pan, what if my master? Girl, don't talk nonsense. Pan Lydian interjected immediately, not allowing Little Yuaner to finish her words. Little Yuaner stuck her tongue out. Pan Lydian continued to say, Everything is predestined. Have a good rest. We'll look for another place tomorrow morning. The next morning, the 5 people heard buzzing noises. Let me take a look, Zhuiyushu said as soon as she heard the sound of energy resonance. She flew up to the top of a tree and looked in the direction of the sound. A frown appeared on her face instantly as she muttered, A flying chariot? It was the same huge flying chariot from before. Zhuiyushu landed and said decisively, We have to leave now. With that, the 5 flew away again. They followed the mountains and forests, flying about 1,000 miles south before they landed at the foot of a mountain.